Well, this is odd. You're one of those sort they call eccentrics, I judge. The saying is, you mustn't judge a man by his clothes, and I'm believing it now. Why yours are looking just ratty, don't you know? And yet you must be rich. I am. The young man walked slowly back to the town, deeply musing as he went. He halted a moment in front of the best restaurant, then glanced at his clothes and passed on and got his breakfast at a stand-up. There was a good deal of it, and it cost 5 shillings. He tendered a sovereign, got his change, glanced at his silver, muttered to himself, "There isn't enough to buy clothes with," and went his way. At 9:30, the richest wool broker in Sydney was sitting in his morning room at home, settling his breakfast with the morning paper. A servant put his head in and said, "There's a sundowner at the door wants to see you, sir." "What do you bring that kind of a message here for? Send him about his business." "He won't go, sir, I've tried." "He won't go, that's why that's unusual. He's one of two things then, he's a remarkable person or he's crazy. Is he crazy?" "No, sir, he don't look it." "Then he's remarkable. What does he say he wants?" "He won't tell, sir, only says it's very important." "And won't go, does he say he won't go?" "Says he'll stand there till he sees you, sir, if it's all day." "And yet isn't crazy, show him up." The sundowner was shown in. The broker said to himself, "No, he's not crazy, that is easy to see, so he must be the other thing." Then aloud, "Well, my good fellow, be quick about it. Don't waste any words, what is it you want?" "I want to borrow £100,000. "Scott, it's a mistake, he is crazy." "No, he can't be, not with that eye." "Why, you take my breath away, come, who are you?" "Nobody that you know." "What is your name?" "Cecil Rhodes." "No, I don't remember hearing the name before. Now then, just for curiosity's sake, what has sent you to me on this extraordinary errand?" "The intention to make £100,000 for you, and as much for myself within the next 60 days. "Well, well, well, it is the most extraordinary idea that sit down, you interest me. And somehow you, well, you fascinate me. I think that that is about the word. And it isn't your proposition, no, that doesn't fascinate me, it's something else, I don't quite know what, something that's born in you and oozes out of you, I suppose. Now then, just for curiosity's sake again, nothing more, as I understand it, it is your desire to bore." "I said intention." "Pardon, so you did. I thought it was an unheedful use of the word, an unheedful valuing of its strength, you know." "I knew its strength." "Well, I must say, but look here, let me walk the floor a little. My mind is getting into a sort of whirl, though you don't seem disturbed any. Plainly, this young fellow isn't crazy, but as to his being remarkable, well, really he amounts to that and something over. Now then, I believe I am beyond the reach of further astonishment. Strike and spare not. What is your scheme?" "To buy the wool crop, deliverable in 60 days." "What, the whole of it?" "The whole of it." No, I was not quite out of the reach of surprises, after all. "Why, how you talk. Do you know what our crop is going to foot up?" 2.5 million sterling, maybe a little more." "Well, you've got your statistics right, anyway. Now then, do you know what the margins would foot up to buy it at 60 days? "The £100,000 I came here to get." "Right, once more. Well, dear me, just to see what would happen, I wish you had the money. And if you had it, what would you do with it?" "I shall make £200,000 out of it in 60 days." "You mean, of course, that you might make it if—" "I said shall." "Yes, by George, you did say shall. You are the most definite devil I ever saw in the matter of language. Dear, 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 look here. Definite speech means clarity of mind. Upon my word, I believe you've got what you believe to be a rational reason for venturing into this house, an entire stranger, on this wild scheme of buying the wool crop of an entire colony on speculation. Bring it out, I am prepared, acclimatized, if I may use the word. Why would you buy the crop, and why would you make that sum out of it? That is to say, what makes you think you—" "I don't think I know." "Definite again, how do you know?" "Because France has declared war against Germany, and wool has gone up 14% in London and is still rising." "Oh, indeed, now then, I've got you. Such a thunderbolt as you have just let fly ought to have made me jump out of my chair, but it didn't stir me the least little bit, you see. And for a very simple reason, I have read the morning paper. You can look at it if you want to. The fastest ship in the service arrived at 11 o'clock last night, 50 days out from London. All her news is printed here. There are no war clouds anywhere, And as for wool, why, it is the low-spiritist commodity in the English market. It is your turn to jump now. Well, why don't you jump? Why do you sit there in that placid fashion when? Because I have later news. Later news, oh come, later news than 50 days, brought steaming hot from London by the. My news is only 10 days old. Oh Munchausen, hear the maniac talk, where did you get it? Got it out of a shark. Oh, this is too much. Front. Call the police, bring the gun, raise the town. All the asylums in Christendom have broken loose in the single person of. Sit down and collect yourself. Where is the use in getting excited? Am I excited? There is nothing to get excited about. When I make a statement which I cannot prove, it will be time enough for you to begin to offer hospitality to damaging fancies about me and my sanity. Oh, 1,000 pardons. I ought to be ashamed of myself, and I am ashamed of myself for thinking that a little bit of a circumstance like sending a shark to England to fetch back a market report. What does your middle initial stand for, sir? Andrew, what are you writing? Wait a moment, proof about the shark and another matter. Only 10 lines. There, now it is done, sign it. Many thanks, many. Let me see, it says, oh, come, this is interesting. Why, look here. Prove what you say here, and I'll put up the money and double as much if necessary and divide the winnings with you half and half. There, now, I've signed, make your promise good if you can. Show me a copy of the London Times only 10 days old. Here it is, and with it these buttons and a memorandum book that belonged to the man the shark swallowed. Swallowed him in the Thames, without a doubt. For you will notice that the last entry in the book is dated, London, and is of the same date as the Times, and says, Ber confequence der Kragecephala run, reif acute nac Deutschland ob, or back ich Main Leben auf dem Alter. Main's lands legend mag, as clean native German as anybody can put upon paper, and means that in consequence of the declaration of war, this loyal soul is leaving for home today to fight. And he did leave too, but the shark had him before the day was done, poor fellow. And a pity too, but there are times for mourning, and we will attend to this case further on. Other matters are pressing now. I will go down and set the machinery in motion in a quiet way and buy the crop. It will cheer the drooping spirits of the boys in a transitory way. Everything is transitory in this world. 60 days hence, when they are called to deliver the goods, they will think they've been struck by lightning. But there is a time for mourning, and we will attend to that case along with the other one. Come along, I'll take you to my tailor. What did you say your name is? Cecil Rhodes. It is hard to remember. However, I think you will make it easier by and by if you live. There are 3 kinds of people: commonplace men, remarkable men, and lunatics. I'll classify you with the remarkables and take the chances. The deal went through, and secured to the young stranger the first fortune he ever pocketed. The people of Sydney ought to be afraid of the sharks, but for some reason they do not seem to be. On Saturdays the young men go out in their boats, and sometimes the water is fairly covered with the little sails. A boat upsets now and then, by accident, a result of tumultuous skylarking. Sometimes the boys upset their boat for fun, such as it is with sharks visibly waiting around for just such an occurrence. The young fellows scramble aboard whole, sometimes, not always. Tragedies have happened more than once. While I was in Sydney, it was reported that a boy fell out of a boat in the mouth of the Parramatta River and screamed for help, and a boy jumped overboard from another boat to save him from the assembling sharks. But the sharks made swift work with the lives of both. The government pays a bounty for the shark. To get the bounty, the fishermen bait the hook or the seine with agreeable mutton. The news spreads and the sharks come from all over the Pacific Ocean to get the free board. In time, the shark culture will be one of the most successful things in the colony. Chapter 14. We can secure other people's approval if we do right and try hard, but our own is worth 100 of it, and no way has been found out of securing that. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. My health had broken down in New York in May. It had remained in a doubtful but fairish condition during a succeeding period of 82 days. It broke again on the Pacific. It broke again in Sydney, but not until after I had had a good outing, and had also filled my lecture engagements. This latest break lost me the chance of seeing Queensland. In the circumstances, to go north toward hotter weather was not advisable. So we moved south with a westward slant, 17 hours by rail to the capital of the colony of Victoria, Melbourne, that juvenile city of 60 years and 500,000 inhabitants. On the map, the distance looks small, but that is a trouble with all divisions of distance in such a vast country as Australia. The colony of Victoria itself looks small on the map, looks like a county, in fact, yet it is about as large as England, Scotland, and Wales combined. Or, to get another focus upon it, it is just 80 times as large as the state of Rhode Island and one-third as large as the state of Texas. Outside of Melbourne, Victoria seems to be owned by a handful of squatters, each with a Rhode Island for a sheep farm. That is the impression which one gathers from common talk, yet the wool industry of Victoria is by no means so great as that of New South Wales. The climate of Victoria is favorable to other great industries, among others, wheat growing and the making of wine. We took the train at Sydney at about 4 in the afternoon. It was American in one way, for we had a most rational sleeping car. Also, the car was clean and fine and new, nothing about it to suggest the rolling stock of the continent of Europe. But our baggage was weighed and extra weight charged for. That was continental. Continental and troublesome. Any detail of railroading that is not troublesome cannot honorably be described as continental. The tickets were round-trip ones, to Melbourne, and clear to Adelaide in South Australia, and then all the way back to Sydney. 1,200 more miles than we really expected to make. But then, as the round trip wouldn't cost much more than the single trip, it seemed well enough to buy as many miles as one could afford, even if one was not likely to need them. A human being has a natural desire to have more of a good thing than he needs. Now comes a singular thing, the oddest thing, the strangest thing, the most baffling and unaccountable marvel that Australasia can show. At the frontier between New South Wales and Victoria, our multitude of passengers were rooted out of their snug beds by lantern light in the morning, in the biting cold of a high altitude, to change cars on a road that has no break in it from Sydney to Melbourne. Think of the paralysis of intellect that gave that idea birth. Imagine the boulder it emerged from on some petrified legislator's shoulders. It is a narrow gauge road to the frontier, and a broader gauge thence to Melbourne. The two governments were the builders of the road and are the owners of it. One or two reasons are given for this curious state of things. One is that it represents the jealousy existing between the colonies, the two most important colonies of Australasia. What the other one is, I have forgotten. But it is of no consequence. It could be but another effort to explain the inexplicable. All passengers fret at the double gauge. All shippers of freight must of course fret at it. Unnecessary expense, delay, and annoyance are imposed upon everybody concerned, and no one is benefited. Each Australian colony fences itself off from its neighbor with a custom house. Personally, I have no objection, but it must be a good deal of inconvenience to the people. We have something resembling it here and there in America, but it goes by another name. The large empire of the Pacific coast requires a world of iron machinery, and could manufacture it economically on the spot if the imposts on foreign iron were removed. But they are not. Protection to Pennsylvania and Alabama forbids it. The result to the Pacific coast is the same as if there were several rows of custom fences between the coast and the east. Iron carted across the American continent at luxurious railway rates would be valuable enough to be coined when it arrived. We changed cars. This was at Albury. And it was there, I think, that the growing day and the early sun exposed the distant range called the Blue Mountains, accurately named. My word, as the Australians say, but it was a stunning color, that blue. Deep, strong, rich, exquisite, towering and majestic masses of blue, a softly luminous blue, a smoldering blue, as if vaguely lit by fires within. It extinguished the blue of the sky, made it pallid and unwholesome, whitey and washed out. A wonderful color, just divine. A resident told me that those were not mountains. He said they were rabbit piles, and explained that long exposure and the overripe condition of the rabbits was what made them look so blue. This man may have been right, but much reading of books of travel has made me distrustful of gratis information furnished by unofficial residents of a country. The facts which such people give to travelers are usually erroneous, and often intemperately so. The rabbit plague has indeed been very bad in Australia, and it could account for one mountain, but not for a mountain range, it seems to me. It is too large an order. We breakfasted at the station, a good breakfast except the coffee, and cheap. The government establishes the prices and placards them. The waiters were men, I think, but that is not usual in Australasia. The usual thing is to have girls. No, not girls, young ladies, generally duchesses, dress. They would attract attention at any royal levee in Europe. Even empresses and queens do not dress as they do. Not that they could not afford it, perhaps, but they would not know how. All the pleasant morning we slid smoothly along over the plains, through thin, Not thick forests of great melancholy gum trees, with trunks rugged with curled sheets of flaking bark, erysipelas convalescents, so to speak, shedding their dead skins. And all along were tiny cabins, built sometimes of wood, sometimes of gray-blue corrugated iron, and the doorsteps and fences were clogged with children, rugged little simply clad chaps that looked as if they had been imported from the banks of the Mississippi without breaking bulk. And there were little villages, with neat stations well placarded with showy advertisements, mainly of almost two self-righteous brands of sheep dip. If that is the name, and I think it is a stuff like tar, and is dabbed onto places where the shearer clips a piece out of the sheep. It bars out the flies and has healing properties, and a nip to it which makes the sheep skip like the cattle on 1,000 hills. It is not good to eat. That is, it is not good to eat except when mixed with railroad coffee. It improves railroad coffee. Without it, railroad coffee is too vague, but with it, it is quite assertive and enthusiastic. By itself, railroad coffee is too passive, but sheep dip makes it wake up and get down to business. I wonder where they get railroad coffee. We saw birds, but not a kangaroo, not an emu, not an ornithorhynchus, not a lecturer, not a native. Indeed, the land seemed quite destitute of game. But I have misused the word native. In Australia, it is applied to Australian-born whites only. I should have said that we saw no aboriginals, no blackfellows, and to this day I have never seen one. In the great museums you will find all the other curiosities, but in the curio of chiefest interest to the stranger all of them are lacking. We have at home an abundance of museums, and not an American Indian in them. It is clearly an absurdity, but it never struck me before. Chapter 15. Truth is stranger than fiction, to some people, but I am measurably familiar with it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Truth is stranger than fiction, but it is because fiction is obliged to stick to possibilities. Truth is. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The air was balmy and delicious, the sunshine radiant. It was a charming excursion. In the course of it we came to a town whose odd name was famous all over the world a quarter of a century ago, Wagga Wagga. This was because the Tichborne claimant had kept a butcher shop there. It was out of the midst of his humble collection of sausages and tripe that he soared up into the zenith of notoriety and hung there in the wastes of space a time, with the telescopes of all nations leveled at him in unappeasable curiosity. Curiosity as to which of the two long-missing persons he was. Arthur Orton, the mislaid roustabout of Wapping, or Sir Roger Tichborne, the lost heir of a name and estates as old as English history. We all know now, but not a dozen people knew then, and the dozen kept the mystery to themselves and allowed the most intricate and fascinating and marvelous real-life romance that has ever been played upon the world's stage to unfold itself serenely, act by act, in a British court by the long and laborious processes of judicial development. When we recall the details of that great romance, we marvel to see what daring chances truth may freely take in constructing a tale, as compared with the poor little conservative risks permitted to fiction. The fiction artist could achieve no success with the materials of this splendid Tichborne romance. He would have to drop out the chief characters. The public would say such people are impossible. He would have to drop out a number of the most picturesque incidents. The public would say such things could never happen. And yet the chief characters did exist, and the incidents did happen. It cost the Tichborne estates $400,000 to unmask the claimant and drive him out. And even after the exposure, multitudes of Englishmen still believed in him. It cost the British government another $400,000 to convict him of perjury. And after the conviction, the same old multitudes still believed in him. And among these believers were many educated and intelligent men, and some of them had personally known the real Sir Roger. The claimant was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment. When he got out of prison, he went to New York and kept a whiskey saloon in the Bowery for a time, then disappeared from view. He always claimed to be Sir Roger Tichborne until death called for him. This was but a few months ago, not very much short of a generation since he left Wagga Wagga to go and possess himself of his estates. On his deathbed, he yielded up his secret and confessed in writing that he was only Arthur Orton of Wapping, able seaman and butcher, that and nothing more. But it is scarcely to be doubted that there are people whom even his dying confession will not convince. The old habit of assimilating incredibilities must have made strong food a necessity in their case. A weaker article would probably disagree with them. I was in London when the claimant stood his trial for perjury. I attended one of his showy evenings in the sumptuous quarters provided for him from the purses of his adherents and well-wishers. He was in evening dress, and I thought him a rather fine and stately creature. There were about 25 gentlemen present. Educated men, men moving in good society, none of them commonplace. Some of them were men of distinction, none of them were obscurities. They were his cordial friends and admirers. It was Sir Roger, always Sir Roger, on all hands. No one withheld the title, all turned it from the tongue with unction, and as if it tasted good. For many years I had had a mystery in stock. Melbourne, and only Melbourne, could unriddle it for me. In 1873, I arrived in London with my wife and young child, and presently received a note from Naples signed by a name not familiar to me. It was not Bascom, and it was not Henry, but I will call it Henry Bascom for convenience's sake. This note of about 6 lines was written on a strip of white paper whose edges were ragged. I came to be familiar with those strips in later years. Their size and pattern were always the same. Their contents were usually to the same effect. Would I and mine come to the writer's country place in England on such and such a date, by such and such a train, and stay 12 days and depart by such and such a train at the end of the specified time? A carriage would meet us at the station. These invitations were always for a long time ahead. If we were in Europe, 3 months ahead. If we were in America, 6 to 12 months ahead. They always named the exact date and train for the beginning and also for the end of the visit. This first note invited us for a date 3 months in the future. It asked us to arrive by the 4:10 p.m. train from London, August 6th. The carriage would be waiting. The carriage would take us away 7 days later train specified, and there were these words, "Speak to Tom Hughes." I showed the note to the author of Tom Brown at Rugby, and he said, "Accept and be thankful." He described Mr. Bascom as being a man of genius, a man of fine attainments, a choice man in every way, a rare and beautiful character. He said that Bascom Hall was a particularly fine example of the stately manorial mansion of Elizabeth's days, and that it was a house worth going a long way to see. Like Noel, that Mr. B was of a social disposition, liked the company of agreeable people, and always had samples of the sort coming and going. We paid the visit. We paid others in later years, the last one in 1879. Soon after that, Mr. Bascom started on a voyage around the world in a steam yacht, a long and leisurely trip, for he was making collections, in all lands, of birds, butterflies, and such things. The day that President Garfield was shot by the assassin Guido, we were at a little watering place on Long Island Sound, and in the mail matter of that day came a letter with the Melbourne postmark on it. It was for my wife, but I recognized Mr. Bascom's handwriting on the envelope and opened it. It was the usual note, as to paucity of lines, and was written on the customary strip of paper, but there was nothing usual about the contents. The note informed my wife that if it would be any assuagement of her grief to know that her husband's lecture tour in Australia was a satisfactory venture from the beginning to the end, he, the writer, could testify that such was the case. Also, that her husband's untimely death had been mourned by all classes, as she would already know by the press telegrams long before the reception of this note, that the funeral was attended by the officials of the colonial and city governments, and that while he, the writer, her friend and mine, had not reached Melbourne in time to see the body, he had at least had the sad privilege of acting as one of the pallbearers. Signed, Henry Bascom. My first thought was, why didn't he have the coffin opened? He would have seen that the corpse was an impostor, and he could have gone right ahead and dried up the most of those tears, and comforted those sorrowing governments, and sold the remains and sent me the money. I did nothing about the matter. I had set the law after living lecture doubles of mine a couple of times in America, and the law had not been able to catch them. Others in my trade had tried to catch their impostor doubles and had failed. Then where was the use in harrying a ghost? None, and so I did not disturb it. I had a curiosity to know about that man's lecture tour and last moments, but that could wait. When I should see Mr. Bascom, he would tell me all about it. But he passed from life, and I never saw him again. My curiosity faded away. However, when I found that I was going to Australia, it revived. And naturally, for if the people should say that I was a dull, poor thing compared to what I was before I died, it would have a bad effect on business. Well, to my surprise, the Sydney journalists had never heard of that impostor. I pressed them, but they were firm. They had never heard of him and didn't believe in him. I could not understand it. Still, I thought it would all come right in Melbourne. The government would remember, and the other mourners. At the supper of the Institute of Journalists, I should find out all about the matter. But no, it turned out that they had never heard of it. So my mystery was a mystery still. It was a great disappointment. I believed it would never be cleared up in this life, so I dropped it out of my mind. But at last, just when I was least expecting it. However, this is not the place for the rest of it. I shall come to the matter again in a far distant chapter. Chapter 16. There is a moral sense, and there is an immoral sense. History shows us that the moral sense enables us to perceive morality and how to avoid it, and that the immoral sense enables us to perceive immorality and how to enjoy it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Melbourne spreads around over an immense area of ground. It is a stately city architecturally as well as in magnitude. It has an elaborate system of cable car service. It has museums and colleges and schools and public gardens and electricity and gas and libraries and theaters and mining centers and wool centers and centers of the arts and sciences and boards of trade and ships and railroads and a harbor and social clubs and journalistic clubs and racing clubs and a squatter club sumptuously housed and appointed and as many churches and banks as can make a living. In a word, it is equipped with everything that goes to make the modern great city. It is the largest city of Australasia and fills the post with honor and credit. It has one specialty. This must not be jumbled in with those other things. It is the mitred metropolitan of the horse racing cult. Its race ground is the Mecca of Australasia. On the great annual day of sacrifice, the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes's Day, business is suspended over a stretch of land and sea as wide as from New York to San Francisco, and deeper than from the northern lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. And every man and woman, of high degree or low, who can afford the expense, put away their other duties and come. They begin to swarm in by ship and rail a fortnight before the day, and they swarm thicker and thicker day after day, until all the vehicles of transportation are taxed to their uttermost to meet the demands of the occasion, and all hotels and lodgings are bulging outward because of the pressure from within. They come 100,000 strong, as all the best authorities say, and they pack the spacious grounds and grandstands, and make a spectacle such as is never to be seen in Australasia elsewhere. It is the Melbourne Cup that brings this multitude together. Their clothes have been ordered long ago, at unlimited cost, and without bounds as to beauty and magnificence, and have been kept in concealment until now, for unto this day are they consecrate. I am speaking of the ladies' clothes, but one might know that. And so the grandstands make a brilliant and wonderful spectacle, a delirium of color, a vision of beauty. The champagne flows, everybody is vivacious, excited, happy. Everybody bets, and gloves and fortunes change hands right along all the time. Day after day, the races go on, and the fun and the excitement are kept at white heat. And when each day is done, the people dance all night so as to be fresh for the race in the morning. And at the end of the great week, the swarms secure lodgings and transportation for next year, then flock away to their remote homes and count their gains and losses, and order next year's cup clothes, and then lie down and sleep 2 weeks, and get up sorry to reflect that a whole year must be put in somehow or other before they can be wholly happy again. The Melbourne Cup is the Australasian National Day. It would be difficult to overstate its importance. It overshadows all other holidays and specialized days of whatever sort in that congeries of colonies. Overshadows them? I might almost say it blots them out. Each of them gets attention, but not everybody else. Each of them evokes interest, but not everybody else. Each of them rouses enthusiasm, but not everybody else. In each case, a part of the attention, interest, and enthusiasm is a matter of habit and custom, and another part of it is official and perfunctory. Cup Day and Cup Day only commands an attention, an interest, and an enthusiasm which are universal and spontaneous, not perfunctory. Cup Day is supreme. It has no rival. I can call to mind no specialized annual day, in any country, which can be named by that large name, supreme. I can call to mind no specialized annual day, in any country, whose approach fires the whole land with a conflagration of conversation and preparation and anticipation and jubilation. No day save this one, but this one does it. In America, we have no annual supreme day, no day whose approach makes the whole nation glad. We have the 4th of July and Christmas and Thanksgiving. Neither of them can claim the primacy. Neither of them can arouse an enthusiasm which comes near to being universal. 8 grown Americans out of 10 dread the coming of the 4th, with its pandemonium and its perils, and they rejoice when it is gone, if still alive. The approach of Christmas brings harassment and dread to many excellent people. They have to buy a cartload of presents, and they never know what to buy to hit the various tastes. They put in 3 weeks of hard and anxious work, and when Christmas morning comes, they are so dissatisfied with the result, and so disappointed that they want to sit down and cry. Then they give thanks that Christmas comes but once a year. The observance of Thanksgiving Day as a function has become general of late years. The thankfulness is not so general. This is natural. Two-thirds of the nation have always had hard luck and a hard time during the year, and this has a calming effect upon their enthusiasm. We have a supreme day, a sweeping and tremendous and tumultuous day, a day which commands an absolute universality of interest and excitement, but it is not annual. It comes but once in 4 years, therefore it cannot count as a rival of the Melbourne Cup. In Great Britain and Ireland, they have two great days, Christmas and the Queen's birthday, but they are equally popular, there is no supremacy. I think it must be conceded that the position of the Australasian Day is unique, solitary, unfellowed, and likely to hold that high place a long time. The next things which interest us when we travel are, first, the people, next, the novelties, and finally the history of the places and countries visited. Novelties are rare in cities which represent the most advanced civilization of the modern day. When one is familiar with such cities in the other parts of the world, he is in effect familiar with the cities of Australasia. The outside aspects will furnish little that is new. There will be new names, but the things which they represent will sometimes be found to be less new than their names. There may be shades of difference, but these can easily be too fine for detection by the incompetent eye of the passing stranger. In the larrikin, he will not be able to discover a new species, but only an old one met elsewhere, and variously called loafer, rough, tough, bummer, or blatherskite, according to his geographical distribution. The larrikin differs by a shade from those others, in that he is more sociable toward the stranger than they, more kindly disposed, more hospitable, more hearty, more friendly. At least it seemed so to me, and I had opportunity to observe. In Sydney, at least. In Melbourne, I had to drive to and from the lecture theatre, but in Sydney I was able to walk both ways and did it. Every night on my way home at 10 or a quarter past, I found the larrikin grouped in considerable force at several of the street corners, and he always gave me this pleasant salutation. "Hello, Mark. Here S to you, old chap. Say, Mark, is he dead?" A reference to a passage in some book of mine, though I did not detect at that time that that was its source. And I didn't detect it afterward in Melbourne, when I came on the stage for the first time, and the same question was dropped down upon me from the dizzy height of the gallery. It is always difficult to answer a sudden inquiry like that, when you have come unprepared and don't know what it means. I will remark here, if it is not an indecorum, that the welcome which an American lecturer gets from a British colonial audience is a thing which will move him to his deepest deeps, and veil his sight and break his voice. And from Winnipeg to Africa, experience will teach him nothing. He will never learn to expect it. It will catch him as a surprise each time. The war cloud hanging black over England and America made no trouble for me. I was a prospective prisoner of war, but at dinners, suppers on the platform, and elsewhere, there was never anything to remind me of it. This was hospitality of the right metal, and would have been prominently lacking in some countries in the circumstances. And speaking of the war flurry, it seemed to me to bring to light the unexpected, in a detail or two. It seemed to relegate the war talk to the politicians on both sides of the water, whereas whenever a prospective war between two nations had been in the air theretofore, the public had done most of the talking and the bitterest. The attitude of the newspapers was new also. I speak of those of Australasia and India, for I had access to those only. They treated the subject argumentatively and with dignity, not with spite and anger. That was a new spirit, too, and not learned of the French and German press, either before Sedan or since. I heard many public speeches, and they reflected the moderation of the journals. The outlook is that the English-speaking race will dominate the earth 100 years from now, if its sections do not get to fighting each other. It would be a pity to spoil that prospect by baffling and retarding wars when arbitration would settle their differences so much better and also so much more definitely. No, as I have suggested, novelties are rare in the great capitals of modern times. Even the wool exchange in Melbourne could not be told from the familiar stock exchange of other countries. Wool brokers are just like stockbrokers. They all bounce from their seats and put up their hands and yell in unison. No stranger can tell what, and the president calmly says, "Sold to Smith and Co., threepence farthing, next," when probably nothing of the kind happened, for how should he know? In the museums you will find acres of the most strange and fascinating things, but all museums are fascinating, and they do so tire your eyes and break your back and burn out your vitalities with their consuming interest. You always say you will never go again, but you do go. The palaces of the rich in Melbourne are much like the palaces of the rich in America, and the life in them is the same, but there the resemblance ends. The grounds surrounding the American palace are not often large, and not often beautiful, But in the Melbourne case, the grounds are often dukely spacious, and the climate and the gardeners together make them as beautiful as a dream. It is said that some of the country seats have grounds, domains, about them which rival in charm and magnitude those which surround the country mansion of an English lord, but I was not out in the country. I had my hands full in town. And what was the origin of this majestic city and its efflorescence of palatial townhouses and country seats? Its first brick was laid, and its first house built by a passing convict. Australian history is almost always picturesque. Indeed, it is so curious and strange that it is itself the chiefest novelty the country has to offer, and so it pushes the other novelties into second and third place. It does not read like history, but like the most beautiful lies, and all of a fresh new sort, no moldy old stale ones. It is full of surprises and adventures and incongruities and contradictions and incredibilities, but they are all true, they all happened. Chapter 17. The English are mentioned in the Bible. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. When we consider the immensity of the British Empire in territory, population, and trade, it requires a stern exercise of faith to believe in the figures which represent Australasia's contribution to the empire's commercial grandeur. As compared with the landed estate of the British Empire, the landed estate dominated by any other power except one, Russia, is not very impressive for size. My authorities make the British Empire not much short of a fourth larger than the Russian Empire. Roughly proportioned, if you will allow your entire hand to represent the British Empire, you may then cut off the fingers a trifle above the middle joint of the middle finger, and what is left of the hand will represent Russia. The populations ruled by Great Britain and China are about the same, 400 million each. No other power approaches these figures. Even Russia is left far behind. The population of Australasia, 4 million, sinks into nothingness, and is lost from sight in that British Ocean of 400 million. Yet the statistics indicate that it rises again and shows up very conspicuously when its share of the empire's commerce is the matter under consideration. The value of England's annual exports and imports is stated at $3 billion, New South Wales Blue Book, and it is claimed that more than one-tenth of this great aggregate is represented by Australasia's exports to England and imports from England. In addition to this, Australasia does a trade with countries other than England, amounting to $100 million a year, and a domestic intercolonial trade amounting to 150 millions. In round numbers, the 4 million buy and sell about $600 million worth of goods a year. It is claimed that about half of this represents commodities of Australasian production. The products exported annually by India are worth a trifle over $500 million. $1 now, here are some faith-straining figures. Indian production, 300 million population, $500 million. Australasian production, 4 million population, $300 million. That is to say, the product of the individual Indian, annually, for export some whither, is worth $1.75. That of the individual Australasian for export some whither, $75. Or to put it in another way, the Indian family of man and wife and 3 children sends away an annual result worth $8. $75, while the Australasian family sends away $375 worth. There are trustworthy statistics furnished by Sir Richard Temple and others, which show that the individual Indian's whole annual product, both for export and home use, is worth in gold only $7. $50 or $37. $50 for the family aggregate. Ciphered out on a like ratio of multiplication, the Australasian family's aggregate production would be nearly $1,600. Truly, nothing is so astonishing as figures if they once get started. We left Melbourne by rail for Adelaide, the capital of the vast province of South Australia, a 17-hour excursion. On the train, we found several Sydney friends, among them a judge who was going out on circuit and was going to hold court at Broken Hill, where the celebrated silver mine is. It seemed a curious road to take to get to that region. Broken Hill is close to the western border of New South Wales, and Sydney is on the eastern border. A fairly straight line, 700 miles long, drawn westward from Sydney, would strike Broken Hill, just as a somewhat shorter one drawn west from Boston would strike Buffalo. The way the judge was traveling would carry him over 2,000 miles by rail, he said, southwest from Sydney down to Melbourne, then northward up to Adelaide, then a camp back northeastward and over the border into New South Wales once more, to Broken Hill. It was like going from Boston southwest to Richmond, Virginia, then northwest up to Erie, Pennsylvania, then a camp back northeast and over the border, to Buffalo, New York. but the explanation was simple. Years ago, the fabulously rich silver discovery at Broken Hill burst suddenly upon an unexpected world. Its stock started at shillings and went by leaps and bounds to the most fanciful figures. It was one of those cases where the cook puts a month's wages into shares and comes next month and buys your house at your own price and moves into it herself, where the coachman takes a few shares and next month sets up a bank, and where the common sailor invests the price of a spree and the next month buys out the steamship company and goes into business on his own hook. In a word, it was one of those excitements which bring multitudes of people to a common center with a rush and whose needs must be supplied, and at once. Adelaide was close by, Sydney was far away. Adelaide threw a short railway across the border before Sydney had time to arrange for a long one. It was not worthwhile for Sydney to arrange at all. The whole vast trade profit of Broken Hill fell into Adelaide's hands, irrevocably. New South Wales law furnishes for Broken Hill and sends her judges 2,000 miles, mainly through alien countries, to administer it, but Adelaide takes the dividends and makes no moan. We started at 4:20 in the afternoon and moved across level plains until night. In the morning, we had a stretch of scrub country, the kind of thing which is so useful to the Australian novelist. In the scrub, the hostile aboriginal lurks and flits mysteriously about, slipping out from time to surprise and slaughter the settler, then slipping back again and leaving no track that the white man can follow. In the scrub, the novelist's heroine gets lost, search fails of result. She wanders here and there and finally sinks down exhausted and unconscious, and the searchers pass within a yard or two of her, not suspecting that she is near and by some rambler, finds her bones and the pathetic diary which she had scribbled with her failing hand and left behind. Nobody can find a lost heroine in the scrub but the aboriginal tracker, and he will not lend himself to the scheme if it will interfere with the novelist's plot. The scrub stretches miles and miles in all directions, and looks like a level roof of bushtops without a break or a crack in it, as seamless as a blanket to all appearance. One might as well walk under water and hope to guess out a route and stick to it, I should think. Yet it is claimed that the aboriginal tracker was able to hunt out people lost in the scrub, also in the bush, also in the desert, and even follow them over patches of bare rocks and over alluvial ground which had to all appearance been washed clear of footprints. From reading Australian books and talking with the people, I became convinced that the Aboriginal tracker's performances evince a craft, a penetration, a luminous sagacity, and a minuteness and accuracy of observation in the matter of detective work not found in nearly so remarkable a degree in any other people, white or colored. In an official account of the blacks of Australia published by the Government of Victoria, one reads that the Aboriginal not only notices the faint marks left on the bark of a tree by the claws of a climbing opossum, but knows in some way or other whether the marks were made today or yesterday. And there is the case, on record, where A, a settler, makes a bet with B that B may lose a cow as effectually as he can, and A will produce an aboriginal who will find her. B selects a cow and lets the tracker see the cow's footprint, then be put under guard. B then drives the cow a few miles over a course which drifts in all directions and frequently doubles back upon itself. And he selects difficult ground all the time, and once or twice even drives the cow through herds of other cows and mingles her tracks in the wide confusion of theirs. He finally brings his cow home. The aboriginal is set at liberty, and at once moves around in a great circle, examining all cow tracks until he finds the one he is after, then sets off and follows it throughout its erratic course, and ultimately tracks it to the stable where B has hidden the cow. Now, wherein does one cow track differ from another? There must be a difference, or the tracker could not have performed the feat. A difference minute, shadowy, and not detectable by you or me, or by the late Sherlock Holmes, and yet discernible by a member of a race charged by some people with occupying the bottom place in the gradations of human intelligence. Chapter 18. It is easier to stay out than get out. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The train was now exploring a beautiful hill country and went twisting in and out through lovely little green valleys. There were several varieties of gum trees, among them many giants. Some of them were bodied and barked like the sycamore, some were of fantastic aspect, and reminded one of the quaint apple trees in Japanese pictures. And there was one peculiarly beautiful tree whose name and breed I did not know. The foliage seemed to consist of big bunches of pine spines, the lower half of each bunch a rich brown or old gold color, the upper half a most vivid and strenuous and shouting green. The effect was altogether bewitching. The tree was apparently rare. I should say that the first and last samples of it seen by us were not more than half an hour apart. There was another tree of striking aspect, a kind of pine, we were told. Its foliage was as fine as hair, apparently, and its mass sphered itself above the naked straight stem like an explosion of misty smoke. It was not a sociable sort. It did not gather in groups or couples, but each individual stood far away from its nearest neighbor. It scattered itself in this spacious and exclusive fashion about the slopes of swelling grassy great knolls, and stood in the full flood of the wonderful sunshine. And as far as you could see the tree itself, you could also see the ink-black blot of its shadow on the shining green carpet at its feet. On some part of this railway journey, we saw gorse and broom, importations from England, and a gentleman who came into our compartment on a visit tried to tell me which was which. But as he didn't know, he had difficulty. He said he was ashamed of his ignorance, but that he had never been confronted with the question before during the 50 years and more that he had spent in Australia, and so he had never happened to get interested in the matter. But there was no need to be ashamed. The most of us have his defect. We take a natural interest in novelties, but it is against nature to take an interest in familiar things. The gorse and the broom were a fine accent in the landscape. Here and there they burst out in sudden conflagrations of vivid yellow against a background of sober or somber color, with a so startling effect as to make a body catch his breath with the happy surprise of it. And then there was the wattle, a native bush or tree, an inspiring cloud of sumptuous yellow bloom. It is a favorite with the Australians and has a fine fragrance, a quality usually wanting in Australian blossoms. The gentleman who enriched me with the poverty of his information about the gorse and the broom told me that he came out from England a youth of 20 and entered the province of South Australia with 36 shillings in his pocket, an adventurer without trade, profession, or friends, but with a clearly defined purpose in his head. He would stay until he was worth £200, then go back home. He would allow himself 5 years for the accumulation of this fortune. That was more than 50 years ago, said he, and here I am yet. As he went out at the door, he met a friend, and turned and introduced him to me, and the friend and I had a talk and a smoke. I spoke of the previous conversation, and said there was something very pathetic about this half-century of exile, and that I wished the £200 scheme had succeeded. With him, oh, it did. It's not so sad a case. He is modest, and he left out some of the particulars. The lad reached South Australia just in time to help discover the Burra Burra copper mines. They turned out £700,000 in the first 3 years. Up to now, they have yielded £20 million. He has had his share. Before that boy had been in the country 2 years, he could have gone home and bought a village. He could go now and buy a city, I think. No, there is nothing very pathetic about his case. He and his copper arrived at just a handy time to save South Australia. It had got mashed pretty flat under the collapse of a land boom a while before. There it is again, picturesque history, Australia's specialty. In 1829, South Australia hadn't a white man in it. In 1836, the British Parliament erected it, still a solitude, into a province, and gave it a governor and other governmental machinery. Speculators took hold now and inaugurated a vast land scheme, and invited immigration, encouraging it with lurid promises of sudden wealth. It was well worked in London, and bishops, statesmen, and all sorts of people made a rush for the land company's shares. Immigrants soon began to pour into the region of Adelaide and select town lots and farms in the sand and the mangrove swamps by the sea. The crowds continued to come, prices of land rose high, then higher and still higher, everybody was prosperous and happy, the boom swelled into gigantic proportions. A village of sheet iron huts and clapboard sheds sprang up in the sand, and in these wigwams fashion made display. Richly dressed ladies played on costly pianos, London swells in evening dress and patent leather boots were abundant, and this fine society drank champagne, and in other ways conducted itself in this capital of humble sheds, as it had been accustomed to do in the aristocratic quarters of the metropolis of the world. The provincial government put up expensive buildings for its own use, and a palace with gardens for the use of its governor. The governor had a guard and maintained a court. Roads, wharves, and hospitals were built. All this on credit, on paper, on wind, on inflated and fictitious values, on the boom's moonshine, in fact. This went on handsomely during 4 or 5 years. Then all of a sudden came a smash. Bills for a huge amount drawn by the governor upon the treasury were dishonored, the land company's credit went up in smoke. A panic followed, values fell with a rush. The frightened immigrants seized their gripsacks and fled to other lands, leaving behind them a good imitation of a solitude, where lately had been a buzzing and populous hive of men. Adelaide was indeed almost empty, its population had fallen to 3,000. During 2 years or more the death trance continued. prospect of revival there was none, hope of it ceased. Then, as suddenly as the paralysis had come, came the resurrection from it. Those astonishingly rich copper mines were discovered, and the corpse got up and danced. The wool production began to grow. Grain raising followed so vigorously, too, that 4 or 5 years after the copper discovery, this little colony, which had had to import its breadstuffs formerly and pay hard prices for them, once $50 a barrel for flour, had become an exporter of grain. The prosperities continued. After many years' Providence, desiring to show a special regard for New South Wales and exhibit loving interest in its welfare, which should certify to all nations the recognition of that colony's conspicuous righteousness and distinguished well-deserving, conferred upon it that treasury of inconceivable riches, Broken Hill, and South Australia went over the border and took it, giving thanks. Among our passengers was an American with a unique vocation. Unique is a strong word, but I use it justifiably if I did not misconceive what the American told me. For I understood him to say that in the world there was not another man engaged in the business which he was following. He was buying the kangaroo skin crop, buying all of it, both the Australian crop and the Tasmanian, and buying it for an American house in New York. The prices were not high, as there was no competition, but the year's aggregate of skins would cost him £30,000. I had had the idea that the kangaroo was about extinct in Tasmania and well thinned out on the continent. In America, the skins are tanned and made into shoes. After the tanning, the leather takes a new name, which I have forgotten. I only remember that the new name does not indicate that the kangaroo furnishes the leather. There was a German competition for a while, some years ago, but that has ceased. The Germans failed to arrive at the secret of tanning the skins successfully, and they withdrew from the business. Now then, I suppose that I have seen a man whose occupation is really entitled to bear that high epithet, unique. And I suppose that there is not another occupation in the world that is restricted to the hands of a sole person. I can think of no instance of it. There is more than one pope, there is more than one emperor, there is even more than one living God, walking upon the earth and worshipped in all sincerity by large populations of men. I have seen and talked with two of these beings myself in India, and I have the autograph of one of them. It can come good by and by, I reckon, if I attach it to a permit. Approaching Adelaide, we dismounted from the train, as the French say, and were driven in an open carriage over the hills and along their slopes to the city. It was an excursion of an hour or two, and the charm of it could not be overstated, I think. Road wound around gaps and gorges, and offered all varieties of scenery and prospect. Mountains, crags, country homes, gardens, forests, color, color, color everywhere, and the air fine and fresh, the skies blue, and not a shred of cloud to mar the downpour of the brilliant sunshine. And finally the mountain gateway opened, and the immense plain lay spread out below and stretching away into dim distances on every hand, soft and delicate and dainty and beautiful. On its near edge reposed the city. We descended and entered. There was nothing to remind one of the humble capital, of huts and sheds of the long-vanished day of the land boom. No, this was a modern city, with wide streets, compactly built, with fine homes everywhere, embowered in foliage and flowers, and with imposing masses of public buildings, nobly grouped and architecturally beautiful. There was prosperity in the air, for another boom was on. Providence, desiring to show a special regard for the neighboring colony on the west called Western Australia, and exhibit loving interest in its welfare, which should certify to all nations the recognition of that colony's conspicuous righteousness and distinguished well-deserving, had recently conferred upon it that majestic treasury of golden riches, Coolgardie, and now South Australia had gone around the corner and taken it, giving thanks. Everything comes to him who is patient and good and waits. But South Australia deserves much, for apparently she is a hospitable home for every alien who chooses to come, and for his religion, too. She has a population, as per the latest census, of only 320,000 odd, and yet her varieties of religion indicate the presence within her borders of samples of people from pretty nearly every part of the globe you can think of. Tabulated, these varieties of religion make a remarkable show. One would have to go far to find its match. I copy here this cosmopolitan curiosity, and it comes from the published census. Church of England, 89,271. Roman Catholic, 47,179. Wesleyan, 49,159. Lutheran, 23,328. Presbyterian, 18,206. Congregationalist, 11,882. Bible Christian, 15,762. Primitive Methodist, 11,654. Baptist, 17,547. Christian Brethren, 465. Methodist New Connection, 39. Unitarian, 688. Church of Christ, 3,367. Society of Friends, 100. Salvation Army, 4,356. New Jerusalem Church, 168. Jews, 840. Protestants undefined, 5,532. Mohammedans, 299. Confucians, etc., 3,884. Other religions, 1,719. Object, 6,940. Not stated, 8,046. Total, 320,431. The item in the above list, Other Religions, includes the following as returned: agnostics, atheists, believers in Christ, Buddhists, Calvinists, Christadelphians, Christians, Christ's Chapel, Christian Israelites, Christian Socialists, Church of God, Cosmopolitans, Deists, Evangelists, Exclusive Brethren, Free Church, Free Methodists, Freethinkers, Followers of Christ, Gospel Meetings, Greek Church, Infidels, Maronites, Memnonists, Moravians, Mormons, Naturalists, Orthodox, others indefinite. Pagans, pantheists, Plymouth Brethren, rationalists, reformers, secularists, Seventh-day Adventists, Shaker, Shintoists, spiritualists, theosophists, Town City Mission, Welsh Church, Huguenot, Hussite, Zoroastrians, Zwinglian. About 64 roads to the other world. You see how healthy the religious atmosphere is. Anything can live in it. Agnostics, atheists, freethinkers, infidels, Mormons, pagans, indefinites, they are all there. And all the big sects of the world can do more than merely live in it. They can spread, flourish, prosper, all except the spiritualists and the theosophists. That is the most curious feature of this curious table. What is the matter with the specter? Why do they puff him away? He is a welcome toy everywhere else in the world. Chapter 19. Pity is for the living, envy is for the dead. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The successor of the sheet iron hamlet of the mangrove marshes has that other Australian specialty, the botanical gardens. We cannot have these paradises. The best we could do would be to cover a vast acreage under glass and apply steam heat. But it would be inadequate, the lacks would still be so great. The confined sense, the sense of suffocation, the atmospheric dimness, the sweaty heat, these would all be there in place of the Australian openness to the sky, the sunshine and the breeze. Whatever will grow under glass with us will flourish rampantly out of doors in Australia. The greatest heat in Victoria that there is an authoritative record of was at Sandhurst in January 1862. The thermometer then registered degrees in the shade. In January 1880, the heat at Adelaide, South Australia, was 172 degrees in the sun. When the white man came, the continent was nearly as poor, in variety of vegetation, as the desert of Sahara. Now it has everything that grows on the earth. In fact, not Australia only, but all Australasia has levied tribute upon the flora of the rest of the world. And wherever one goes, the results appear, in gardens private and public, in the woodsy walls of the highways, and in even the forests. If you see a curious or beautiful tree or bush or flower, and ask about it, the people answering usually name a foreign country as the place of its origin. India, Africa, Japan, China, England, America, Java, Sumatra, New Guinea, Polynesia, and so on. In the zoological gardens of Adelaide, I saw the only laughing jackass that ever showed any disposition to be courteous to me. This one opened his head wide and laughed like a demon, or like a maniac who was consumed with humorous scorn over a cheap and degraded pun. It was a very human laugh. If he had been out of sight, I could have believed that the laughter came from a man. It is an odd-looking bird, with a head and beak that are much too large for its body. In time, man will exterminate the rest of the wild creatures of Australia, but this one will probably survive, for man is his friend and lets him alone. Man always has a good reason for his charities towards wild things, human or animal when he has any. In this case, the bird is spared because he kills snakes. If LJ will take my advice, he will not kill all of them. In that garden, I also saw the wild Australian dog, the dingo. He was a beautiful creature, shapely, graceful, a little wolfish in some of his aspects, but with a most friendly eye and sociable disposition. The dingo is not an importation. He was present in great force when the whites first came to the continent. It may be that he is the oldest dog in the universe. His origin, his descent, the place where his ancestors first appeared, are as unknown and as untraceable as are the camel. He is the most precious dog in the world, for he does not bark. But in an evil hour he got to raiding the sheepruns to appease his hunger, and that sealed his doom. He is hunted now just as if he were a wolf. He has been sentenced to extermination, and the sentence will be carried out. This is all right and not objectionable. The world was made for man, the white man. South Australia is confusingly named. All of the colonies have a southern exposure except one, Queensland. Properly speaking, South Australia is Middle Australia. It extends straight up through the center of the continent like the middle board in a center table. It is 2,000 miles high, from south to north, and about a third as wide. A wee little spot down in its southeastern corner contains 8 or 9 tenths of its population. The other 1 or 2 tenths are elsewhere as they could be in the United States with all the country between Denver and Chicago, and Canada and the Gulf of Mexico to scatter over. There is plenty of room. A telegraph line stretches straight up north through that 2,000 miles of wilderness and desert from Adelaide to Port Darwin on the edge of the upper ocean. South Australia built the line, and did it in 1871 when her population numbered only 185,000. It was a great work, for there were no roads, no paths. 1,300 miles of the route had been traversed but once before by white men. Provisions, wire, and poles had to be carried over immense stretches of desert. Wells had to be dug along the route to supply the men and cattle with water. A cable had been previously laid from Port Darwin to Java and thence to India, and there was telegraphic communication with England from India. And so, if Adelaide could make connection with Port Darwin, it meant connection with the whole world. The enterprise succeeded. One could watch the London markets daily now. The profit to the wool growers of Australia was instant and enormous. A telegram from Melbourne to San Francisco covers approximately 20,000 miles, the equivalent of 5/6 of the way around the globe. It has to halt along the way a good many times and be repeated. Still, but little time is lost. These halts and the distances between them are here tabulated. From Round the Empire. George R. Parkin, all but the last 2 miles. Melbourne Mount Gambier, 300. Mount Gambier Adelaide, 270. Adelaide Port Augusta, 200. Port Augusta Alice Springs, 1,036. Alice Springs Port Darwin, 898. Port Darwin Banjoangi, 1,150. Banjoangi Batavia, 480. Batavia Singapore, 553. Singapore Penang, 399. Penang Madras, 1,280. Madras Bombay, 650. Bombay Aden, 1,662. Aden Suez, 1,346. Suez Alexandria, 224. Alexandria Malta, 828. Malta Gibraltar, 1,008. Gibraltar Falmouth, 1,061. Falmouth London, 350. London New York, 2,500. New York San Francisco, 3,500. I was in Adelaide again, some months later, and saw the multitudes gather in the neighboring city of Glenelg to commemorate the reading of the proclamation in 1836, which founded the province. If I have at any time called it a colony, I withdraw the discourtesy. It is not a colony, it is a province, and officially so. Moreover, it is the only one so named in Australasia. There was great enthusiasm. It was the province's national holiday, its 4th of July, so to speak. It is the preeminent holiday, and that is saying much in a country where they seem to have a most un-English mania for holidays. Mainly, they are working men's holidays. For in South Australia, the working man is sovereign. His vote is the desire of the politician. Indeed, it is the very breath of the politician's being. The parliament exists to deliver the will of the working man, and the government exists to execute it. The working man is a great power everywhere in Australia, but South Australia is his paradise. He has had a hard time in this world, and has earned a paradise. I am glad he has found it. The holidays there are frequent enough to be bewildering to the stranger. I tried to get the hang of the system, but was not able to do it. You have seen that the province is tolerant, religious-wise. It is so politically also. One of the speakers at the commemoration banquet, the Minister of Public Works, was an American, born and reared in New England. There is nothing narrow about the province, politically, or in any other way that I know of. 64 religions and a Yankee cabinet minister. No amount of horse racing can damn this community. The mean temperature of the province is 62°. The death rate is 13 in the 1,000, about half what it is in the city of New York, I should think, and New York is a healthy city. 13 is the death rate for the average citizen of the province, but there seems to be no death rate for the old people. There were people at the commemoration banquet who could remember Cromwell. There were 6 of them. These old settlers had all been present at the original reading of the proclamation, in 1836. They showed signs of the blightings and blastings of time in their outward aspect, but they were young within, young and cheerful and ready to talk and talk all you wanted in their turn and out of it. They were down for 6 speeches and they made 42. The governor and the cabinet and the mayor were down for 42 speeches and they made 6. They have splendid grit, the old settlers, splendid staying power. But they do not hear well, and when they see the mayor going through motions which they recognize as the introducing of a speaker, they think they are the one, and they all get up together and begin to respond in the most animated way. And the more the mayor gesticulates and shouts, sit down, the more they take it for applause, and the more excited and reminiscent and enthusiastic they get. And next, when they see the whole house laughing and crying, 3 of them think it is about the bitter old-time hardships they are describing, and the other 3 think the laughter is caused by the jokes they have been uncorking, jokes of the vintage of 1836. And then the way they do go on. And finally, when ushers come and plead, and beg, and gently and reverently crowd them down into their seats, they say, "Oh, I'm not tired, I could bang along a week." And they sit there looking simple and childlike and gentle and proud of their oratory, and wholly unconscious of what is going on at the other end of the room. And so one of the great dignitaries gets a chance, and begins his carefully prepared speech, impressively and with solemnity. When we, now great and prosperous and powerful, bow our heads in reverent wonder in the contemplation of those sublimities of energy, of wisdom, of forethought, of up come the immortal 6 again, in a body with a joyous, "Hey, I've thought of another one." And at it they go, with might and main, hearing not a whisper of the pandemonium that salutes them, but taking all the visible violences for applause, as before, and hammering joyously away till the imploring ushers pray them into their seats again. And a pity, too, for those lovely old boys did so enjoy living their heroic youth over, in these days of their honored antiquity. And certainly the things they had to tell were usually worth the telling and the hearing. It was a stirring spectacle, stirring in more ways than one, for it was amazingly funny, and at the same time deeply pathetic. For they had seen so much, these time-worn veterans, and had suffered so much, and had built so strongly and well, and laid the foundations of their commonwealth so deep, in liberty and tolerance, and had lived to see the structure rise to such state and dignity and hear themselves so praised for their honorable work. One of these old gentlemen told me some things of interest afterward, things about the Aboriginals mainly. He thought them intelligent, remarkably so in some directions, and he said that, along with their unpleasant qualities, they had some exceedingly good ones, and he considered it a great pity that the race had died out. He instanced their invention of the boomerang and the weet as evidences of their brightness. And as another evidence of it, he said he had never seen a white man who had cleverness enough to learn to do the miracles with those 2 toys that the Aboriginals achieved. He said that even the smartest whites had been obliged to confess that they could not learn the trick of the boomerang in perfection, that it had possibilities which they could not master. The white man could not control its motions, could not make it obey him, but the Aboriginal could. He told me some wonderful things, some almost incredible things, which he had seen the blacks do with the boomerang and the weet. They have been confirmed to me since by other early settlers and by trustworthy books. It is contended, and may be said to be conceded, that the boomerang was known to certain savage tribes in Europe in Roman times. In support of this, Virgil and 2 other Roman poets are quoted. It is also contended that it was known to the ancient Egyptians. One of 2 things is apparent. Either someone with a boomerang arrived in Australia in the days of antiquity, before European knowledge of the thing had been lost, or the Australian Aboriginal reinvented it. It will take some time to find out which of these 2 propositions is the fact, but there is no hurry. Chapter 20. It is by the goodness of God that in our country we have those 3 unspeakably precious things: freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and the prudence never to practice either of them. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. From Diary. Mr. G called. I had not seen him since Nauheim, Germany, several years ago, the time that the cholera broke out at Hamburg. We talked of the people we had known there or had casually met, and G said, "Do you remember my introducing you to an earl, the Earl of C?" "Yes, that was the last time I saw you. You and he were in a carriage just starting belated for the train, I remember it." I remember it too, because of a thing which happened then which I was not looking for. He had told me a while before about a remarkable and interesting Californian whom he had met and who was a friend of yours, and said that if he should ever meet you, he would ask you for some particulars about that Californian. The subject was not mentioned that day at Nauheim, for we were hurrying away and there was no time, but the thing that surprised me was this. When I introduced you, you said, "I am glad to meet your lordship again." The "again" was the surprise. He is a little hard of hearing and didn't catch that word, and I thought you hadn't intended that he should. As we drove off, I had only time to say, "Why, what do you know about him?" And I understood you to say, "Oh, nothing, except that he is the quickest judge of." Then we were gone, and I didn't get the rest. I wondered what it was that he was such a quick judge of. I have thought of it many times since and still wondered what it could be. He and I talked it over but could not guess it out. He thought it must be foxhounds or horses, for he is a good judge of those. No one is a better. But you couldn't know that because you didn't know him. You had mistaken him for someone else. It must be that, he said, because he knew you had never met him before. And of course you hadn't, had you? Yes, I had. Is that so? Where? At a fox hunt in England. How curious that is. Why, he hadn't the least recollection of it. Had you any conversation with him? Some, yes. Well, it left not the least impression upon him. What did you talk about? About the fox, I think that was all. Why, that would interest him. That ought to have left an impression. What did he talk about? The fox. It's very curious. I don't understand it. Did what he said leave an impression upon you? Yes, it showed me that he was a quick judge of, however, I will tell you all about it, then you will understand. It was a quarter of a century ago, 1873 or 74. I had an American friend in London named F, who was fond of hunting, and his friends, the Blanks, invited him and me to come out to a hunt and be their guests at their country place. In the morning, the mounts were provided, but when I saw the horses, I changed my mind and asked permission to walk. I had never seen an English hunter before, and it seemed to me that I could hunt a fox safer on the ground. I had always been diffident about horses, anyway, even those of the common altitudes, and I did not feel competent to hunt on a horse that went on stilts. So then Mrs. Blank came to my help and said I could go with her in the dog cart and we would drive to a place she knew of, and there we should have a good glimpse of the hunt as it went by. When we got to that place, I got out and went and leaned my elbows on a low stone wall, which enclosed a turfy and beautiful great field with heavy wood on all its sides except ours. Mrs. Blank sat in the dog cart 50 yards away, which was as near as she could get with the vehicle. I was full of interest, for I had never seen a fox hunt. I waited, dreaming and imagining, in the deep stillness and impressive tranquility which reigned in that retired spot. Presently, from away off in the forest on the left, a mellow bugle note came floating. Then all of a sudden a multitude of dogs burst out of that forest and went tearing by and disappeared in the forest on the right. There was a pause, and then a cloud of horsemen in black caps and crimson coats plunged out of the left-hand forest and went flaming across the field like a prairie fire, a stirring sight to see. There was one man ahead of the rest, and he came spurring straight at me. He was fiercely excited. It was fine to see him ride. He was a master horseman. He came like a storm till he was within 7 feet of me, where I was leaning on the wall. Then he stood his horse straight up in the air on his hind toenails and shouted like a demon. "Which way'd the fox go?" I didn't much like the tone, but I did not let on, for he was excited, you know. But I was calm, so I said softly and without acrimony, "Which fox?" It seemed to anger him, I don't know why, and he thundered out, "Which fox? Why the fox? Which way did the fox go?" I said with great gentleness, even argumentatively, "If you could be a little more definite, a little less vague, because I am a stranger, and there are many foxes, as you will know even better than I, and unless I know which one it is that you desire to identify, and you're certainly the damnedest idiot that has escaped in 1,000 years." And he snatched his great horse around as easily as I would snatch a cat, and was away like a hurricane. A very excitable man. I went back to Mrs. Blank, and she was excited too. "Oh, all alive," she said. "He spoke to you, didn't he?" Yes, it is what happened. I knew it, I couldn't hear what he said, but I knew he spoke to you. Do you know who it was? It was Lord C, and he is master of the buckhounds. Tell me, what do you think of him? Him? Well, for sizing up a stranger, he's got the most sudden and accurate judgment of any man I ever saw. It pleased her, I thought it would. G got away from Nauheim just in time to escape being shut in by the quarantine bars on the frontiers, and so did we, for we left the next day. But G had a great deal of trouble in getting by the Italian custom house, and we should have fared likewise but for the thoughtfulness of our consul general in Frankfurt. He introduced me to the Italian consul general, and I brought away from that consulate a letter which made our way smooth. It was a dozen lines merely commending me in a general way to the courtesies of servants in His Italian Majesty's service, but it was more powerful than it looked. In addition to a raft of ordinary baggage, we had 6 or 8 trunks which were filled exclusively with dutiable stuff, household goods purchased in Frankfurt for use in Florence, where we had taken a house. I was going to ship these through by express, but at the last moment, an order went throughout Germany forbidding the moving of any parcels by train unless the owner went with them. This was a bad outlook. We must take these things along, and the delay sure to be caused by the examination of them in the custom house might lose us our train. I imagined all sorts of terrors, and enlarged them steadily as we approached the Italian frontier. We were 6 in number, clogged with all that baggage, and I was courier for the party, the most incapable one they ever employed. We arrived and pressed with the crowd into the immense custom house, and the usual worries began. Everybody crowding to the counter and begging to have his baggage examined first, and all hands clattering and chattering at once. It seemed to me that I could do nothing. It would be better to give it all up and go away and leave the baggage. I couldn't speak the language. I should never accomplish anything. Just then a tall, handsome man in a fine uniform was passing by, and I knew he must be the station master, and that reminded me of my letter. I ran to him and put it into his hands. He took it out of the envelope, and the moment his eye caught the royal coat of arms printed at its top, he took off his cap and made a beautiful bow to me and said in English, "Which is your baggage? Please show it to me." I showed him the mountain. Nobody was disturbing it, nobody was interested in it. All the family's attempts to get attention to it had failed, except in the case of one of the trunks containing the dutiable goods. It was just being opened, my officer said. There, let that alone. Lock it, now chalk it. Chalk all of the lot. Now please come and show me the hand baggage. He plowed through the waiting crowd, I following, to the counter, and he gave orders again, in his emphatic military way. Chalk these, chalk all of them. Then he took off his cap and made that beautiful bow again, and went his way. By this time these attentions had attracted the wonder of that acre of passengers, and the whisper had gone around that the royal family were present getting their baggage chalked. And as we passed down in review on our way to the door, I was conscious of a pervading atmosphere of envy which gave me deep satisfaction. But soon there was an accident. My overcoat pockets were stuffed with German cigars and linen packages of American smoking tobacco, and a porter was following us around with this overcoat on his arm, and gradually getting it upside down. Just as I, in the rear of my family, moved by the sentinels at the door, about 3 hatfuls of the tobacco tumbled out on the floor. One of the soldiers pounced upon it, gathered it up in his arms, pointed back whence I had come, and marched me ahead of him past that long wall of passengers again. He chattering and exulting like a devil, they smiling in peaceful joy, and I trying to look as if my pride was not hurt, and as if I did not mind being brought to shame before these pleased people who had so lately envied me. But at heart I was cruelly humbled. When I had been marched 2/3 of the long distance, and the misery of it was at the worst, the stately station master stepped out from somewhere, and the soldier left me and darted after him and overtook him, and I could see by the soldier's excited gestures that he was betraying to him the whole shabby business. The station master was plainly very angry. He came striding down toward me, and when he was come near he began to pour out a stream of indignant Italian, then suddenly took off his hat and made that beautiful bow and said, "Oh, it is you. I beg a thousand's pardons, this idiot here." He turned to the exulting soldier and burst out with a flood of white-hot Italian lava, and the next moment he was bowing, and the soldier and I were moving in procession again, he in the lead and ashamed, this time I with my chin up. And so we marched by the crowd of fascinated passengers, and I went forth to the train with the honors of war. Tobacco and all. Chapter 21. Man will do many things to get himself loved. He will do all things to get himself envied. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Before I saw Australia, I had never heard of the weet at all. I met but few men who had seen it thrown. At least I met but few who mentioned having seen it thrown. Roughly described, it is a fat wooden cigar with its batend fastened to a flexible twig. The whole thing is only a couple of feet long and weighs less than 2 ounces. This feather, so to call it, is not thrown through the air, but is flung with an underhanded throw and made to strike the ground a little way in front of the thrower. Then it glances and makes a long skip, glances again, skips again, and again, like the flat stone which a boy sends skating over the water. The water is smooth, and the stone has a good chance. So a strong man may make it travel 50 or 75 yards, but the weet has no such good chance, for it strikes sand, grass, and earth in its course. Yet an expert aboriginal has sent it a measured distance of 220 yards. It would have gone even further, but it encountered rank ferns and underwood on its passage, and they damaged its speed. 220 yards, and so weightless a toy? A mouse on the end of a bit of wire, in effect, and not sailing through the accommodating air, but encountering grass and sand and stuff at every jump. It looks wholly impossible. But Mr. Bruce Smythe saw the feat and did the measuring, and set down the facts in his book about Aboriginal life, which he wrote by command of the Victorian government. What is the secret of the feat? No one explains. It cannot be physical strength, for that could not drive such a featherweight any distance. It must be art. But no one explains what the art of it is, nor how it gets around that law of nature which says you shall not throw any 2-ounce thing 220 yards, either through the air or bumping along the ground. Rev. J.G. Wood says, "The distance to which the weet or kangaroo rat can be thrown is truly astonishing. I have seen an Australian stand at one side of Kennington Oval and throw the kangaroo rat completely across it. Width of Kennington Oval not stated. It darts through the air with the sharp and menacing hiss of a rifle ball, its greatest height from the ground being some 7 or 8 feet. When properly thrown, it looks just like a living animal leaping along. Its movements have a wonderful resemblance to the long leaps of a kangaroo rat fleeing in alarm, with its long tail trailing behind it." The old settler said that he had seen distances made by the weet in the early days, which almost convinced him that it was as extraordinary an instrument as the boomerang. There must have been a large distribution of acuteness among those naked, skinny aboriginals, or they couldn't have been such unapproachable trackers and boomerangers and weet-weeters. It must have been race aversion that put upon them a good deal of the low-rate intellectual reputation which they bear and have borne this long time in the world's estimate of them. They were lazy, always lazy. Perhaps that was their trouble. It is a killing defect. Surely they could have invented and built a competent house, but they didn't. And they could have invented and developed the agricultural arts, but they didn't. They went naked and houseless, and lived on fish and grubs and worms and wild fruits, and were just plain savages for all their smartness. With a country as big as the United States to live and multiply in, and with no epidemic diseases among them till the white man came with those and his other appliances of civilization, it is quite probable that there was never a day in his history when he could muster 100,000 of his race in all Australia. He diligently and deliberately kept population down by infanticide, largely, but mainly by certain other methods. He did not need to practice these artificialities any more after the white man came. The white man knew ways of keeping down population which were worth several of his. The white man knew ways of reducing a native population 80%. In 20 years, the native had never seen anything as fine as that before. For example, there is the case of the country now called Victoria, a country 80 times as large as Rhode Island, as I have already said. By the best official guess, there were 4,500 Aboriginals in it when the whites came along in the middle of the 30s. Of these, 1,000 lived in Gippsland, a patch of territory the size of 15 or 16 Rhode Islands. They did not diminish as fast as some of the other communities. Indeed, at the end of 40 years, there were 10 of them left. The Geelong tribe diminished more satisfactorily. Fro persons, it faded to 34 in 20 years. At the end of another 20, the tribe numbered 1 person altogether. The 2 Melbourne tribes could muster almost 300 when the white man came. They could muster but 20, 37 years later, in 1875. In that year, there were still odds and ends of tribes scattered about the colony of Victoria, but I was told that natives of full blood are very scarce now. It is said that the Aboriginals continue in some force in the huge territory called Queensland. The early whites were not used to savages. They could not understand the primary law of savage life, that if a man do you a wrong, his whole tribe is responsible, each individual of it, and you may take your change out of any individual of it without bothering to seek out the guilty one. When a white killed an aboriginal, the tribe applied the ancient law and killed the first white they came across. To the whites, this was a monstrous thing. Extermination seemed to be the proper medicine for such creatures as this. They did not kill all the blacks, but they promptly killed enough of them to make their own persons safe. From the dawn of civilization down to this day, the white man has always used that very precaution. Mrs. Campbell Preed lived in Queensland as a child in the early days, and in her sketches of Australian life, we get informing pictures of the early struggles of the white and the black to reform each other. Speaking of pioneer days in the mighty wilderness of Queensland, Mrs. Preed says, at first the natives retreated before the whites, and, except that they every now and then speared a beast in one of the herds, gave little cause for uneasiness. But as the number of squatters increased, each one taking up miles of country and bringing 2 or 3 men in his train, so that shepherds, huts and stockmen's camps lay far apart, and defenseless in the midst of hostile tribes, the blacks' depredations became more frequent and murder was no unusual event. The loneliness of the Australian bush can hardly be painted in words. Here extends mile after mile of primeval forest, where perhaps foot of white man has never trod. Interminable vistas, where the eucalyptus trees rear their lofty trunks and spread forth their lanky limbs, from which the red gum oozes and hangs in fantastic pendants like crimson stalactites. Ravines along the sides of which the long-bladed grass grows rankly. Level untimbered plains alternating with undulating tracts of pasture, here and there broken by a stony ridge, steep gully, or dried-up creek. All wild, vast, and desolate. All the same monotonous gray coloring, except where the wattle, when in blossom, shows patches of feathery gold, or a belt of scrub lies green, glossy, and impenetrable as Indian jungle. The solitude seems intensified by the strange sounds of reptiles, birds, and insects, and by the absence of larger creatures, of which in the daytime, the only audible signs are the stampede of a herd of kangaroo, or the rustle of a wallaby, or a dingo stirring the grass as it creeps to its lair. But there are the whirring of locusts, the demoniac chuckle of the laughing jackass, the screeching of cockatoos and parrots, the hissing of the frilled lizard, and the buzzing of innumerable insects hidden under the dense undergrowth. And then at night, the melancholy wailing of the curlews, the dismal howling of dingoes, the discordant croaking of tree frogs, might well shake the nerves of the solitary watcher. That is the theater for the drama. When you comprehend one or two other details, you will perceive how well suited for trouble it was, and how loudly it invited it. The cattlemen's stations were scattered over that profound wilderness miles and miles apart, at each station half a dozen persons. There was a plenty of cattle, the black natives were always ill-nourished and hungry. The land belonged to them. The whites had not bought it and couldn't buy it. For the tribes had no chiefs, nobody in authority, nobody competent to sell and convey, and the tribes themselves had no comprehension of the idea of transferable ownership of land. The ousted owners were despised by the white interlopers, and this opinion was not hidden under a bushel. More promising materials for a tragedy could not have been collated. Let Mrs. Preed speak. At Nai Station, one dark night, the unsuspecting hut keeper, having, as he believed, secured himself against assault, was lying wrapped in his blanket sleeping profoundly. The blacks crept stealthily down the chimney and battered in his skull while he slept. One could guess the whole drama from that little text. The curtain was up. It would not fall until the mastership of one party or the other was determined, and permanently. There was treachery on both sides. The blacks killed the whites when they found them defenseless, and the whites slew the blacks in a wholesale and promiscuous fashion, which offended against my childish sense of justice. They were regarded as little above the level of brutes, and in some cases were destroyed like vermin. Here is an instance. A squatter whose station was surrounded by blacks, whom he suspected to be hostile, and from whom he feared an attack, parleyed with them from his house door. He told them it was Christmas time, a time at which all men, black or white, feasted, that there were flour, sugar plums, good things in plenty in the store, and that he would make for them such a pudding as they had never dreamed of, a great pudding of which all might eat and be filled. The blacks listened and were lost. The pudding was made and distributed. Next morning there was howling in the camp, for it had been sweetened with sugar and arsenic. The white man's spirit was right, but his method was wrong. His spirit was the spirit which the civilized white has always exhibited toward the savage, but the use of poison was a departure from custom. True, it was merely a technical departure, not a real one. Still, it was a departure and therefore a mistake in my opinion. It was better, kinder, swifter, and much more humane than a number of the methods which have been sanctified by custom, but that does not justify its employment. That is, it does not wholly justify it. Its unusual nature makes it stand out and attract an amount of attention, which it is not entitled to. It takes hold upon morbid imaginations, and they work it up into a sort of exhibition of cruelty. And this smirches the good name of our civilization, whereas one of the old harsher methods would have had no such effect, because usage has made those methods familiar to us and innocent. In many countries, we have chained the savage and starved him to death. And this we do not care for, because custom has inured us to it. Yet a quick death by poison is loving kindness to it. In many countries, we have burned the savage at the stake, and this we do not care for, because custom has inured us to it. Yet a quick death is loving kindness to it. In more than one country, we have hunted the savage and his little children and their mother with dogs and guns through the woods and swamps for an afternoon's sport, and filled the region with happy laughter over their sprawling and stumbling flight and their wild supplications for mercy. But this method we do not mind, because custom has inured us to it. Yet a quick death by poison is loving kindness to it. In many countries, we have taken the savage's land from him, and made him our slave, and lashed him every day, and broken his pride, and made death his only friend, and overworked him till he dropped in his tracks. And this we do not care for, because custom has inured us to it. Yet a quick death by poison is loving kindness to it. In the Matebleland today, why, there we are confining ourselves to sanctified custom. We Rhodes bait millionaires in South Africa and dukes in London. And nobody cares, because we are used to the old holy customs, and all we ask is that no notice, inviting new ones, shall be intruded upon the attention of our comfortable consciences. Mrs. Preed says of the poisoner, that squatter deserves to have his name handed down to the contempt of posterity. I am sorry to hear her say that. I myself blame him for one thing, and severely, but I stop there. I blame him for the indiscretion of introducing a novelty which was calculated to attract attention to our civilization. There was no occasion to do that. It was his duty, and it is every loyal man's duty to protect that heritage in every way he can, and the best way to do that is to attract attention elsewhere. The squatter's judgment was bad, that is plain, but his heart was right. He is almost the only pioneering representative of civilization in history who has risen above the prejudices of his caste and his heredity and tried to introduce the element of mercy into the superior race's dealings with the savage. His name is lost, and it is a pity, for it deserves to be handed down to posterity with homage and reverence. This paragraph is from a London journal. To learn what France is doing to spread the blessings of civilization in her distant dependencies, we may turn with advantage to New Caledonia. With a view to attracting free settlers to that penal colony, Faylet, the governor, forcibly expropriated the Kanaka cultivators from the best of their plantations, with a derisory compensation, in spite of the protests of the Council General of the island. Such immigrants as could be induced to cross the seas thus found themselves in possession of thousands of coffee, cocoa, banana, and breadfruit trees, the raising of which had cost the wretched natives years of toil, whilst the latter had a few 5-franc pieces to spend in the liquor stores of Noumea. You observe the combination? It is robbery, humiliation, and slow, slow murder, through poverty and the white man's whiskey. The savage's gentle friend, the savage's noble friend, the only magnanimous and unselfish friend the savage has ever had, was not there with the merciful, swift release of his poisoned pudding. There are many humorous things in the world, among them the white man's notion that he is less savage than the other savages. See chapter on Tasmania, post. Chapter 22. Nothing is so ignorant as a man's left hand, except a lady's watch. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. You notice that Mrs. Preed knows her art. She can place a thing before you so that you can see it. She is not alone in that. Australia is fertile in writers whose books are faithful mirrors of the life of the country and of its history. The materials were surprisingly rich, both in quality and in mass, and Marcus Clarke, Ralph Boldrewood, Gordon, Kendall, and the others have built out of them a brilliant and vigorous literature, and one which must endure. Materials, there is no end to them. Why a literature might be made out of the Aboriginal all by himself, his character and ways are so freckled with varieties. Varieties not staled by familiarity, but new to us. You do not need to invent any picturesquenesses. Whatever you want in that line he can furnish you, and they will not be fancies and doubtful, but realities and authentic. In his history, as preserved by the white man's official records, he is everything, everything that a human creature can be. He covers the entire ground. He is a coward, there are 1,000 facts to prove it. He is brave, there are 1,000 facts to prove it. He is treacherous, oh, beyond imagination. He is faithful, loyal, true. The white man's records supply you with a harvest of instances of it that are noble, worshipful, and pathetically beautiful. He kills the starving stranger who comes begging for food and shelter, there is proof of it. He succors and feeds and guides to safety today, the lost stranger who fired on him only yesterday, there is proof of it. He takes his reluctant bride by force, he courts her with a club, then loves her faithfully through a long life, it is of record. He gathers to himself another wife by the same processes, beats and bangs her as a daily diversion, and by lays down his life in defending her from some outside harm. It is of record. He will face 100 hostiles to rescue one of his children, and will kill another of his children because the family is large enough without it. His delicate stomach turns at certain details of the white man's food, but he likes overripe fish and braised dog and cat and rat, and will eat his own uncle with relish. He is a sociable animal, yet he turns aside and hides behind his shield when his mother-in-law goes by. He is childishly afraid of ghosts and other trivialities that menace his soul, but dread of physical pain is a weakness which he is not acquainted with. He knows all the great and many of the little constellations, and has names for them. He has a symbol writing by means of which he can convey messages far and wide among the tribes. He has a correct eye for form and expression, and draws a good picture. He can track a fugitive by delicate traces which the white man's eye cannot discern, and by methods which the finest white intelligence cannot master. He makes a missile which science itself cannot duplicate without the model, if with it, a missile whose secret baffled and defeated the searchings and theorizings of the white mathematicians for 70 years. And by an art all his own, he performs miracles with it which the white man cannot approach untaught, nor parallel after teaching. Within certain limits, this savage's intellect is the alertest and the brightest known to history or tradition, and yet the poor creature was never able to invent a counting system that would reach above 5, nor a vessel that he could boil water in. He is the prized curiosity of all the races. To all intents and purposes, he is dead, in the body, but he has features that will live in literature. Mr. Philip Chauncey, an officer of the Victorian government, contributed to its archives a report of his personal observations of the Aboriginals, which has in it some things which I wish to condense slightly and insert here. He speaks of the quickness of their eyes and the accuracy of their judgment of the direction of approaching missiles as being quite extraordinary, and of the answering suppleness and accuracy of limb and muscle in avoiding the missile as being extraordinary also. He has seen an Aboriginal stand as a target for cricket balls thrown with great force 10 or 15 yards by professional bowlers, and successfully dodge them or parry them with his shield during about half an hour. One of those balls, properly placed, could have killed him. Yet he depended, with the utmost self-possession, on the quickness of his eye and his agility. The shield was the customary war shield of his race, and would not be a protection to you or to me. It is no broader than a stovepipe, and is about as long as a man's arm. The opposing surface is not flat, but slopes away from the center line like a boat's bow. The difficulty about a cricket ball that has been thrown with a scientific twist is that it suddenly changes its course when it is close to its target and comes straight for the mark when apparently it was going overhead or to one side. I should not be able to protect myself from such balls for half an hour or less. Mr. Chauncey once saw a little native man throw a cricket by yards. This is said to beat the English professional record by 13 yards. We have all seen the circus man bound into the air from a springboard and make a somersault over 8 horses standing side by side. Mr. Chauncey saw an Aboriginal do it over 11 and was assured that he had sometimes done it over 14. But what is that to this? I saw the same man leap from the ground, and in going over he dipped his head, unaided by his hands, into a hat placed in an inverted position on the top of the head of another man sitting upright on horseback, both man and horse being of the average size. The native landed on the other side of the horse with the hat fairly on his head. The prodigious height of the leap, and the precision with which it was taken, so as to enable him to dip his head into the hat, exceeded any feat of the kind I have ever beheld. I should think so. On board a ship lately, I saw a young Oxford athlete run 4 steps and spring into the air and squirm his hips by a side twist over a bar that was 5½ feet high. But he could not have stood still and cleared a bar that was 4 feet high. I know this because I tried it myself. One can see now where the kangaroo learned its art. Sir George Grey and Mr. Eyre testify that the natives dug wells 14 or 15 feet deep and 2 feet in diameter at the bore, dug them in the sand. Wells that were quite circular, carried straight down, and the work beautifully executed. Their tools were their hands and feet. How did they throw sand out from such a depth? How could they stoop down and get it with only 2 feet of space to stoop in? How did they keep that sandpipe from caving in on them? I do not know. Still, they did manage those seeming impossibilities. Swallowed the sand, maybe. Mr. Chauncey speaks highly of the patience and skill and alert intelligence of the native huntsman when he is stalking the emu, the kangaroo, and other game. As he walks through the bush, his step is light, elastic, and noiseless. Every track on the earth catches his keen eye. A leaf or fragment of a stick turned, or a blade of grass recently bent by the tread of one of the lower animals, instantly arrests his attention. In fact, nothing escapes his quick and powerful sight on the ground, in the trees, or in the distance, which may supply him with a meal or warn him of danger. A little examination of the trunk of a tree, which may be nearly covered with the scratches of opossums ascending and descending, is sufficient to inform him whether one went up the night before without coming down again or not. Fenimore Cooper lost his chance. He would have known how to value these people. He wouldn't have traded the dullest of them for the brightest mohawk he ever invented. All savages draw outline pictures upon bark, but the resemblances are not close, and expression is usually lacking. But the Australian Aboriginals' pictures of animals were nicely accurate in form, attitude, carriage, and he put spirit into them and expression. And his pictures of white people and natives were pretty nearly as good as his pictures of the other animals. He dressed his whites in the fashion of their day, both the ladies and the gentlemen. As an untaught wielder of the pencil, it is not likely that he has his equal among savage people. His place in art, as to drawing, not color work, is well up, all things considered. His art is not to be classified with savage art at all, but on a plane 2 degrees above it and 1 degree above the lowest plane of civilized art. To be exact, his place in art is between Botticelli and Du Maurier. That is to say, he could not draw as well as Du Maurier, but better than Botticelli. In feeling, he resembles both, also in grouping and in his preferences in the matter of subjects. His corroboree of the Australian wilds reappears in Du Maurier's Belgravian ballrooms, with clothes and the smirk of civilization added. Botticelli's Spring is the corroboree further idealized, but with fewer clothes and more smirk. And well enough as to intention, but my word. The Aboriginal can make a fire by friction. I have tried that. All savages are able to stand a good deal of physical pain. The Australian Aboriginal has this quality in a well-developed degree. Do not read the following instances if horrors are not pleasant to you. They were recorded by the Rev. Henry N. Wollaston, of Melbourne, who had been a surgeon before he became a clergyman. And he proceeded on the journey the next day, as if nothing had happened, and walked 30 miles. It was a strange idea to keep a surgeon and then do his own surgery. But number 3 is my favorite. Whenever I read it, I seemed to enjoy all that the patient enjoyed, whatever it was. But he was a fastidious native. He soon discarded the wooden leg made for him by the doctor, because it had no feeling in it. It must have had as much as the one he burnt off, I should think. So much for the Aboriginals. It is difficult for me to let them alone. They are marvelously interesting creatures. For a quarter of a century now, the several colonial governments have housed their remnants in comfortable stations, and fed them well and taken good care of them in every way. If I had found this out while I was in Australia, I could have seen some of those people. But I didn't. I would walk 30 miles to see a stuffed one. Australia has a slang of its own. This is a matter of course. The vast cattle and sheep industries, the strange aspects of the country, and the strange native animals, brute and human, are matters which would naturally breed a local slang. I have notes of this slang somewhere, but at the moment I can call to mind only a few of the words and phrases. They are expressive ones. The wide, sterile, unpeopled deserts have created eloquent phrases like no man's land and the never never country. Also this felicitous form, she lives in the never never country, that is, she is an old maid. And this one is not without merit. Heifer paddock, young ladies' seminary. Bail up and stick up, equivalent of our highwayman term to hold up a stagecoach or a train. New chum is the equivalent of our tenderfoot, new arrival. And then there is the immortal my word. We must import it. 1000 y word. In cold print it is the equivalent of our jurarit Caesar. But spoken with the proper Australian unction and fervency, it is worth 6 of it for grace and charm and expressiveness. Our form is rude and explosive. It is not suited to the drawing room or the heifer paddock, but 1000 y word. And is music to the ear, too, when the utterer knows how to say it. I saw it in print several times on the Pacific Ocean, but it struck me coldly, it aroused no sympathy. That was because it was the dead corpse of the thing, the soul was not there. The tones were lacking, the informing spirit, the deep feeling, the eloquence. But the first time I heard an Australian say it, it was positively thrilling. Chapter 23. Be careless in your dress if you must, but keep a tidy soul. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We left Adelaide in due course and went to Horsham in the colony of Victoria. A good deal of a journey, if I remember rightly, but pleasant. Horsham sits in a plain which is as level as a floor. One of those famous dead levels which Australian books describe so often. Grey, bare, somber, melancholy, baked, cracked in the tedious long droughts, but a horizonless ocean of vivid green grass the day after a rain. A country town, peaceful, reposeful, inviting, full of snug homes, with garden plots and plenty of shrubbery and flowers. Horsham, October 17. At the hotel, the weather divine. Across the way, in front of the London Bank of Australia, is a very handsome cottonwood. It is in opulent leaf and every leaf perfect. The full power of the onrushing spring is upon it, and I imagine I can see it grow. Alongside the bank and a little way back in the garden, there is a row of soaring fountain sprays of delicate feathery foliage quivering in the breeze, and mottled with flashes of light that shift and play through the mass like flashlights through an opal. A most beautiful tree, and a striking contrast to the cottonwood. Every leaf of the cottonwood is distinctly defined. It is a kodak for faithful, hard, unsentimental detail. The other an impressionist picture, delicious to look upon, full of a subtle and exquisite charm, but all details fused in a swoon of vague and soft loveliness. It turned out upon inquiry to be a pepper tree, an importation from China. It has a silky sheen, soft and rich. I saw some that had long red bunches of currant-like berries ambushed among the foliage. At a distance, in certain lights, they give the tree a pinkish tint and a new charm. There is an agricultural college 8 miles from Horsham. We were driven out to it by its chief. The conveyance was an open wagon, the time, noonday, no wind, the sky without a cloud, the sunshine brilliant, and the mercury at 92°, in the shade. In some countries, an indolent, unsheltered drive of an hour and a half, under such conditions, would have been a sweltering and prostrating experience. But there was nothing of that in this case. It is a climate that is perfect. There was no sense of heat. Indeed, there was no heat. The air was fine and pure and exhilarating. If the drive had lasted half a day, I think we should not have felt any discomfort or grown silent or droopy or tired. Of course, the secret of it was the exceeding dryness of the atmosphere. In that plain 112°. In the shade is without doubt no harder upon a man than is 88 or 90°. In New York. The road lay through the middle of an empty space which seemed to me to be 100 yards wide between the fences. I was not given the width in yards, but only in chains and perches, and furlongs, I think. I would have given a good deal to know what the width was, but I did not pursue the matter. I think it is best to put up with information the way you get it, and seem satisfied with it, and surprised at it, and grateful for it, and say, "My word," and never let on. It was a wide space. I could tell you how wide, in chains and perches and furlongs and things, but that would not help you any. Those things sound well, but they are shadowy and indefinite, like troy weight and avoirdupois. Nobody knows what they mean. When you buy a pound of a drug and the man asks you which you want, troy or avoirdupois, it is best to say yes and shift the subject. They said that the wide space dates from the earliest sheep and cattle raising days. People had to drive their stock long distances, immense journeys, from worn-out places to new ones where were water and fresh pasturage. And this wide space had to be left in grass and unfenced, or the stock would have starved to death in the transit. On the way we saw the usual birds, the beautiful little green parrots, the magpie and some others, and also the slender native bird of modest plumage and the eternally forgettable name, the bird that is the smartest among birds, and can give a parrot 30 to 1 in the game, and then talk him to death. I cannot recall that bird's name. I think it begins with M. I wish it began with G or something that a person can remember. The magpie was out in great force, in the fields and on the fences. He is a handsome, large creature, with snowy white decorations, and is a singer. He has a murmurous, rich note that is lovely. He was once modest, even diffident, but he lost all that when he found out that he was Australia's sole musical bird. He has talent and cuteness and impudence, and in his tame state he is a most satisfactory pet, never coming when he is called, always coming when he isn't, and studying disobedience as an accomplishment. He is not confined, but loafs all over the house and grounds like the laughing jackass. I think he learns to talk, I know he learns to sing tunes, and his friends say that he knows how to steal without learning. I was acquainted with a tame magpie in Melbourne. He had lived in a lady's house several years and believed he owned it. The lady had tamed him, and in return he had tamed the lady. He was always on deck when not wanted, always having his own way, always tyrannizing over the dog, and always making the cat's life a slow sorrow and a martyrdom. He knew a number of tunes and could sing them in perfect time and tune, and would do it, too, at any time that silence was wanted, and then encore himself and do it again. But if he was asked to sing, he would go out and take a walk. It was long believed that fruit trees would not grow in that baked and waterless plain around Horsham, but the agricultural college has dissipated that idea. Its ample nurseries were producing oranges, apricots, lemons, almonds, peaches, cherries, 48 varieties of apples, in fact, all manner of fruits and in abundance. The trees did not seem to miss the water. They were in vigorous and flourishing condition. Experiments are made with different soils to see what things thrive best in them and what climates are best for them. A man who is ignorantly trying to produce upon his farm things not suited to its soil and its other conditions can make a journey to the college from anywhere in Australia and go back with a change of scheme which will make his farm productive and profitable. There were 40 pupils there, a few of them farmers, relearning their trade, the rest young men mainly from the city's novices. It seemed a strange thing that an agricultural college should have an attraction for city-bred youths, but such is the fact. They are good stuff, too. They are above the agricultural average of intelligence, and they come without any inherited prejudices in favor of hoary ignorances made sacred by long descent. The students work all day in the fields, the nurseries, and the shearing sheds, learning and doing all the practical work of the business, 3 days in a week. On the other 3, they study and hear lectures. They are taught the beginnings of such sciences as bear upon agriculture, like chemistry, for instance. We saw the sophomore class in sheep shearing shear a dozen sheep. They did it by hand, not with the machine. The sheep was seized and flung down on his side and held there, and the students took off his coat with great celerity and adroitness. Sometimes they clipped off a sample of the sheep, but that is customary with shearers, and they don't mind it. They don't even mind it as much as the sheep. They dab a splotch of sheep dip on the place and go right ahead. The coat of wool was unbelievably thick. Before the shearing, the sheep looked like the fat woman in the circus. After it, he looked like a bench. He was clipped to the skin, and smoothly and uniformly. The fleece comes from him all in one piece and has the spread of a blanket. The college was flying the Australian flag. The gridiron of England smuggled up in the northwest corner of a big red field that had the random stars of the Southern Cross wandering around over it. From Horsham we went to Stawell. By rail, still in the colony of Victoria, Stawell is in the gold mining country. In the bank safe was half a peck of surface gold, gold dust, grain gold, rich, pure in fact, and pleasant to sift through one's fingers, and would be pleasanter if it would stick. And there were a couple of gold bricks, very heavy to handle and worth $7,500 apiece. They were from a very valuable quartz mine. A lady owns 2/3 of it. She has an income of $75,000 a month from it and is able to keep house. Stawell region is not productive of gold only. It has great vineyards and produces exceptionally fine wines. One of these vineyards, the Great Western, owned by Mr. Irving, is regarded as a model. Its product has reputation abroad. It yields a choice champagne and a fine claret, and its hock took a prize in France 2 or 3 years ago. The champagne is kept in a maze of passages underground, cut in the rock, to secure it an even temperature during the 3-year term required to perfect it. In those vaults I saw 120,000 bottles of champagne. The colony of Victoria has a population of 1 million, and those people are said to drink 25 million bottles of champagne per year. The driest community on the earth. The government has lately reduced the duty upon foreign wines. That is one of the unkindnesses of protection. A man invests years of work and a vast sum of money in a worthy enterprise, upon the faith of existing laws. Then the law is changed, and the man is robbed by his own government. On the way back to Stawell, we had a chance to see a group of boulders called the Three Sisters, a curiosity oddly located, for it was upon high ground, with the land sloping away from it, and no height above it from whence the boulders could have rolled down. Relics of an early ice drift, perhaps. They are noble boulders. One of them has the size and smoothness and plump sphericity of a balloon of the biggest pattern. The road led through a forest of great gum trees, lean and scraggy and sorrowful. The road was cream white, a clayey kind of earth, apparently. Along it twirled occasional freight wagons, drawn by long double files of oxen. Those wagons were going a journey of 200 miles, I was told, and were running a successful opposition to the railway. The railways are owned and run by the government. Those sad gums stood up out of the dry white clay, pictures of patience and resignation. It is a tree that can get along without water. Still, it is fond of it, ravenously so. It is a very intelligent tree and will detect the presence of hidden water at a distance of 50 feet and send out slender, long root fibers to prospect it. They will find it and will also get at it even through a cement wall 6 inches thick. Once a cement water pipe underground at Stall began to gradually reduce its output and finally ceased altogether to deliver water. Upon examining into the matter, it was found stopped up, wadded compactly with a mass of root fibers, delicate and hair-like. How this stuff had gotten into the pipe was a puzzle for some little time. Finally, it was found that it had crept in through a crack that was almost invisible to the eye. A gum tree 40 feet away had tapped the pipe and was drinking the water. Chapter 24. There is no such thing as the Queen's English. The property has gone into the hands of a joint stock company, and we own the bulk of the shares. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Frequently in Australia, one has cloud effects of an unfamiliar sort. We had this kind of scenery, finely staged, all the way to Ballarat. Consequently, we saw more sky than country on that journey. At one time, a great stretch of the vault was densely flecked with wee rag-edged flakes of painfully white cloud stuff, all of one shape and size, and equidistant apart, with narrow cracks of adorable blue showing between. The whole was suggestive of a hurricane of snowflakes drifting across the skies. By and by these flakes fused themselves together in interminable lines, with shady faint hollows between the lines, the long satin-surfaced rollers following each other in simulated movement, and enchantingly counterfeiting the majestic march of a flowing sea. Later, the sea solidified itself, then gradually broke up its mass into innumerable lofty white pillars of about one size, and ranged these across the firmament, in receding and fading perspective, in the similitude of a stupendous colonnade. A mirage, without a doubt, flung from the far gates of the hereafter. The approaches to Ballarat were beautiful. The features, great green expanses of rolling pastureland, bisected by icon-tenting hedges of commingled new gold and old gold gorse, and a lovely lake. One must put in the pause there to fetch the reader up with a slight jolt and keep him from gliding by without noticing the lake. One must notice it, for a lovely lake is not as common a thing along the railways of Australia as are the dry places. 92 in the shade again, but balmy and comfortable, fresh and bracing. A perfect climate. 45 years ago, the site now occupied by the city of Ballarat was a sylvan solitude as quiet as Eden and as lovely. Nobody had ever heard of it. On the 25th of August, 1851, the first great gold strike made in Australia was made here. The wandering prospectors who made it scraped up 2.5 pounds of gold the first day worth $600. A few days later, the place was a hive, a town. The news of the strike spread everywhere in a sort of instantaneous way, spread like a flash to the very ends of the earth. A celebrity so prompt and so universal has hardly been paralleled in history, perhaps. It was as if the name Ballarat had suddenly been written on the sky, where all the world could read it at once. The smaller discoveries made in the colony of New South Wales 3 months before had already started emigrants toward Australia. They had been coming as a stream, but they came as a flood now. 100,000 people poured into Melbourne from England and other countries in a single month and flocked away to the mines. The crews of the ships that brought them flocked with them. The clerks in the government offices followed. So did the cooks, the maids, the coachmen, the butlers, and the other domestic servants. So did the carpenters, the smiths, the plumbers, the painters, the reporters, the editors, the lawyers, the clients, the barkeepers, the bummers, the blacklegs, the thieves, the loose women, the grocers, the butchers, the bakers, the doctors, the druggists, the nurses. So did the police. Even officials of high and hitherto envied place threw up their positions and joined the procession. This roaring avalanche swept out of Melbourne and left it desolate, Sunday-like, paralyzed, everything at a standstill, the ships lying idle at anchor, all signs of life departed, all sounds stilled save the rasping of the cloud shadows as they scraped across the vacant streets. That grassy and leafy paradise at Ballarat was soon ripped open, and lacerated and scarified and gutted, in the feverish search for its hidden riches. There is nothing like surface mining to snatch the graces and beauties and benignities out of a paradise and make an odious and repulsive spectacle of it. What fortunes were made, immigrants got rich while the ship unloaded and reloaded and went back home for good in the same cabin they had come out in? Not all of them, only some. I saw the others in Ballarat myself 45 years later, what were left of them by time and death and the disposition to rove. They were young and gay then, they are patriarchal and grave now, and they do not get excited anymore. They talk of the past, they live in it. Their life is a dream, a retrospection. Ballarat was a great region for nuggets. No such nuggets were found in California as Ballarat produced. In fact, the Ballarat region has yielded the largest ones known to history. Two of them weighed about 180 pounds each, and together were worth $90,000. They were offered to any poor person who would shoulder them and carry them away. Gold was so plentiful that it made people liberal like that. Ballarat was a swarming city of tents in the early days. Everybody was happy for a time and apparently prosperous. Then came trouble. The government swooped down with a mining tax. And in its worst form, too, for it was not a tax upon what the miner had taken out, but upon what he was going to take out if he could find it. It was a license tax, licensed to work his claim, and it had to be paid before he could begin digging. Consider the situation. No business is so uncertain as surface mining. Your claim may be good and it may be worthless. It may make you well off in a month. And then again, you may have to dig and slave for half a year, at heavy expense, only to find out at last that the gold is not there in cost-paying quantity, and that your time and your hard work have been thrown away. It might be wise policy to advance the miner a monthly sum to encourage him to develop the country's riches, but to tax him monthly in advance instead. Why, such a thing was never dreamed of in America. There, neither the claim itself nor its products, howsoever rich or poor, were taxed. The Ballarat miners protested, petitioned, complained. It was of no use. The government held its ground and went on collecting the tax. And not by pleasant methods, but by ways which must have been very galling to free people. The rumblings of a coming storm began to be audible. By and by there was a result, and I think it may be called the finest thing in Australasian history. It was a revolution, small in size but great politically. It was a strike for liberty, a struggle for a principle, a stand against injustice and oppression. It was the Barons and John over again. It was Hampton and Ship Money. It was Concord and Lexington. Small beginnings, all of them, but all of them great in political results, all of them epic-making. It is another instance of a victory won by a lost battle. It adds an honorable page to history. The people know it and are proud of it. They keep green the memory of the men who fell at the Eureka Stockade, and Peter Lalor has his monument. The surface soil of Ballarat was full of gold. This soil the miners ripped and tore and trenched and harried and disemboweled, and made it yield up its immense treasure. Then they went down into the earth with deep shafts, seeking the gravelly beds of ancient rivers and brooks, and found them. They followed the courses of these streams and gutted them, sending the gravel up in buckets to the upper world, and washing out of it its enormous deposits of gold. The next biggest of the two monster nuggets mentioned above came from an old river chan feet underground. Finally, the quartz lodes were attacked. That is not poor man's mining. Quartz mining and milling require capital and staying power and patience. Big companies were formed, and for several decades now, the lodes have been successfully worked and have yielded great wealth. Since the gold discovery in 1853, the Ballarat mines, taking the three kinds of mining together, have contributed to the world's pocket something over $300 million, which is to say that this nearly invisible little spot on the Earth's surface has yielded about one-fourth as much gold in 44 years as all California has yielded in 47. The Californian aggregate, fro to 1895, inclusive, as reported by the statistician of the United States Mint, is $1,265,217,217. A citizen told me a curious thing about those mines. With all my experience of mining, I had never heard of anything of the sort before. The main gold reef runs about north and south, of course, for that is the custom of a rich gold reef. At Ballarat its course is between walls of slate. Now the citizen told me that throughout a stretch of 12 miles along the reef is crossed at intervals by a straight black streak of a carbonaceous nature, a streak in the slate, a streak no thicker than a pencil, and that wherever it crosses the reef you will certainly find gold at the junction. It is called the indicator. 30 feet on each side of the indicator, and down in the slate, of course, is a still finer streak, a streak as fine as a pencil mark, and indeed that is its name, pencil mark. Whenever you find the pencil mark, you know that 30 feet from it is the indicator. You measure the distance, excavate, find the indicator, trace it straight to the reef, and sink your shaft. Your fortune is made for certain. If that is true, it is curious. And it is curious anyway. Ballarat is a town of only 40,000 population, and yet, since it is in Australia, it has every essential of an advanced and enlightened big city. This is pure matter, of course. I must stop dwelling upon these things. It is hard to keep from dwelling upon them, though, for it is difficult to get away from the surprise of it. I will let the other details go this time, but I must allow myself to mention that this little town has a park of 326 acres, a flower garden of 83 acres, with an elaborate and expensive fernery in it and some costly and unusually fine statuary, and an artificial lake covering 600 acres, equipped with a fleet of 200 shells, small sailboats, and little steam yachts. At this point, I strike out some other praiseful things which I was tempted to add. I do not strike them out because they were not true or not well said, but because I find them better said by another man, and a man more competent to testify, too, because he belongs on the ground and knows. I clipped them from a chatty speech delivered some years ago by Mr. William Little, who was at that time mayor of Ballarat. The language of our citizens, in this as in other parts of Australasia, is mostly healthy Anglo-Saxon, free from Americanisms, vulgarisms, and the conflicting dialects of our fatherland, and is pure enough to suit a Trench or a Latham. Our youth, aided by climatic influence, are in point of physique and comeliness unsurpassed in the sunny south. Our young men are well ordered, and our maidens, not stepping over the bounds of modesty, are as fair as Psyche is, dispensing smiles as charming as November flowers. The closing clause has the seeming of a rather frosty compliment, but that is apparent only, not real. November is summertime there. His compliment to the local purity of the language is warranted. It is quite free from impurities. This is acknowledged far and wide. As in the German Empire, all cultivated people claim to speak Hanoverian German, so in Australasia, all cultivated people claim to speak Ballarat English. Even in England, this cult has made considerable progress. And now that it is favored by the two great universities, the time is not far away when Ballarat English will come into general use among the educated classes of Great Britain at large. Its great merit is that it is shorter than ordinary English. That is, it is more compressed. At first you have some difficulty in understanding it when it is spoken as rapidly as the orator whom I have quoted speaks it. An illustration will show what I mean. When he called and I handed him a chair, he bowed and said, "Q." Presently, when we were lighting our cigars, he held a match to mine and I said, "Thank you," and he said, "KM." Then I saw, Q is the end of the phrase, "I thank you," KM is the end of the phrase, "You are welcome." Mr. Little puts no emphasis upon either of them, but delivers them so reduced that they hardly have a sound. All Ballarat English is like that, and the effect is very soft and pleasant. It takes all the hardness and harshness out of our tongue, and gives to it a delicate whispery and vanishing cadence, which charms the ear like the faint rustling of the forest leaves. Chapter 25. Classic, a book which people praise and don't read. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. On the rail again, bound for Bendigo, from Diary. October 23. Got up at 6, left at 7:30, soon reached Castlemaine, one of the rich goldfields of the early days, waited several hours for a train, left at 3:40 and reached Bendigo in an hour. For comrade, a Catholic priest who was better than I was but didn't seem to know it, a man full of graces of the heart, the mind, and the spirit, a lovable man. He will rise. He will be a bishop some day, later an archbishop, later a cardinal, finally an archangel, I hope. And then he will recall me when I say, "Do you remember that trip we made from Ballarat to Bendigo when you were nothing but Father C, and I was nothing to what I am now? It has actually taken 9 hours to come from Ballarat to Bendigo. We could have saved 7 by walking, however, there was no hurry." Bendigo was another of the rich strikes of the early days. It does a great quartz mining business. Now, that business which, more than any other that I know of, teaches patience and requires grit and a steady nerve. The town is full of towering chimney stacks and hoisting works and looks like a petroleum city. Speaking of patience, for example, one of the local companies went steadily on with its deep borings and searchings without show of gold or a penny of reward for 11 years, then struck it and became suddenly rich. The 11 years' work had cost $55,000, and the first gold found was a grain the size of a pin's head. It is kept under locks and bars as a precious thing, and is reverently shown to the visitor, hats off. When I saw it, I had not heard its history. "It is gold, examine it, take the glass. Now how much should you say it is worth?" I said, "I should say about 2 cents, or in your English dialect 4 farthings. "Well, it cost £11,000. "Oh, come." Yes, it did. Ballarat and Bendigo have produced the 3 monumental nuggets of the world, and this one is the monumentalist one of the 3. The other two represent 9,000 pounds apiece, this one a couple of thousand more. It is small and not much to look at, but it is entitled to its name atom. It is the atom nugget of this mine, and its children run up into the millions. Speaking of patience again, another of the mines was worked, under heavy expenses, during 17 years before pay was struck, and still another one compelled a wait of 21 years before pay was struck. Then, in both instances, the outlay was all back in a year or two, with compound interest. Bendigo has turned out even more gold than Ballarat. The two together have produced $650 million worth, which is half as much as California produced. It was through Mr. Blank, not to go into particulars about his name, it was mainly through Mr. Blank that my stay in Bendigo was made memorably pleasant and interesting. He explained this to me himself. He told me that it was through his influence that the city government invited me to the town hall to hear complimentary speeches and respond to them. That it was through his influence that I had been taken on a long pleasure drive through the city and shown its notable features. That it was through his influence that I was invited to visit the great mines. That it was through his influence that I was taken to the hospital and allowed to see the convalescent Chinaman who had been attacked at midnight in his lonely hut 8 weeks before by robbers, and stabbed 46 times and scalped besides. That it was through his influence that, when I arrived, this awful spectacle of piecings and patchings and bandagings was sitting up in his cot, letting on to read one of my books. That it was through his influence that efforts had been made to get the Catholic Archbishop of Bendigo to invite me to dinner. That it was through his influence that efforts had been made to get the Anglican Bishop of Bendigo to ask me to supper. That it was through his influence that the dean of the editorial fraternity had driven me through the woodsy outlying country and shown me, from the summit of Lone Tree Hill, the mightiest and loveliest expanse of forest-clad mountain and valley that I had seen in all Australia. And when he asked me what had most impressed me in Bendigo, and I answered, and said it was the taste and the public spirit which had adorned the streets with 105 miles of shade trees, he said that it was through his influence that it had been done. But I am not representing him quite correctly. He did not say it was through his influence that all these things had happened, for that would have been coarse. He merely conveyed that idea, conveyed it so subtly that I only caught it fleetingly, as one catches vagrant faint breaths of perfume when one traverses the meadows in summer, conveyed it without offense and without any suggestion of egoism or ostentation, but conveyed it nevertheless. He was an Irishman, an educated gentleman, grave and kindly and courteous, a bachelor, and about 45 or possibly 50 years old, apparently. He called upon me at the hotel, and it was there that we had this talk. He made me like him and did it without trouble. This was partly through his winning and gentle ways, but mainly through the amazing familiarity with my books which his conversation showed. He was down to date with them, too, and if he had made them the study of his life, he could hardly have been better posted as to their contents than he was. He made me better satisfied with myself than I had ever been before. It was plain that he had a deep fondness for humor, yet he never laughed, he never even chuckled. In fact, humor could not win to outward expression on his face at all. No, he was always grave, tenderly, pensively grave, but he made me laugh all along, and this was very trying and very pleasant at the same time, for it was at quotations from my own books. When he was going, he turned and said, "You don't remember me." Why no, have we met before? No, it was a matter of correspondence. Correspondence? Yes, many years ago, 12 or 15. Oh, longer than that, but of course you. A musing pause, then he said, "Do you remember Corrigan Castle?" And no, I believe I don't. I don't seem to recall the name. He waited a moment, pondering, with the doorknob in his hand, then started out, but turned back and said that I had once been interested in Corrigan Castle, and asked me if I would go with him to his quarters in the evening and take a hot scotch and talk it over. I was a teetotaler and liked relaxation, so I said I would. We drove from the lecture hall together about 10:30. He had a most comfortably and tastefully furnished parlor, with good pictures on the walls, Indian and Japanese ornaments on the mantel, and here and there and books everywhere, largely mine, which made me proud. The light was brilliant, the easy chairs were deep cushioned, the arrangements for brewing and smoking were all there. We brewed and lit up. Then he passed a sheet of note paper to me and said, "Do you remember that?" Oh, yes, indeed. The paper was of a sumptuous quality. At the top was a twisted and interlaced monogram printed from steel dies in gold and blue and red, in the ornate English fashion of long years ago, and under it, in neat Gothic capitals, was this, printed in blue: The Mark Twain Club, Corrigan Castle, 187. My, said I, how did you come by this? I was president of it. No, you don't mean it. It is true, I was its first president. I was re-elected annually as long as its meetings were held in my castle, Corrigan, which was 5 years. Then he showed me an album with 23 photographs of me in it. 5 of them were of old dates, the others of various later crops. The list closed with a picture taken by Falk in Sydney a month before. You sent us the first 5, the rest were bought. This was paradise. We ran late and talked. Subject, the Mark Twain Club of Corrigan Castle, Ireland. My first knowledge of that club dates away back, all of 20 years, I should say. It came to me in the form of a courteous letter, written on the note paper which I have described, and signed, by order of the President, C. Pembroke, Secretary. It conveyed the fact that the club had been created in my honor, and added the hope that this token of appreciation of my work would meet with my approval. I answered, with thanks, and did what I could to keep my gratification from overexposure. It was then that the long correspondence began. A letter came back, by order of the President, furnishing me the names of the members 32 in number. With it came a copy of the Constitution and bylaws, in pamphlet form, and artistically printed. The initiation fee and dues were in their proper place. Also, schedule of meetings, monthly, for essays upon works of mine, followed by discussions, quarterly for business, and a supper without essays but with after-supper speeches. Also, there was a list of the officers: President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, etc. The letter was brief, but it was pleasant reading, for it told me about the strong interest which the membership took in their new venture, etc., etc. It also asked me for a photograph, a special one. I went down and sat for it and sent it with a letter, of course. Presently came the badge of the club, and very dainty and pretty it was, and very artistic. It was a frog peeping out from a graceful tangle of grass sprays and rushes, and was done in enamels on a gold basis, and had a gold pin back of it. After I had petted it and played with it and caressed it, and enjoyed it a couple of hours, the light happened to fall upon it at a new angle, and revealed to me a cunning new detail. With the light just right, certain delicate shadings of the grass blades and rush stems wove themselves into a monogram. Mine. You can see that that jewel was a work of art. And when you come to consider the intrinsic value of it, you must concede that it is not every literary club that could afford a badge like that. It was easily worth $75, in the opinion of Messrs. Marcus and Ward of New York. They said they could not duplicate it for that and make a profit. By this time, the club was well underway, and from that time forth, its secretary kept my off hours well supplied with business. He reported the club's discussions of my books with laborious fullness, and did his work with great spirit and ability. As a rule, he synopsized, but when a speech was especially brilliant, he shorthanded it and gave me the best passages from it, written out. There were 5 speakers whom he particularly favored in that way: Palmer, Forbes, Naylor, Norris, and Calder. Palmer and Forbes could never get through a speech without attacking each other, and each in his own way was formidably effective. Palmer in virile and eloquent abuse, Forbes in courtly and elegant but scalding satire. I could always tell which of them was talking without looking for his name. Naylor had a polished style and a happy knack at felicitous metaphor. Norris's style was wholly without ornament, but enviably compact, lucid, and strong. But after all, Calder was the gem. He never spoke when sober, he spoke continuously when he was. And certainly they were the drunkest speeches that a man ever uttered. They were full of good things, but so incredibly mixed up and wandering that it made one's head swim to follow him. They were not intended to be funny, but they were funny for the very gravity which the speaker put into his flowing miracles of incongruity. In the course of 5 years, I came to know the styles of the 5 orators, as well as I knew the style of any speaker in my own club at home. These reports came every month. They were written on foolscap, 600 words to the page, and usually about 25 pages in a report, a goo, 0 words, I should say, a solid week's work. The reports were absorbingly entertaining, long as they were, but unfortunately for me, they did not come alone. They were always accompanied by a lot of questions about passages and purposes in my books, which the club wanted answered, and additionally accompanied every quarter by the treasurer's report, and the auditor's report, and the committee's report, and the president's review, and my opinion of these was always desired. Also suggestions for the good of the club, if any occurred to me. By and by, I came to dread those things, and this dread grew and grew and grew until I got to anticipating them with a cold horror. For I was an indolent man and not fond of letter writing, and whenever these things came, I had to put everything by and sit down, for my own peace of mind, and dig until I got something out of my head which would answer for a reply. I got along fairly well the first year, but for the succeeding 4 years, the Mark Twain Club of Corrigan Castle was my curse, my nightmare, the grief and misery of my life. And I got so sick of sitting for photographs. I sat every year for 5 years, trying to satisfy that insatiable organization. Then at last I rose in revolt. I could endure my oppressions no longer. I pulled my fortitude together and tore off my chains, and was a free man again and happy. From that day I burned the secretary's fat envelopes the moment they arrived, and by they ceased to come. Well, in the sociable frankness of that night in Bendigo, I brought this all out in full confession. Then Mr. Blank came out in the same frank way, and with a preliminary word of gentle apology, said that he was the Mark Twain Club, and the only member it had ever had. Why, it was matter for anger, but I didn't feel any. He said he never had to work for a living, and that by the time he was 30, life had become a bore and a weariness to him. He had no interests left, they had paled and perished, one by one, and left him desolate. He had begun to think of suicide. Then all of a sudden he thought of that happy idea of starting an imaginary club, and went straightway to work at it, with enthusiasm and love. He was charmed with it, it gave him something to do. It elaborated itself on his hands. It became 20 times more complex and formidable than was his first rude draft of it. Every new addition to his original plan which cropped up in his mind gave him a fresh interest and a new pleasure. He designed the club badge himself and worked over it, altering and improving it, a number of days and nights, then sent to London and had it made. It was the only one that was made. It was made for me, the rest of the club went without. He invented the 32 members and their names. He invented the 5 favorite speakers and their 5 separate styles. He invented their speeches and reported them himself. He would have kept that club going until now, if I hadn't deserted, he said. He said he worked like a slave over those reports. Each of them cost him from a week to a fortnight's work, and the work gave him pleasure and kept him alive and willing to be alive. It was a bitter blow to him when the club died. Finally, there wasn't any Corrigan Castle. He had invented that too. It was wonderful, the whole thing, and altogether the most ingenious and laborious and cheerful and painstaking practical joke I have ever heard of. And I liked to hear him tell about it, yet I have been a hater of practical jokes from as long back as I can remember. Finally, he said, "Do you remember a note from Melbourne 14 or 15 years ago, telling about your lecture tour in Australia, and your death and burial in Melbourne? A note from Henry Bascombe, of Bascombe Hall, Upper Holywell, Hants." "Yes, I wrote it. 1,000 Y word. Yes, I did it. I don't know why. I just took the notion and carried it out without stopping to think. It was wrong. It could have done harm. I was always sorry about it afterward. You must forgive me. I was Mr. Bascombe's guest on his yacht on his voyage around the world. He often spoke of you and of the pleasant times you had had together in his home, and the notion took me, there in Melbourne, and I imitated his hand and wrote the letter. So the mystery was cleared up, after so many years. Chapter 26. There are people who can do all fine and heroic things but one, keep from telling their happinesses to the unhappy. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. After visits to Maryborough and some other Australian towns, we presently took passage for New Zealand. If it would not look too much like showing off, I would tell the reader where New Zealand is, for he is as I was, he thinks he knows. And he thinks he knows where Herzegovina is, and how to pronounce pariah, and how to use the word unique without exposing himself to the derision of the dictionary. But in truth, he knows none of these things. There are but 4 or 5 people in the world who possess this knowledge, and these make their living out of it. They travel from place to place, visiting literary assemblages, geographical societies, and seats of learning, and springing sudden bets that these people do not know these things. Since all people think they know them, they are an easy prey to these adventurers. Or rather, they were an easy prey until the law interfered, 3 months ago, and a New York court decided that this kind of gambling is illegal, because it traverses Article Roman 4, Section 9, of the Constitution of the United States, which forbids betting on a sure thing. This decision was rendered by the full bench of the New York Supreme Court, after a test sprung upon the court by counsel for the prosecution, which showed that none of the 9 judges was able to answer any of the 4 questions. All people think that New Zealand is close to Australia or Asia, or somewhere, and that you cross to it on a bridge. But that is not so. It is not close to anything but lies by itself, out in the water. It is nearest to Australia but still not near. The gap between is very wide. It will be a surprise to the reader, as it was to me, to learn that the distance from Australia to New Zealand is really 12 or 1300 miles, and that there is no bridge. I learned this from Professor X of Yale University, whom I met in the steamer on the Great Lakes when I was crossing the continent to sail across the Pacific. I asked him about New Zealand in order to make conversation. I supposed he would generalize a little without compromising himself, and then turn the subject to something he was acquainted with, and my object would then be attained. The ice would be broken, and we could go smoothly on and get acquainted and have a pleasant time. But to my surprise, he was not only not embarrassed by my question, but seemed to welcome it and to take a distinct interest in it. He began to talk, fluently, confidently, comfortably. And as he talked, my admiration grew and grew. For as the subject developed under his hands, I saw that he not only knew where New Zealand was, but that he was minutely familiar with every detail of its history, politics, religions, and commerce, its fauna, flora, geology, products, and climatic peculiarities. When he was done, I was lost in wonder and admiration, and said to myself, he knows everything. In the domain of human knowledge, he is king. I wanted to see him do more miracles, and so, just for the pleasure of hearing him answer, I asked him about Herzegovina and Paria and Unique. But he began to generalize then and show distress. I saw that with New Zealand gone, he was a Samson shorn of his locks, he was as other men. This was a curious and interesting mystery, and I was frank with him and asked him to explain it. He tried to avoid it at first, but then laughed and said that after all, the matter was not worth concealment, so he would let me into the secret. In substance, this is his story. Last autumn I was at work one morning at home, when a card came up, the card of a stranger. Under the name was printed a line which showed that this visitor was Professor of Theological Engineering in Wellington University, New Zealand. I was troubled, by the shortness of the notice. College etiquette required that he be at once invited to dinner by some member of the faculty, invited to dine on that day, not put off till a subsequent day. I did not quite know what to do. College etiquette requires, in the case of a foreign guest, that the dinner talk shall begin with complimentary references to his country, its great men, its services to civilization, its seats of learning, and things like that. And of course the host is responsible and must either begin this talk himself or see that it is done by someone else. I was in great difficulty, and the more I searched my memory, the more my trouble grew. I found that I knew nothing about New Zealand. I thought I knew where it was, and that was all. I had an impression that it was close to Australia, or Asia, or somewhere, and that one went over to it on a bridge. This might turn out to be incorrect, and even if correct, it would not furnish matter enough for the purpose at the dinner, and I should expose my college to shame before my guest. He would see that I, a member of the faculty of the first university in America, was wholly ignorant of his country, and he would go away and tell this and laugh at it. The thought of it made my face burn. I sent for my wife and told her how I was situated, and asked for her help, and she thought of a thing which I might have thought of myself, if I had not been excited and worried. She said she would go and tell the visitor that I was out but would be in a few minutes, and she would talk, and keep him busy while I got out the back way and hurried over and make Professor Lawson give the dinner. For Lawson knew everything, and could meet the guest in a creditable way, and save the reputation of the university. I ran to Lawson but was disappointed. He did not know anything about New Zealand. He said that as far as his recollection when it was close to Australia, or Asia, or somewhere, and you go over to it on a bridge, but that was all he knew. It was too bad. Lawson was a perfect encyclopedia of abstruse learning, but now in this hour of our need, it turned out that he did not know any useful thing. We consulted. He saw that the reputation of the university was in very real peril, and he walked the floor in anxiety, talking, and trying to think out some way to meet the difficulty. Presently he decided that we must try the rest of the faculty. Some of them might know about New Zealand. So we went to the telephone and called up the professor of astronomy and asked him, and he said that all he knew was that it was close to Australia, or Asia, or somewhere, and you went over to it on. We shut him off and called up the professor of biology, and he said that all he knew was that it was close to O's. We shut him off and sat down, worried and disheartened, to see if we could think up some other scheme. We shortly hit upon one which promised well, and this one we adopted, and set its machinery going at once. It was this. Lawson must give the dinner. The faculty must be notified by telephone to prepare. We must all get to work diligently, and at the end of 8 hours and a half, we must come to dinner acquainted with New Zealand, at least well enough informed to appear without discredit before this native. To seem properly intelligent, we should have to know about New Zealand's population, and politics and form of government and commerce and taxes and products, and ancient history and modern history and varieties of religion and nature of the laws and their codification and amount of revenue, and whence drawn and methods of collection and percentage of loss and character of climate and, well, a lot of things like that. We must suck the maps encyclopedias dry. And while we post it up in this way, the faculty's wives must flock over, one after the other in a studiedly casual way, and help my wife keep the New Zealander quiet and not let him get out and come interfering with our studies. The scheme worked admirably, but it stopped business, stopped it entirely. It is in the official logbook of Yale, to be read and wondered at by future generations. The account of the great blank day, the memorable blank day, the day wherein the wheels of culture were stopped, a Sunday silence prevailed all about, and the whole university stood still while the faculty read up and qualified itself to sit at meat, without shame, in the presence of the professor of theological engineering from New Zealand. When we assembled at the dinner, we were miserably tired and worn, but we were posted. Yes, it is fair to claim that. In fact, erudition is a pale name for it. New Zealand was the only subject, and it was just beautiful to hear us ripple it out. And with such an air of unembarrassed ease and unostentatious familiarity with detail, and trained and seasoned mastery of the subject. And oh, the grace and fluency of it. Well, finally somebody happened to notice that the guest was looking dazed and wasn't saying anything. So they stirred him up, of course. Then that man came out with a good, honest, eloquent compliment that made the faculty blush. He said he was not worthy to sit in the company of men like these, that he had been silent from admiration, that he had been silent from another cause also, silent from shame, silent from ignorance. For, said he, I, who have lived 18 years in New Zealand and have served 5 in a professorship, and ought to know much about that country, perceive now that I know almost nothing about it. I say it with shame, that I have learned 50 times, yes, 100 times more about New Zealand in these 2 hours at this table than I ever knew before in all the 18 years put together. I was silent because I could not help myself. What I knew about taxes, and policies, and laws, and revenue, and products, and history, and all that multitude of things, was but general and ordinary and vague unscientific, in a word. And it would have been insanity to expose it here to the searching glare of your amazingly accurate and all-comprehensive knowledge of those matters, gentlemen. I beg you to let me sit silent, as becomes me. But do not change the subject. I can at least follow you in this one. Whereas if you change to one which shall call out the full strength of your mighty erudition, I shall be as one lost. If you know all this about a remote little inconsequent patch like New Zealand, ah, what wouldn't you know about any other subject? Chapter 27. Man is the only animal that blushes, or needs to. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The universal brotherhood of man is our most precious possession, what there is of it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. From Diary. November 1 noon. A fine day, a brilliant sun, warm in the sun, cold in the shade, an icy breeze blowing out of the south. A solemn long swell rolling up northward. It comes from the South Pole, with nothing in the way to obstruct its march and tone its energy down. I have read somewhere that an acute observer among the early explorers, Cook or Tasman, accepted this majestic swell as trustworthy circumstantial evidence that no important land lay to the southward, and so did not waste time on a useless quest in that direction, but changed his course and went searching elsewhere. Afternoon, passing between Tasmania, formerly Van Diemen's Land, and neighboring islands, islands whence the poor exiled Tasmanian savages used to gaze at their lost homeland and cry, and die of broken hearts. How glad I am that all these native races are dead and gone, or nearly so. The work was mercifully swift and horrible in some portions of Australia. As far as Tasmania is concerned, the extermination was complete, not a native is left. It was a strife of years and decades of years. The whites and the blacks hunted each other, ambushed each other, butchered each other. The blacks were not numerous, but they were wary, alert, cunning, and they knew their country well. They lasted a long time, few as they were, and inflicted much slaughter upon the whites. The government wanted to save the blacks from ultimate extermination, if possible. One of its schemes was to capture them and coop them up, on a neighboring island, under guard. Bodies of whites volunteered for the hunt, for the pay was good, £5 for each black captured and delivered, but the success achieved was not very satisfactory. The black was naked, and his body was greased. It was hard to get a grip on him that would hold. The whites moved about in armed bodies and surprised little families of natives and did make captures, but it was suspected that in these surprises, half a dozen natives were killed to one caught, and that was not what the government desired. Another scheme was to drive the natives into a corner of the island and fence them in by a cordon of men placed in line across the country. But the natives managed to slip through, constantly, and continue their murders and arsons. The governor warned these unlettered savages by printed proclamation that they must stay in the desolate region officially appointed for them. The proclamation was a dead letter. The savages could not read it. Afterward, a picture proclamation was issued. It was painted up on boards, and these were nailed to trees in the forest. Herewith is a photographic reproduction of this fashion plate. Substantially, it means. Upon its several schemes, the government spent £30,000 and employed the labors and ingenuities of several thousand whites for a long time with failure as a result. Then, at last, a quarter of a century after the beginning of the troubles between the two races, the right man was found. No, he found himself. This was George Augustus Robinson, called in history the Conciliator. He was not educated and not conspicuous in any way. He was a working bricklayer in Hobart Town, but he must have been an amazing personality, a man worth traveling far to see. It may be his counterpart appears in history, but I do not know where to look for it. He set himself this incredible task: to go out into the wilderness, the jungle, and the mountain retreats where the hunted and implacable savages were hidden, and appear among them unarmed, speak the language of love and of kindness to them, and persuade them to forsake their homes and the wild free life that was so dear to them, and go with him and surrender to the hated whites and live under their watch and ward, and upon their charity the rest of their lives. On its face it was the dream of a madman. In the beginning, his moral suasion project was sarcastically dubbed the sugar plum speculation. If the scheme was striking and new to the world's experience, the situation was not less so. It was this. The white population number 0 in 1831, the black population numbered 300, not 300 warriors but 300 men, women, and children. The whites were armed with guns, the blacks with clubs and spears. The whites had fought the blacks for a quarter of a century and had tried every thinkable way to capture, kill, or subdue them, and could not do it. If white men of any race could have done it, these would have accomplished it. But every scheme had failed. The splen, the matchless 300, were unconquered and manifestly unconquerable. They would not yield, they would listen to no terms, they would fight to the bitter end. Yet they had no poet to keep up their heart and sing the marvel of their magnificent patriotism. At the end of 25 years of hard fighting, the surviving 300 naked patriots were still defiant, still persistent, still efficacious with their rude weapons, and the governor and the 40,000 knew not which way to turn, nor what to do. Then the bricklayer, that wonderful man, proposed to go out into the wilderness, with no weapon but his tongue, and no protection but his honest eye and his humane heart, and track those embittered savages to their lairs in the gloomy forests and among the mountain snows. Naturally, he was considered a crank, but he was not quite that. In fact, he was a good way short of that. He was building upon his long and intimate knowledge of the native character. The deriders of his project were right, from their standpoint, for they believed the natives to be mere wild beasts, and Robinson was right from his standpoint, for he believed the natives to be human beings. The truth did really lie between the two. The event proved that Robinson's judgment was soundest, but about once a month for 4 years, the event came near to giving the verdict to the deriders, for about that frequently Robinson barely escaped falling under the native spears. But history shows that he had a thinking head and was not a mere wild sentimentalist. For instance, he wanted the war parties called in before he started unarmed upon his mission of peace. He wanted the best chance of success, not a half chance, and he was very willing to have help, and so, high rewards were advertised for any who would go unarmed with him. This opportunity was declined. Robinson persuaded some tamed natives of both sexes to go with him, a strong evidence of his persuasive powers, for those natives well knew that their destruction would be almost certain. As it turned out, they had to face death over and over again. Robinson and his little party had a difficult undertaking upon their hands. They could not ride off horseback comfortably into the woods and call Leonidas and his 300 together for a talk and a treaty the following day. For the wild men were not in a body. They were scattered, immense distances apart, over regions so desolate that even the birds could not make a living with the chances offered. Scattered in groups of 20, a dozen, half a dozen, even in groups of 3. And the mission must go on foot. Mr. Bonwick furnishes a description of those horrible regions, whereby it will be seen that even fugitive gangs of the hardiest and choicest human devils the world has seen, the convicts set apart to people the hell of Macquarie Harbor Station, were never able, but once, to survive the horrors of a march through them, but starving and struggling, and fainting and failing, ate each other and died. Onward, still onward, was the order of the indomitable Robinson. No one ignorant of the western country of Tasmania can form a correct idea of the traveling difficulties. While I was resident in Hobart Town, the governor, Sir John Franklin, and his lady undertook the western journey to Macquarie Harbor and suffered terribly. One man who assisted to carry her ladyship through the swamps gave me his bitter experience of its miseries. Several were disabled for life. No wonder that but one party, escaping from Macquarie Harbor convict settlement, arrived at the civilized region in safety. Men perished in the scrub, were lost in snow, or were devoured by their companions. This was the territory traversed by Mr. Robinson and his black guides. All honor to his intrepidity and their wonderful fidelity. When they had, in the depth of winter, to cross deep and rapid rivers, pass among mountains 6,000 feet high, pierce dangerous thickets, and find food in a country forsaken even by birds, we can realize their hardships. After a frightful journey by Cradle Mountain and over the lofty plateau of Middlesex Plains, the travelers experienced unwanted misery, and the circumstances called forth the best qualities of the noble little band. Mr. Robinson wrote afterwards to Mr. Secretary Burnet some details of this passage of horrors. In that letter of Oct. 2, 1834, he states that his natives were very reluctant to go over the dreadful mountain passes, that for 7 successive days we continued traveling over one solid body of snow, that the snows were of incredible depth, that the natives were frequently up to their middle in snow. But still the ill-clad, ill-fed, diseased, and way-worn men and women were sustained by the cheerful voice of their unconquerable friend, and responded most nobly to his call. Mr. Bonwick says that Robinson's friendly capture of the Big River tribe, remember, it was a whole tribe, was by far the grandest feature of the war and the crowning glory of his efforts. The word war was not well chosen and is misleading. There was war still, but only the blacks were conducting it. The whites were holding off until Robinson could give his scheme a fair trial. I think that we are to understand that the friendly capture of that tribe was by far the most important thing, the highest in value, that happened during the whole 30 years of truceless hostilities, that it was a decisive thing, a peaceful Waterloo, the surrender of the native Napoleon and his dreaded forces, the happy ending of the long strife. For that tribe was the terror of the colony, its chief, the Black Douglas of bush households. Robinson knew that these formidable people were lurking somewhere, in some remote corner of the hideous regions just described, and he and his unarmed little party started on a tedious and perilous hunt for them. At last, there, under the shadows of the Frenchman's Cap, whose grim cone rose 5,000 feet in the uninhabited westward interior, they were found. It was a serious moment. Robinson himself believed for once that his mission, successful until now, was to end here in failure, and that his own death hour had struck. The redoubtable chief stood in menacing attitude, with his 18-foot spear poised. His warriors stood massed at his back, armed for battle, their faces eloquent with their long-cherished loathing for white men. They rattled their spears and shouted their war cry. Their women were back of them, laden with supplies of weapons, and keeping their 150 eager dogs quiet until the chief should give the signal to fall on. "I think we shall soon be in the resurrection," whispered a member of Robinson's little party. "I think we shall," answered Robinson, then plucked up heart and began his persuasions, in the tribe's own dialect, which surprised and pleased the chief. Presently there was an interruption by the chief. "Who are you?" "We are gentlemen." "Where are your guns?" "We have none." The warrior was astonished. "Where your little guns, pistols?" "We have none." A few minutes passed in by-play, suspense, discussion among the tribesmen. Robinson's tamed squaws ventured to cross the line and begin persuasions upon the wild squaws. Then the chief stepped back to confer with the old women, the real arbiters of savage war. Mr. Bonwick continues. As the fallen gladiator in the arena looks for the signal of life or death from the president of the amphitheater, so waited our friends in anxious suspense while the conference continued. In a few minutes before a word was uttered, the women of the tribe threw up their arms 3 times. This was the inviolable sign of peace. Down fell the spears. Forward, with a heavy sigh of relief and upward glance of gratitude, came the friends of peace. The impulsive natives rushed forth with tears and cries, as each saw in the other's ranks a loved one of the past. It was a jubilee of joy. A festival followed, and while tears flowed at the recital of woe, a corroboree of pleasant laughter closed the eventful day. In 4 years, without the spilling of a drop of blood, Robinson brought them all in, willing captives, and delivered them to the white governor, and ended the war which powder and bullets, and thousands of men to use them, had prosecuted without result since 1804. Marcius charming the wild beasts with his music. That is fable, but the miracle wrought by Robinson is fact. It is history and authentic, and surely there is nothing greater, nothing more reverence compelling in the history of any country, ancient or modern. And in memory of the greatest man Australasia ever developed or ever will develop, there is a stately monument to George Augustus Robinson, the conciliator in? No, it is to another man, I forget his name. However, Robertson's own generation honored him, and in manifesting it honored themselves. The government gave him a money reward and 1,000 acres of land, and the people held mass meetings and praised him and emphasized their praise with a large subscription of money. A good dramatic situation, but the curtain fell on another. When this desperate tribe was thus captured, there was much surprise to find that the 30,000 pounds of a little earlier day had been spent, and the whole population of the colony placed under arms, in contention with an opposing force of 16 men with wooden spears. Yet such was the fact. The celebrated Big River tribe that had been raised by European fears to a host consisted of 16 men, 9 women, and 1 child. With a knowledge of the mischief done by these few, their wonderful marches, and their widespread aggressions, their enemies cannot deny to them the attributes of courage and military tact. A Wallace might harass a large army with a small and determined band, but the contending parties were at least equal in arms and civilization. The Zulus who fought us in Africa, the Maoris in New Zealand, the Arabs in the Soudan, were far better provided with weapons, more advanced in the science of war, and considerably more numerous than the naked Tasmanians. Governor Arthur rightly termed them a noble race. These were indeed wonderful people, the natives. They ought not to have been wasted. They should have been crossed with the whites. It would have improved the whites and done the natives no harm. But the natives were wasted, poor heroic wild creatures. They were gathered together in little settlements on neighboring islands and paternally cared for by the government, and instructed in religion and deprived of tobacco, because the superintendent of the Sunday school was not a smoker, and so considered smoking immoral. The natives were not used to clothes, and houses, and regular hours, and church, and school, and Sunday school, and work, and the other misplaced persecutions of civilization, and they pined for their lost home and their wild free life. Too late they repented that they had traded that heaven for this hell. They sat homesick on their alien crags, and day by day gazed out through their tears over the sea with unappeasable longing toward the hazy bulk which was the specter of what had been their paradise. One by one their hearts broke and they died. In a very few years nothing but a scant remnant remained alive. A handful lingered along into age. In 1864 the last man died, in 1876 the last woman died, and the Spartans of Australasia were extinct. The whites always mean well when they take human fish out of the ocean and try to make them dry and warm and happy and comfortable in a chicken coop. But the kindest-hearted white man can always be depended on to prove himself inadequate when he deals with savages. He cannot turn the situation around and imagine how he would like it to have a well-meaning savage transfer him from his house, and his church, and his clothes, and his books, and his choice food to a hideous wilderness of sand and rocks and snow, and ice and sleet and storm and blistering sun, with no shelter, no bed, no covering for his and his family's naked bodies, and nothing to eat but snakes and grubs and offal. This would be a hell to him, and if he had any wisdom, he would know that his own civilization is a hell to the savage. But he hasn't any, and has never had any. And for lack of it, he shut up those poor natives in the unimaginable perdition of his civilization, committing his crime with the very best intentions, and saw those poor creatures waste away under his tortures, and gazed at it, vaguely troubled and sorrowful, and wondered what could be the matter with them. One is almost betrayed into respecting those criminals. They were so sincerely kind and tender and humane and well-meaning. They didn't know why those exiled savages faded away, and they did their honest best to reason it out. And one man, in a like case in New South Wales, did reason it out and arrive at a solution. It is from the wrath of God, which is revealed from heaven against cold ungodliness and unrighteousness of men. That settles it. Chapter 28. Let us be thankful for the fools, but for them the rest of us could not succeed. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The aphorism does really seem true. Given the circumstances, the man will appear. But the man mustn't appear ahead of time, or it will spoil everything. In Robinson's case, the moment had been approaching for a quarter of a century, and meantime the future conciliator was tranquilly laying bricks in Hobart. When all other means had failed, the moment had arrived, and the bricklayer put down his trowel and came forward. Earlier he would have been jeered back to his trowel again. It reminds me of a tale that was told me by a Kentuckian on the train when we were crossing Montana. He said the tale was current in Louisville years ago. He thought it had been in print but could not remember. At any rate, in substance it was this, as nearly as I can call it back to mind. A few years before the outbreak of the Civil War, it began to appear that Memphis, Tennessee, was going to be a great tobacco entrepot. The wise could see the signs of it. At that time, Memphis had a wharf boat, of course. There was a paved, sloping wharf for the accommodation of freight, but the steamers landed on the outside of the wharf boat, and all loading and unloading was done across it, between steamer and shore. A number of wharf boat clerks were needed, and part of the time, every day, they were very busy, and part of the time tediously idle. They were boiling over with youth and spirits, and they had to make the intervals of idleness endurable in some way. And as a rule, they did it by contriving practical jokes and playing them upon each other. The favorite butt for the jokes was Ed Jackson, because he played none himself and was easy game for other people's, for he always believed whatever was told him. One day he told the others his scheme for his holiday. He was not going fishing or hunting this time. No, he had thought out a better plan. Out of his $40 a month he had saved enough for his purpose, in an economical way, and he was going to have a look at New York. It was a great and surprising idea. It meant travel, immense travel. In those days it meant seeing the world. It was the equivalent of a voyage around it in hours. At first the other youths thought his mind was affected, but when they found that he was in earnest, the next thing to be thought of was what sort of opportunity this venture might afford for a practical joke. The young men studied over the matter, then held a secret consultation and made a plan. The idea was that one of the conspirators should offer Ed a letter of introduction to Commodore Vanderbilt and trick him into delivering it. It would be easy to do this, but what would Ed do when he got back to Memphis? That was a serious matter. He was good-hearted and had always taken the jokes patiently, but they had been jokes which did not humiliate him, did not bring him to shame, whereas this would be a cruel one in that way, and to play it was to meddle with fire. For with all his good nature, Ed was a Southerner, and the English of that was that when he came back he would kill as many of the conspirators as he could before falling himself. However, the chances must be taken. It wouldn't do to waste such a joke as that. So the letter was prepared with great care and elaboration. It was signed Alfred Fairchild, and was written in an easy and friendly spirit. It stated that the bearer was the bosom friend of the writer's son, and was of good parts and sterling character, and it begged the Commodore to be kind to the young stranger for the writer's sake. It went on to say, "You may have forgotten me, in this long stretch of time, but you will easily call me back out of your boyhood memories when I remind you of how we robbed old Stevenson's orchard that night, and how, while he was chasing down the road after us, we cut across the field and doubled back and sold his own apples to his own cook for a hatful of doughnuts. And the time that we," and so forth and so on, bringing in names of imaginary comrades and detailing all sorts of wild and absurd and, of course, wholly imaginary schoolboy pranks and adventures, but putting them into lively and telling shape. With all gravity, Ed was asked if he would like to have a letter to Commodore Vanderbilt, the great millionaire. It was expected that the question would astonish Ed, and it did. "What, do you know that extraordinary man?" "No, but my father does. They were schoolboys together. And if you like, I'll write and ask father. I know he'll be glad to give it to you for my sake." Ed could not find words capable of expressing his gratitude and delight. The 3 days passed, and the letter was put into his bands. He started on his trip, still pouring out his thanks while he shook good by all around. And when he was out of sight, his comrades let fly their laughter in a storm of happy satisfaction, and then quieted down, and were less happy, less satisfied. For the old doubts as to the wisdom of this deception began to intrude again. Arrived in New York, Ed found his way to Commodore Vanderbilt's business quarters, and was ushered into a large anteroom, where a score of people were patiently awaiting their turn for a 2-minute interview with the millionaire in his private office. A servant asked for Ed's card and got the letter instead. Ed was sent for a moment later and found Mr. Vanderbilt alone, with the letter open in his hand. "Pray sit down, Mr. Jackson." "Ah, sit down, Mr. Jackson. By the opening sentences, it seems to be a letter from an old friend. Allow me, I will run my eye through it." He says, "Why, who is it?" He turned the sheet and found the signature. "Alfred Fairchild." Fairchild, I don't recall the name, but that is nothing. 1,000 names have gone from me. He says HMHMO, dear, but it's good. Oh, it's rare. I don't quite remember it, but I seem to it'll all come back to me presently. He says, Mo, but that was a game? Oh, SB did. How it carries me back. It's all dim, of course, it's a long time ago. And the names, some of the names are wavery and indistinct. But I know it happened, I can feel it. And Lord, how it warms my heart and brings back my lost youth. Well, 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 I've got to come back into this workaday world now. Business presses and people are waiting. I'll keep the rest for bed tonight and live my youth over again. And you'll thank Fairchild for me when you see him. I used to call him Alf, I think, and you'll give him my gratitude for what this letter has done for the tired spirit of a hard-worked man, and tell him there isn't anything that I can do for him or any friend of his that I won't do. And as for you, my lad, you are my guest. You can't stop at any hotel in New York. Sit where you are a little while till I get through with these people, then we'll go home. I'll take care of you, my boy. Make yourself easy as to that. Ed stayed a week and had an immense time, and never suspected that the Commodore's shrewd eye was on him, and that he was daily being weighed and measured and analyzed and tried and tested. Yes, he had an immense time, and never wrote home but saved it all up to tell when he should get back. Twice, with proper modesty and decency, he proposed to end his visit, but the Commodore said, "No, wait, leave it to me. I'll tell you when to go." In those days, the Commodore was making some of those vast combinations of his consolidations of warring odds and ends of railroads into harmonious systems, and concentrations of floating and rudderless commerce in effective centers. And among other things, his far-seeing eye had detected the convergence of that huge tobacco commerce, already spoken of, toward Memphis, and he had resolved to set his grasp upon it and make it his own. The week came to an end, then the Commodore said, "Now you can start home, but first we will have some more talk about that tobacco matter. I know you now. I know your abilities as well as you know them yourself, perhaps better. You understand that tobacco matter. You understand that I am going to take possession of it, and you also understand the plans which I have matured for doing it. What I want is a man who knows my mind and is qualified to represent me in Memphis and be in supreme command of that important business, and I appoint you." Me? "Yes, your salary will be high, of course, for you are representing me. Later you will earn increases of it and will get them. You will need a small army of assistants. Choose them yourself and carefully. Take no man for friendship's sake, but all things being equal, take the man you know, take your friend in preference to the stranger." After some further talk under this head, the Commodore said, "Goodbye, my boy, and thank Alf for me, for sending you to me." When Ed reached Memphis, he rushed down to the wharf in a fever to tell his great news and thanked the boys over and over again for thinking to give him the letter to Mr. Vanderbilt. It happened to be one of those idle times. Blazing hot noonday, and no sign of life on the wharf. But as Ed threaded his way among the freight piles, he saw a white linen figure stretched in slumber upon a pile of grain sacks under an awning, and said to himself, "That's one of them," and hastened his step. Next, he said, "It's Charlie, it's Fairchild Good," and the next moment laid an affectionate hand on the sleeper's shoulder. The eyes opened lazily, took one glance, the face blanched, the form whirled itself from the sack pile, and in an instant Ed was alone and Fairchild was flying for the wharf boat like the wind. Ed was dazed, stupefied. Was Fairchild crazy? What could be the meaning of this? He started slow and dreamily down toward the wharf boat, turned the corner of a freight pile and came suddenly upon two of the boys. They were lightly laughing over some pleasant matter. They heard his step and glanced up just as he discovered them. The laugh died abruptly, and before Ed could speak they were off and sailing over barrels and bales like hunted deer. Again, Ed was paralyzed. Had the boys all gone mad? What could be the explanation of this extraordinary conduct? And so, dreaming along, he reached the wharf boat and stepped aboard, nothing but silence there and vacancy. He crossed the deck, turned the corner to go down the outer guard, heard a fervent, "Oh Lord," and saw a white linen form plunge overboard. The youth came up coughing and strangling, and cried out, "Go away from here, you let me alone. I didn't do it, I swear I did." "Didn't do what?" Give you the never mind what you didn't do, come out of that. What makes you all act so? What have I done? You, why you haven't done anything, but well then, what have you got against me? What do you all treat me so for? But haven't you got anything against us? Of course not, what put such a thing into your head? Honor bright, you haven't. Honor bright. And swear it. I don't know what in the world you mean, but I swear it anyway. And you'll shake hands with me. Goodness knows I'll be glad to. Why, I'm just starving to shake hands with somebody. The swimmer muttered, hang him, he smelt a rat and never delivered the letter. But it's all right, I'm not going to fetch up the subject. And he crawled out and came dripping and draining to shake hands. First one and then another of the conspirators showed up cautiously, armed to the teeth, took in the amicable situation, then ventured warily forward and joined the love feast. And to Ed's eager inquiry as to what made them act as they had been acting, they answered evasively, and pretended that they had put it up as a joke to see what he would do. It was the best explanation they could invent at such short notice. And each said to himself, he never delivered that letter, and the joke is on us if he only knew it or we were dull enough to come out and tell. Then, of course, they wanted to know all about the trip, and he said, come right up on the boiler deck and order the drinks, it's my treat. I'm going to tell you all about it. And tonight it's my treat again, and we'll have oysters and a time. When the drinks were brought and cigars lighted, Ed said, well, when I delivered the letter to Mr. Vanderbilt. Great Scott. Gracious, how you scared me, what's the matter? Oh, nothing, nothing, it was a tack in the chair seat, said one. But you all said it, however, no matter, when I delivered the letter. Did you deliver it? And they looked at each other as people might who thought that maybe they were dreaming. Then they settled to listening, and as the story deepened and its marvels grew, the amazement of it made them dumb, and the interest of it took their breath. They hardly uttered a whisper during 2 hours, but sat like petrifactions and drank in the immortal romance. At last the tale was ended, and Ed said, and it's all owing to you boys, and you'll never find me ungrateful. Bless your hearts, the best friends a fellow ever had. You'll all have places, I want every one of you. I know you by the back, as the gamblers say. You're jokers and all that, but you're sterling, with the hallmark on. And Charlie Fairchild, you shall be my first assistant and right hand, because of your first-class ability, and because you got me the letter, and for your father's sake who wrote it for me, and to please Mr. Vanderbilt, who said it would. And here's to that great man, drink hearty. Yes, when the moment comes, the man appears, even if he is 1,000 miles away and has to be discovered by a practical joke. Chapter 34. When people do not respect us, we are sharply offended, yet deep down in his private heart, no man much respects himself. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Necessarily, the human interest is the first interest in the logbook of any country. The annals of Tasmania, in whose shadow we were sailing, are lurid with that feature. Tasmania was a convict dump in old times. This has been indicated in the account of the Conciliator, where reference is made to vain attempts of desperate convicts to win to permanent freedom, after escaping from Macquarie Harbor and the gates of hell. In the early days, Tasmania had a great population of convicts, of both sexes and all ages, and a bitter hard life they had. In one spot there was a settlement of juvenile convicts, children, who had been sent thither from their home and their friends on the other side of the globe to expiate their crimes. In due course our ship entered the estuary called the Derwent, at whose head stands Hobart, the capital of Tasmania. The Derwent's shores furnish scenery of an interesting sort. The historian Laurie, whose book, The Story of Australasia, is just out, invoices its features with considerable truth and intemperance. The marvelous picturesqueness of every point of view, combined with the clear balmy atmosphere and the transparency of the ocean depths, must have delighted and deeply impressed the early explorers. If the rock-bound coasts, sullen, defiant, and lowering, seemed uninviting, these were occasionally broken into charmingly alluring coves floored with golden sand, clad with evergreen shrubbery, and adorned with every variety of indigenous wattle, sheoak, wildflower, and fern, from the delicately graceful maidenhair to the palm-like old man, while the majestic gum tree, clean and smooth as the mast of some tall amaral, pierces the clear air to the height of 230 feet or more. It looked so to me. Coasting along Tasman's peninsula, What a shock of pleasant wonder must have struck the early mariner on suddenly sighting Cape Pillar, with its cluster of black-ribbed basaltic columns rising to a height of 900 feet, the hydra head wreathed in a turban of fleecy cloud, the base lashed by jealous waves spouting angry fountains of foam. That is well enough, but I did not suppose those snags were 900 feet high. Still, they were a very fine show. They stood boldly out by themselves and made a fascinatingly odd spectacle. But there was nothing about their appearance to suggest the heads of a hydra. They looked like a row of lofty slabs with their upper ends tapered to the shape of a carving knife point. In fact, the early voyager, ignorant of their great height, might have mistaken them for a rusty old rank of piles that had sagged this way and that out of the perpendicular. The peninsula is lofty, rocky, and densely clothed with scrub or brush or both. It is joined to the main by a low neck. At this junction was formerly a convict station called Port Arthur, a place hard to escape from. Behind it was the wilderness of scrub, in which a fugitive would soon starve. In front was the narrow neck, with a cordon of chained dogs across it, and a line of lanterns, and a fence of living guards, armed. We saw the place as we swept by. That is, we had a glimpse of what we were told was the entrance to Port Arthur. The glimpse was worth something as a remembrancer, but that was all. The voyage thence up the Derwent Frith displays a grand succession of fairy visions, in its entire length elsewhere unequaled. In gliding over the deep blue sea studded with lovely islets luxuriant to the water's edge, one is at a loss which scene to choose for contemplation and to admire most. When the Huon and Bruny have been passed, there seems no possible chance of arrival. But suddenly Mount Wellington, massive and noble like his brother Etna, literally heaves in sight, sternly guarded on either hand by Mounts Nelson and Rumney. Presently we arrive at Sullivan's Cove, Hobart. It is an attractive town. It sits on low hills that slope to the harbor, a harbor that looks like a river and is as smooth as one. Its still surface is pictured with dainty reflections of boats and grassy banks and luxuriant foliage. Back of the town rise highlands that are clothed in woodland loveliness, and over the way is that noble mountain, Wellington, a stately bulk, a most majestic pile. How beautiful is the whole region, for form and grouping and opulence and freshness of foliage and variety of color and grace and shapeliness of the hills, the capes, the promontories. And then the splendor of the sunlight, the dim rich distances, the charm of the water glimpses. And it was in this paradise that the yellow-liveried convicts were landed, and the corps bandits quartered, and the wanton slaughter of the kangaroo-chasing black innocents consummated on that autumn day in May, in the brutish old time. It was all out of keeping with the place, a sort of bringing of heaven and hell together. The remembrance of this paradise reminds me that it was at Hobart that we struck the head of the procession of Junior Englands. We were to encounter other sections of it in New Zealand, presently, and others later in Natal. Wherever the exiled Englishman can find in his new home resemblances to his old one, he is touched to the marrow of his being. The love that is in his heart inspires his imagination, and these allied forces transfigure those resemblances into authentic duplicates of the revered originals. It is beautiful, the feeling which works this enchantment, and it compels one's homage, compels it, and also compels one's assent, compels it always. Even when, as happens sometimes, one does not see the resemblances as clearly as does the exile who is pointing them out. The resemblances do exist, it is quite true, and often they cunningly approximate the originals. But after all, in the matter of certain physical patent rights, there is only one England. Now that I have sampled the globe, I am not in doubt. There is a beauty of Switzerland, and it is repeated in the glaciers and snowy ranges of many parts of the earth. There is a beauty of the fjord, and it is repeated in New Zealand and Alaska. There is a beauty of Hawaii, and it is repeated in 10,000 islands of the southern seas. There is a beauty of the prairie and the plain, and it is repeated here and there in the earth. Each of these is worshipful, each is perfect in its way, yet holds no monopoly of its beauty. But that beauty which is England is alone, it has no duplicate. It is made up of very simple details, just grass and trees and shrubs and roads and hedges and gardens and houses and vines and churches and castles, and here and there a ruin, and over it all a mellow dream haze of history. But its beauty is incomparable and all its own. Hobart has a peculiarity. It is the neatest town that the sun shines on, and I incline to believe that it is also the cleanest. However that may be, its supremacy in neatness is not to be questioned. There cannot be another town in the world that has no shabby exteriors. No rickety gates and fences, no neglected houses crumbling to ruin, no crazy and unsightly sheds, no weed-grown front yards of the poor, No backyards littered with tin cans and old boots and empty bottles. No rubbish in the gutters, no. Clutter on the sidewalks. No outer borders fraying out into dirty lanes and tin-patched huts. No, in Hobart all the aspects are tidy, and all a comfort to the eye. The modestest cottage looks combed and brushed, and has its vines, its flowers, its neat fence, its neat gate, its comely cat asleep on the window ledge. We had a glimpse of the museum, by courtesy of the American gentleman who is curator of it. It has samples of half a dozen different kinds of marsupials. A marsupial is a plantigrade vertebrate whose specialty is its pocket. In some countries it is extinct, in the others it is rare. The first American marsupials were Stephen Girard, Mr. Astor, and the opossum. The principal marsupials of the southern hemisphere are Mr. Rhodes and the kangaroo. I myself am the latest marsupial. Also, I might boast that I have the largest pocket of them all, but there is nothing in that. One, the Tasmanian devil, that is, I think he was one of them, and there was a fish with lungs. When the water dries up, it can live in the mud. Most curious of all was a parrot that kills sheep. On one great sheep run, this bird killed 1,000 sheep in a whole year. He doesn't want the whole sheep, but only the kidney fat. This restricted taste makes him an expensive bird to support. To get the fat, he drives his beak in and rips it out. The wound is mortal. This parrot furnishes a notable example of evolution, brought about by changed conditions. When the sheep culture was introduced, it presently brought famine to the parrot by exterminating a kind of grub which had always thitherto been the parrot's diet. The miseries of hunger made the bird willing to eat raw flesh, since it could get no other food, and it began to pick remnants of meat from sheep skins hung out on the fences to dry. It soon came to prefer sheep meat to any other food, and by it came to prefer the kidney fat to any other detail of the sheep. The parrot's bill was not well shaped for digging out the fat, but nature fixed that matter. She altered the bill's shape, and now the parrot can dig out kidney fat better than the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, or anybody else, for that matter, even an admiral. And there was another curiosity. Quite a stunning one, I thought. Arrowheads and knives just like those which primeval man made out of flint, and thought he had done such a wonderful thing? Yes, and has been humored and coddled in that superstition by this age of admiring scientists, until there is probably no living with him in the other world by now. Yet here is his finest and nicest work exactly duplicated in our day, and by people who have never heard of him or his works, by aborigines who lived in the islands of these seas within our time. And they not only duplicated those works of art, but did it in the brittlest and most treacherous of substances, glass, made them out of old brandy bottles flung out of the British camps, millions of tons of them. It is time for primeval man to make a little less noise now. He has had his day. He is not what he used to be. We had a drive through a bloomy and odorous fairyland to the refuge for the indigent, a spacious and comfortable home, with hospitals, etc., for both sexes. There was a crowd in there of the oldest people I have ever seen. It was like being suddenly set down in a new world, a weird world where youth has never been, a world sacred to age and bowed forms and wrinkles. Out of the 359 persons present, 223 were ex-convicts, and could have told stirring tales, no doubt, if they had been minded to talk. 42 of the 359 were past 80, and several were close upon 90. The average age at death there is 76 years. As for me, I have no use for that place. It is too healthy. 70 is old enough. After that, there is too much risk. Youth and gaiety might vanish any day, and then, what is left? Death in life, death without its privileges, death without its benefits. There were 185 women in that refuge, and of them were ex-convicts. The steamer disappointed us. Instead of making a long visit at Hobart, as usual, she made a short one. So we got but a glimpse of Tasmania and then moved on. Chapter 30. Nature makes the locust with an appetite for crops. Man would have made him with an appetite for sand. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We spent part of an afternoon and a night at sea, and reached Bluff in New Zealand early in the morning. Bluff is at the bottom of the middle island, and is away down south, nearly 47 degrees below the equator. It lies as far south of the line as Quebec lies north of it, and the climates of the two should be alike, but for some reason or other it has not been so arranged. Quebec is hot in the summer and cold in the winter, but Bluff's climate is less intense. The cold weather is not very cold, the hot weather is not very hot, and the difference between the hottest month and the coldest is but 17 degrees Fahrenheit. In New Zealand, the rabbit plague began at Bluff. The man who introduced the rabbit there was banqueted and lauded, but they would hang him, now, if they could get him. In England, the natural enemy of the rabbit is detested and persecuted. In the Bluff region, the natural enemy of the rabbit is honored, and his person is sacred. The rabbit's natural enemy in England is the poacher. In Bluff, its natural enemy is the stoat, the weasel, the ferret, the cat, and the mongoose. In England, any person below the heir who is caught with a rabbit in his possession must satisfactorily explain how it got there, or he will suffer fine and imprisonment, together with extinction of his peerage. In Bluff, the cat found with a rabbit in its possession does not have to explain. Everybody looks the other way. The person caught noticing would suffer fine and imprisonment, with extinction of peerage. This is a sure way to undermine the moral fabric of a cat. 30 years from now, there will not be a moral cat in New Zealand. Some think there is none there now. In England, the poacher is watched, tracked, hunted. He dare not show his face. In Bluff, the cat, the weasel, the stoat, and the mongoose go up and down, whither they will, unmolested. By a law of the legislature, posted where all may read, it is decreed that any person found in possession of one of these creatures, dead, must satisfactorily explain the circumstances, or pay a fine of not less than £5, nor more than £20. The revenue from this source is not large. Persons who want to pay $100 for a dead cat are getting rarer and rarer every day. This is bad, for the revenue was to go to the endowment of a university. All governments are more or less short-sighted. In England, they fine the poacher, whereas he ought to be banished to New Zealand. New Zealand would pay his way and give him wages. It was from Bluff that we ought to have cut across to the west coast and visited the New Zealand Switzerland, a land of superb scenery, made up of snowy grandeurs and mighty glaciers and beautiful lakes. And over there also are the wonderful rivals of the Norwegian and Alaskan fjords, and for neighbor, a waterfall of 1,900 feet. But we were obliged to postpone the trip to some later and indefinite time. November 6, a lovely summer morning, brilliant blue sky. A few miles out from Invercargill, passed through vast level green expanses snowed over with sheep. Fine to see. The green, deep and very vivid sometimes, at other times less so, but delicate and lovely. A passenger reminds me that I am in the England of the far south. Dunedin, same date. The town justifies Michael Davitt's praises. The people are Scotch. They stopped here on their way from home to heaven, thinking they had arrived. The population is stated at 40,000 by Malcolm Ross, journalist, stated by an MP at 60,000. A journalist cannot lie. To the residence of Dr. Hawkin. He has a fine collection of books relating to New Zealand, and his house is a museum of Maori art and antiquities. He has pictures and prints in color of many native chiefs of the past, some of them of note in history. There is nothing of the savage in the faces. Nothing could be finer than these men's features, nothing more intellectual than these faces, nothing more masculine, nothing nobler than their aspect. The aboriginals of Australia and Tasmania looked the savage, but these chiefs look like Roman patricians. The tattooing in these portraits ought to suggest the savage, of course, but it does not. The designs are so flowing and graceful and beautiful that they are a most satisfactory decoration. It takes but 15 minutes to get reconciled to the tattooing, and but 15 more to perceive that it is just the thing. After that, the undecorated European face is unpleasant and ignoble. Dr. Hawkian gave us a ghastly curiosity, a lignified caterpillar with a plant growing out of the back of its neck, a plant with a slender stee inches high. It happened not by accident, but by design, nature's design. This caterpillar was in the act of loyally carrying out a law inflicted upon him by nature, a law purposely inflicted upon him to get him into trouble, a law which was a trap. In pursuance of this law, he made the proper preparations for turning himself into a night moth. That is to say, he dug a little trench, a little grave, and then stretched himself out in it on his stomach and partially buried himself. Then nature was ready for him. She blew the spores of a peculiar fungus through the air with a purpose. Some of them fell into a crease in the back of the caterpillar's neck and began to sprout and grow, for there was soil there. He had not washed his neck. The roots forced themselves down into the worm's person and rearward along through its body, sucking up the creature's juices for sap. The worm slowly died and turned to wood. And here he was now, a wooden caterpillar, with every detail of his former physique delicately and exactly preserved and perpetuated, and with that stem standing up out of him for his monument commemorative of his own loyalty and of nature's unfair return for it. Nature is always acting like that. Mrs. X said, of course, that the caterpillar was not conscious and didn't suffer. She should have known better. No caterpillar can deceive nature. If this one couldn't suffer, nature would have known it and would have hunted up another caterpillar. Not that she would have let this one go, merely because it was defective. No, she would have waited and let him turn into a night moth, and then fried him in the candle. Nature cakes a fish's eyes over with parasites, so that it shan't be able to avoid its enemies or find its food. She sends parasites into a starfish's system. which clog up its prongs and swell them and make them so uncomfortable that the poor creature delivers itself from the prong to ease its misery. And presently it has to part with another prong for the sake of comfort, and finally with a third. If it regrows the prongs, the parasite returns and the same thing is repeated. And finally, when the ability to reproduce prongs is lost through age, that poor old starfish can't get around anymore, and so it dies of starvation. In Australia is prevalent a horrible disease due to an unperfected tapeworm. Unperfected, that is what they call it. I do not know why, for it transacts business just as well as if it were finished and frescoed and gilded and all that. November 9, to the Museum and Public Picture Gallery with the President of the Society of Artists. Some fine pictures there, lent by the S of A, several of them they bought, the others came to them by gift. Next, to the Gallery of the S of A annual exhibition, just opened. Fine, think of a town like this having two such collections as this and a society of artists. It is so all over Australasia. If it were a monarchy, one might understand it. I mean an absolute monarchy, where it isn't necessary to vote money but take it. Then art flourishes. But these colonies are republics, republics with a wide suffrage, voters of both sexes, this one of New Zealand. In republics, neither the government nor the rich private citizen is much given to propagating art. All over Australasia, pictures by famous European artists are bought for the public galleries by the state and by societies of citizens. Living citizens, not dead ones. They rob themselves to give, not their heirs. This S of A here owns its building, built it by subscription. Chapter 31. The spirit of wrath, not the words, is the sin, and the spirit of wrath is cursing. We begin to swear before we can talk. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. November 11, on the road. This train express goes 20.5 miles an hour schedule time, but it is fast enough, the outlook upon sea and land is so interesting, and the cars so comfortable. They are not English and not American, they are the Swiss combination of the two. A narrow and railed porch along the side, where a person can walk up and down. A lavatory in each car. This is progress. This is 19th century spirit. In New Zealand, these fast expresses run twice a week. It is well to know this if you want to be a bird and fly through the country at a 20-mile gait, otherwise you may start on one of the 5 wrong days, and then you will get a train that can't overtake its own shadow. By contrast, these pleasant cars call to mind the branch road cars at Maryborough, Australia, and the passengers talk about the branch road and the hotel. Somewhere on the road to Maryborough, I changed for a while to a smoking carriage. There were 2 gentlemen there, both riding backward, one at each end of the compartment. They were acquaintances of each other. I sat down facing the one that sat at the starboard window. He had a good face and a friendly look, and I judged from his dress that he was a dissenting minister. He was along toward 50. Of his own motion, he struck a match and shaded it with his hand for me to light my cigar. I take the rest from my diary. In order to start conversation, I asked him something about Maryborough. He said, in a most pleasant, even musical voice, but with quiet and cultured decision, "It's a charming town, with a hell of a hotel." I was astonished. It seemed so odd to hear a minister swear out loud. He went placidly on. "It's the worst hotel in Australia. Well, one may go further and say in Australasia. Bad beds. No, none at all, just sandbags. The pillows too. Yes, the pillows too, just sand, and not a good quality of sand. It packs too hard and has never been screened. There is too much gravel in it, it is like sleeping on nuts. Isn't there any good sand? Plenty of it. There is as good bed sand in this region as the world can furnish. Aerated sand and loose, but they won't buy it. They want something that will pack solid and petrify. How are the rooms? 8 feet square, and a sheet of iced oilcloth to step on in the morning when you get out of the sand quarry. As to lights, coal lamp. It's a good one. No, it's the kind that sheds a gloom. I like a lamp that burns all night. This one won't, you must blow it out early. That is bad, one might want it again in the night, can't find it in the dark. There's no trouble, you can find it by the stench. Wardrobe. 2 nails on the door to hang 7 suits of clothes on if you've got them. Bells. There aren't any. What do you do when you want service? Shout, but it won't fetch anybody. Suppose you want the chambermaid to empty the slop jar. There isn't any slop jar, the hotels don't keep them. That is, outside of Sydney and Melbourne. Yes, I knew that, I was only talking. It's the oddest thing in Australia. Another thing, I've got to get up in the dark in the morning to take the 5 o'clock train. Now if the boots. There isn't any. Well, the porter. There isn't any. But who will call me? Nobody, you'll call yourself. And you'll light yourself too. There'll not be a light burning in the halls or anywhere. And if you don't carry a light, you'll break your neck. But who will help me down with my baggage? Nobody, however, I will tell you what to do. In Maryborough, there's an American who has lived there half a lifetime, a fine man and prosperous and popular. He will be on the lookout for you, you won't have any trouble. Sleep in peace, he will rout you out and you will make your train. Where is your manager? I left him at Ballarat studying the language. And besides, he had to go to Melbourne and get us ready for New Zealand. I've not tried to pilot myself before, and it doesn't look easy. Easy? You've selected the very most difficult piece of railroad in Australia for your experiment. There are 12 miles of this road which no man without good executive ability can ever hope. Tell me, have you good executive ability? First-rate executive ability. I think so, but that settles it. The tone of, oh, you wouldn't ever make it in the world. However, that American will point you right and you'll go. You've got tickets. Yes, round trip, all the way to Sydney. Ah, there it is, you see? You are going in the 5 o'clock by Castlemaine, 12 miles instead of the 7:15 by Ballarat, in order to save 2 hours of fooling along the road. Now then, don't interrupt, let me have the floor. You're going to save the government a deal of hauling, but that's nothing. Your ticket is by Ballarat, and it isn't good over that 12 miles and so. But why should the government care which way I go? Goodness knows, ask of the winds that far away with fragments strewed the sea, as the boy that stood on the burning deck used to say. The government chooses to do its railway business in its own way, and it doesn't know as much about it as the French. In the beginning they tried idiots, then they imported the French, which was going backwards, you see? Now it runs the roads itself, which is going backwards again, you see? Why do you know in order to curry favor with the voters, the government puts down a road wherever anybody wants it, anybody that owns 2 sheep and a dog, and by consequence we've got, in the colony of Victoria, 800 railway stations, and the business done at 80 of them doesn't foot up 20 shillings a week. $5, oh come. It's true, it's the absolute truth. Why, there are 3 or 4 men on wages at every station. I know it, and the station business doesn't pay for the sheep dip to sanctify their coffee with. It's just as I say. And accommodating? Why, if you shake a rag, the train will stop in the midst of the wilderness to pick you up. All that kind of politics costs, you see. And then, besides, any town that has a good many votes and wants a fine station gets it. Don't you overlook that Maryborough station, if you take an interest in governmental curiosities. Why, you can put the whole population of Maryborough into it, and give them a sofa apiece, and have room for more. You haven't 15 stations in America that are as big, and you probably haven't 5 that are half as fine. Why, it's perfectly elegant. And the clock, everybody will show you the clock. There isn't a station in Europe that's got such a clock. It doesn't strike, and that's one mercy. It hasn't any bell, and as you'll have cause to remember if you keep your reason, all Australia is simply bedamned with bells. On every quarter hour, night and day, they jingle a tiresome chime of half a dozen notes, all the clocks in town at once, all the clocks in Australasia at once, and all the very same notes. First, downward scale, mi, re, do, sol, then upward scale, sol, si, re, do, down again, mi, re, do, sol, up again, sol, si, re, do, then the clock say at midnight clang, 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 and by that time you're, hello, what's all this excitement about? Oh, I see, a runaway scared by the train. Why, you wouldn't think this train could scare anything. Well, of course, when they build and run 80 stations at a loss and a lot of palace stations and clocks like Maryborough's at another loss, the government has got to economize somewhere, hasn't it? Very well, look at the rolling stock. That's where they save the money. Why, that train from Maryborough will consist of 18 freight cars and 2 passenger kennels. Cheap, poor, shabby, slovenly. No drinking water, no sanitary arrangements, every imaginable inconvenience, and slow? Oh, the gate of cold molasses, no air brake, no springs, and they'll jolt your head off every time they start or stop. That's where they make their little economies, you see. They spend tons of money to house you palatially, while you wait 15 minutes for a train, then degrade you to 6 hours, convict transportation to get the foolish outlay back. What a rational man really needs is discomfort while he's waiting, then his journey in a nice train would be a grateful change. But no, that would be common sense, and out of place in a government. And then, besides, they save in that other little detail. Repudiate their own tickets and collect a poor little illegitimate extra shilling out of you for that 12 miles, and… Well, in any case… Wait, there's more. Leave that American out of the account and see what would happen. There's nobody on hand to examine your ticket when you arrive. But the conductor will come and examine it when the train is ready to start. It is too late to buy your extra ticket now. The train can't wait and won't. You must climb out. But can't I pay the conductor? No, he is not authorized to receive the money, and he won't. You must climb out. There's no other way. I tell you, the railway management is about the only thoroughly European thing here. Continentally European, I mean, not English. It's the continental business in perfection, down fine. Oh yes, even to the peanut commerce of weighing baggage. The train slowed up at his place. As he stepped out, he said, "Yes, you'll like Maryborough. Plenty of intelligence there. It's a charming place with a hell of a hotel." Then he was gone. I turned to the other gentleman. "Is your friend in the ministry?" "No, studying for it." Chapter 32. The man with a new idea is a crank until the idea succeeds. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. It was Junior England all the way to Christchurch, in fact, just a garden. And Christchurch is an English town with an English park annex and a winding English brook just like the Avon, and named the Avon, but from a man, not from Shakespeare's river. Its grassy banks are bordered by the stateliest and most impressive weeping willows to be found in the world, I suppose. They continue the line of a great ancestor. They were grown from sprouts of the willow that sheltered Napoleon's grave in St. Helena. It is a settled old community, with all the serenities, the graces, the conveniences, and the comforts of the ideal home life. If it had an established church and social inequality, it would be England over again with hardly a lack. In the museum, we saw many curious and interesting things. Among others, a fine native house of the olden time, with all the details true to the facts, and the showy colors right and in their proper places. All the details, the fine mats and rugs and things, the elaborate and wonderful wood carvings. Wonderful, surely, considering who did them. Wonderful in design and particularly in execution, for they were done with admirable sharpness and exactness, and yet with no better tools than flint and jade and shell could furnish. And the totem posts were there, ancestor with tongues protruded and hands clasped comfortably over bellies containing other people's ancestors. Grotesque and ugly devils, everyone but lovingly carved and ably. And the stuffed natives were present, in their proper places, and looking as natural as life. And the housekeeping utensils were there, too, and close at hand the carved and finely ornamented war canoe. And we saw little jade gods to hang around the neck, not everybody's, but sacred to the necks of natives of rank. Also jade weapons and many kinds of jade trinkets, all made out of that excessively hard stone without the help of any tool of iron. And some of these things had small round holes bored through them. Nobody knows how it was done. A mystery, a lost art. I think it was said that if you want such a hole bored in a piece of jade now, you must send it to London or Amsterdam, where the lapidaries are. Also, we saw a complete skeleton of the giant moa. It stood 10 feet high and must have been a sight to look at when it was a living bird. It was a kicker, like the ostrich. In fight it did not use its beak but its foot. It must have been a convincing kind of kick. If a person had his back to the bird and did not see who it was that did it, he would think he had been kicked by a windmill. There must have been a sufficiency of moas in the old forgotten days when his breed walked the earth. His bones are found in vast masses, all crammed together in huge graves. They are not in caves, but in the ground. Nobody knows how they happen to get concentrated there. Mind, they are bones, not fossils. This means that the moa has not been extinct very long. Still, this is the only New Zealand creature which has no mention in that otherwise comprehensive literature, the native legends. This is a significant detail, and is good circumstantial evidence that the moa has been extinct 500 years, since the Maori has himself, by tradition, been in New Zealand since the end of the 15th century. He came from an unknown land. The first Maori did, then sailed back in his canoe and brought his tribe, and they removed the aboriginal peoples into the sea and into the ground and took the land. That is the tradition. That first Maori could come is understandable, for anybody can come to a place when he isn't trying to. But how that discoverer found his way back home again without a compass is his secret, and he died with it in him. His language indicates that he came from Polynesia. He told where he came from, but he couldn't spell well, so one can't find the place on the map, because people who could spell better than he could spelt the resemblance all out of it when they made the map. However, it is better to have a map that is spelt right than one that has information in it. In New Zealand, women have the right to vote for members of the legislature, but they cannot be members themselves. The law extending the suffrage to them went into effect in 1893. The population of Christchurch, census of 1891, was 31,454. The first election under the law was held in November of that year. Number of men who voted, 6,313. Number of women who voted, 5,989. These figures ought to convince us that women are not as indifferent about politics as some people would have us believe. In New Zealand as a whole, the estimated adult female population was 139,915. Of these, 109,461 qualified and registered their names on the rolls 78. 23% of the whole. Of these, 90,290 went to the polls and voted 85. 18%. Do men ever turn out better than that in America or elsewhere? Here is a remark to the other sex's credit, too. I take it from the official report. A feature of the election was the orderliness and sobriety of the people. Women were in no way molested. At home, a standing argument against women's suffrage has always been that women could not go to the polls without being insulted. The arguments against women's suffrage have always taken the easy form of prophecy. The prophets have been prophesying ever since the women's rights movement began in 1848, and in 47 years they have never scored a hit. Men ought to begin to feel a sort of respect for their mothers and wives and sisters by this time. The women deserve a change of attitude like that, for they have wrought well. In 47 years, they have swept an imposingly large number of unfair laws from the statute books of America. In that brief time, these serfs have set themselves free, essentially. Men could not have done so much for themselves in that time without bloodshed, at least they never have, and that is argument that they didn't know how. The women have accomplished a peaceful revolution, and a very beneficent one. And yet that has not convinced the average man that they are intelligent and have courage and energy and perseverance and fortitude. It takes much to convince the average man of anything, and perhaps nothing can ever make him realize that he is the average woman's inferior. Yet in several important details, the evidence seems to show that that is what he is. Man has ruled the human race from the beginning, but he should remember that up to the middle of the present century, it was a dull world, and ignorant and stupid, but it is not such a dull world now, and is growing less and less dull all the time. This is woman's opportunity. She has had none before. I wonder where man will be in another 47 years. In the New Zealand law occurs this. The word person wherever it occurs throughout the act includes woman. That is promotion, you see. By that enlargement of the word, the matron with the garnered wisdom and experience of 50 years becomes at one jump the political equal of her callow kid of 21. The white population of the colony is 626,000, the Maori population is 42,000. The whites elect 70 members of the House of Representatives, the Maoris 4. The Maori women vote for their 4 members. November 16. After 4 pleasant days in Christchurch, we are to leave at midnight tonight. Mr. Kinsey gave me an ornithorhynchus and I am taming it. Sunday, 17th. Sailed last night in the Flora from Lyttelton. So we did, I remember it yet. The people who sailed in the Flora that night may forget some other things if they live a good while, but they will not live long enough to forget that. The Flora is about the equivalent of a cattle scow, but when the Union Company find it inconvenient to keep a contract and lucrative to break it, they smuggle her into passenger service and keep the change. They give no notice of their projected depredation. You innocently buy tickets for the advertised passenger boat, and when you get down to Lyttelton at midnight, you find that they have substituted the scow. They have plenty of good boats, but no competition, and that is the trouble. It is too late now to make other arrangements if you have engagements ahead. It is a powerful company, it has a monopoly, and everybody is afraid of it, including the government's representative, who stands at the end of the stage plank to tally the passengers and see that no boat receives a greater number than the law allows her to carry. This conveniently blind representative saw the scow receive a number which was far in excess of its privilege, and winked a politic wink and said nothing. The passengers bore with meekness the cheat which had been put upon them, and made no complaint. It was like being at home in America, where abused passengers act in just the same way. A few days before, the Union Company had discharged a captain for getting a boat into danger, and had advertised this act as evidence of its vigilance in looking after the safety of the passengers. For thugging a captain cost the company nothing, but when opportunity offered to send this dangerously overcrowded tub to sea and save a little trouble and a tidy penny by it, it forgot to worry about the passengers' safety. The first officer told me that the Flora was privileged to carry 125 passengers. She must have had all of 200 on board. All the cabins were full, all the cattle stalls in the main stable were full, the spaces at the heads of companionways were full, every inch of floor and table in the swill room was packed with sleeping men and remained so until the place was required for breakfast. All the chairs and benches on the hurricane deck were occupied, and still there were people who had to walk about all night. If the Flora had gone down that night, half of the people on board would have been wholly without means of escape. The owners of that boat were not technically guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, but they were morally guilty of it. I had a cattle stall in the main stable, a cavern fitted up with a long double file of two-storied bunks, the files separated by a calico partition, 20 men and boys on one side of it, 20 women and girls on the other. The place was as dark as the soul of the Union Company and smelt like a kennel. When the vessel got out into the heavy seas and began to pitch and wallow, the cavern prisoners became immediately seasick, and then the peculiar results that ensued laid all my previous experiences of the kind well away in the shade. And the wails, the groans, the cries, the shrieks, the strange ejaculations, it was wonderful. The women and children and some of the men and boys spent the night in that place, for they were too ill to leave it, but the rest of us got up, by and by, and finished the night on the hurricane deck. That boat was the foulest I was ever in, and the smell of the breakfast saloon, when we threaded our way among the layers of steaming passengers stretched upon its floor, and its tables was incomparable for efficiency. A good many of us got ashore at the first wayport to seek another ship. After a wait of 3 hours, we got good rooms in the Mahanapua, a wee little bridal parlor of a boat, only 205 tons burthen, clean and comfortable, good service, good beds, good table, and no crowding. The seas danced her about like a duck, but she was safe and capable. Next morning early she went through the French Pass, a narrow gateway of rock between bold headlands, so narrow in fact that it seemed no wider than a street. The current tore through there like a mill race, and the boat darted through like a telegram. The passage was made in half a minute. Then we were in a wide place where noble vast eddies swept grandly round and round in shoal water, and I wondered what they would do with the little boat. They did as they pleased with her. They picked her up and flung her around like nothing, and landed her gently on the solid, smooth bottom of sand, so gently, indeed, that we barely felt her touch it, barely felt her quiver when she came to a standstill. The water was as clear as glass, the sand on the bottom was vividly distinct, and the fishes seemed to be swimming about in nothing. Fishing lines were brought out, but before we could bait the hooks, the boat was off and away again. Chapter 33. Let us be grateful to Adam, our benefactor. He cut us out of the blessing of idleness and won for us the curse of labor. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We soon reached the town of Nelson and spent the most of the day there, visiting acquaintances and driving with them about the garden. The whole region is a garden, excepting the scene of the Mongatapu murders of 30 years ago. That is a wild place, wild and lonely, an ideal place for a murder. It is at the base of a vast, rugged, densely timbered mountain. In the deep twilight of that forest solitude, four desperate rascals, Burgess, Sullivan, Levy, and Kelly, ambushed themselves beside the mountain trail to murder and rob four travelers, Kempthorne, Matthew, Dudley, and DePontius, the latter a New Yorker. A harmless old laboring man came wandering along, and as his presence was an embarrassment, they choked him, hid him, and then resumed their watch for the four. They had to wait a while, but eventually everything turned out as they desired. That dark episode is the one large event in the history of Nelson. The fame of it traveled far. Burgess made a confession. It is a remarkable paper. For brevity, succinctness, and concentration, it is perhaps without its peer in the literature of murder. There are no waste words in it. There is no obtrusion of matter not pertinent to the occasion, nor any departure from the dispassionate tone proper to a formal business statement, for that is what it is. A business statement of a murder by the chief engineer of it, or superintendent, or foreman, or whatever one may prefer to call him. We were getting impatient when we saw four men and a pack horse coming. I left my cover and had a look at the men, for Levy had told me that Matthew was a small man and wore a large beard, and that it was a chestnut horse. I said, "Here they come." They were then a good distance away. I took the caps off my gun and put fresh ones on. I said, "You keep where you are, I'll put them up, and you give me your gun while you tie them." It was arranged as I have described. The men came, they arrived within about 15 yards when I stepped up and said, "Stand, bail up." That means all of them to get together. I made them fall back on the upper side of the road with their faces up the range, and Sullivan brought me his gun and then tied their hands behind them. The horse was very quiet all the time, he did not move. When they were all tied, Sullivan took the horse up the hill and put him in the bush. He cut the rope and let the swags, a swag is a kit, a pack, small baggage, fall on the ground and then came to me. We then marched the men down the incline to the creek, the water at this time barely running. Up this creek we took the men. We went, I dare say, 500 or 600 yards up it, which took us nearly half an hour to accomplish. Then we turned to the right up the range. We went, I dare say, 150 yards from the creek, and there we sat down with the men. I said to Sullivan, "Put down your gun and search these men," which he did. I asked them their several names, they told me. I asked them if they were expected at Nelson. They said no. If such their lives would have been spared. In money we took 60 pounds odd. I said, "Is this all you have? You had better tell me." Sullivan said, "Here is a bag of gold." I said, "What's on that pack horse? Is there any gold?" When Kempthorne said, "Yes, my gold is in the portmanteau, and I trust you will not take it all." "Well," I said, "we must take you away one at a time because the range is steep just here, and then we will let you go." They said, "All right," most cheerfully. We tied their feet and took Dudley with us. We went about 60 yards with him. This was through a scrub. It was arranged the night previously that it would be best to choke them, in case the report of the arms might be heard from the road, and if they were missed, they never would be found. So we tied a handkerchief over his eyes, when Sullivan took the sash off his waist, put it round his neck, and so strangled him. Sullivan, after I had killed the old laboring man, found fault with the way he was choked. He said, "The next we do I'll show you my way." I said, "I have never done such a thing before. I have shot a man but never choked one." We returned to the others when Kempthorne said, "What noise was that?" I said it was caused by breaking through the scrub. This was taking too much time, so it was agreed to shoot them. With that I said, "We'll take you no further but separate you, and then loose one of you, and he can relieve the others." So with that, Sullivan took De Pontius to the left of where Kempthorne was sitting. I took Matthew to the right. I tied a strap round his legs and shot him with a revolver. He yelled, I ran from him with my gun in my hand. I sighted Kempthorne, who had risen to his feet. I presented the gun and shot him behind the right ear. His life's blood welled from him, and he died instantaneously. Sullivan had shot De Pontius in the meantime and then came to me. I said, "Look to Matthew," indicating the spot where he lay. He shortly returned and said, "I had to chiv that fellow, he was not dead." A cant word, meaning that he had to stab him. Returning to the road, we passed where De Pontius lay and was dead. Sullivan said, "This is the digger, the others were all storekeepers. This is the digger, let's cover him up, for should the others be found, they'll think he done it and sloped," meaning he had gone. So with that we threw all the stones on him and then left him. This bloody work took nearly an hour and a half from the time we stopped the men. Anyone who reads that confession will think that the man who wrote it was destitute of emotions, destitute of feeling. That is partly true. As regarded others, he was plainly without feeling, utterly cold and pitiless, but as regarded himself, the case was different. While he cared nothing for the future of the murdered men, he cared a great deal for his own. It makes one's flesh creep to read the introduction to his confession. The judge on the bench characterized it as scandalously blasphemous, and it certainly reads so, but Burgess meant no blasphemy. He was merely a brute, and whatever he said or wrote was sure to expose the fact. His redemption was a very real thing to him, and he was as jubilantly happy on the gallows as ever was Christian martyr at the stake. We dwellers in this world are strangely made and mysteriously circumstanced. We have to suppose that the murdered men are lost and that Burgess is saved, but we cannot suppress our natural regrets. Written in my dungeon drear this 7th of August, in the year of grace, 1866. To God be ascribed all power and glory in subduing the rebellious spirit of a most guilty wretch, who has been brought, through the instrumentality of a faithful follower of Christ, to see his wretched and guilty state, inasmuch as hitherto he has led an awful and wretched life, and through the assurance of this faithful soldier of Christ, he has been led and also believes that Christ will yet receive and cleanse him from all his deep-dyed and bloody sins. I lie under the imputation which says, "Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool." On this promise I rely. We sailed in the afternoon late, spent a few hours at New Plymouth, then sailed again and reached Auckland the next day, November 20th, and remained in that fine city several days. Its situation is commanding, and the sea view is superb. There are charming drives all about, and by courtesy of friends, we had opportunity to enjoy them. From the grassy crater summit of Mount Eden one's eye ranges over a grand sweep and variety of scenery. Forests clothed in luxuriant foliage, rolling green fields, conflagrations of flowers, receding and dimming stretches of green plain, broken by lofty and symmetrical old craters. Then the blue bays twinkling and sparkling away into the dreamy distances, where the mountains loom spiritual in their veils of haze. It is from Auckland that one goes to Rotorua, the region of the renowned hot lakes and geysers, one of the chief wonders of New Zealand, but I was not well enough to make the trip. The government has a sanatorium there, and everything is comfortable for the tourist and the invalid. The government's official physician is almost overcautious in his estimates of the efficacy of the baths, when he is talking about rheumatism, gout, paralysis, and such things. But when he is talking about the effectiveness of the waters in eradicating the whiskey habit, he seems to have no reserves. The baths will cure the drinking habit, no matter how chronic it is, and cure it so effectually that even the desire to drink intoxicants will come no more. There should be a rush from Europe and America to that place. And when the victims of alcoholism find out what they can get by going there, the rush will begin. The Thermal Springs district of New Zealand comprises an area of upwards of 600,000 acres, or close on 1,000 square miles. Rotorua is the favorite place. It is the center of a rich field of lake and mountain scenery. From Rotorua as a base, the pleasure seeker makes excursions. The crowd of sick people is great and growing. Rotorua is the Carlsbad of Australasia. It is from Auckland that the carry gum is shipped. For a long time now, about 8,000 tons of it have been brought into the town per year. It is worth about $300 per ton, unassorted. Assorted, the finest grades are worth about $1,000. It goes to America, chiefly. It is in lumps and is hard and smooth and looks like amber, the light-colored like new amber, and the dark brown like rich old amber. And it has the pleasant feel of amber, too. Some of the light-colored samples were a tolerably fair counterfeit of uncut South African diamonds. They were so perfectly smooth and polished and transparent. It is manufactured into varnish, a varnish which answers for copal varnish and is cheaper. The gum is dug up out of the ground. It has been there for ages. It is the sap of the carry tree. Dr. Campbell of Auckland told me he sent a cargo of it to England 50 years ago, but nothing came of the venture. Nobody knew what to do with it, so it was sold at £5 a ton to light fires with. November 26, 3 p.m. sailed, vast and beautiful harbor, land all about for hours. Tangariwa, the mountain that has the same shape from every point of view. That is the common belief in Auckland, and so it has from every point of view except 13, perfect summer weather, large school of whales in the distance. Nothing could be daintier than the puffs of vapor they spout up. When seen against the pink glory of the sinking sun, or against the dark mass of an island reposing in the deep blue shadow of a storm cloud. Great Barrier Rock, standing up out of the sea away to the left. Some time ago, a ship hit at full speed in a fog, 20 miles out of her course, 140 lives lost. The captain committed suicide without waiting a moment. He knew that, whether he was to blame or not, the company owning the vessel would discharge him and make a devotion to passengers' safety advertisement out of it, and his chance to make a livelihood would be permanently gone. Chapter 34. Let us not be too particular. It is better to have old second-hand diamonds than none at all. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. November 27. Today we reached Gisborne and anchored in a big bay. There was a heavy sea on, so we remained on board. We were a mile from shore. A little steam tug put out from the land. She was an object of thrilling interest. She would climb to the summit of a billow, reel drunkenly there a moment, dim and gray in the driving storm of spindrift, then make a plunge like a diver and remain out of sight until one had given her up. Then up she would dart again, on a steep slant toward the sky, shedding Niagaras of water from her forecastle. And this she kept up, all the way out to us. She brought 25 passengers in her stomach, men and women, mainly a traveling dramatic company. In sight on deck were the crew, in sou'westers, yellow waterproof canvas suits, and boots to the thigh. The deck was never quiet for a moment, and seldom nearer level than a ladder, and noble were the seas which leapt aboard and went flooding aft. We rove a long line to the yardarm, hung a most primitive basket chair to it, and swung it out into the spacious air of heaven, and there it swayed, pendulum fashion, waiting for its chance. Then down it shot, skillfully aimed, and was grabbed by the two men on the forecastle. A young fellow belonging to our crew was in the chair, to be a protection to the ladybomers. At once a couple of ladies appeared from below, took seats in his lap, we hoisted them into the sky, waited a moment till the roll of the ship brought them in overhead, then we lowered suddenly away and seized the chair as it struck the deck. We took the 25 aboard and delivered 25 into the tug, among them several aged ladies and one blind one, and all without accident. It was a fine piece of work. Ours is a nice ship, roomy, comfortable, well-ordered, and satisfactory. Now and then we step on a rat in a hotel, but we have had no rats on shipboard lately, unless, perhaps in the Flora, we had more serious things to think of there and did not notice. I have noticed that it is only in ships and hotels which still employ the odious Chinese gong that you find rats. The reason would seem to be that as a rat cannot tell the time of day by a clock, he won't stay where he cannot find out when dinner is ready. November 29. The doctor tells me of several old drunkards, one spiritless loafer, and several far-gone moral wrecks who have been reclaimed by the Salvation Army and have remained staunch people and hard workers these 2 years. Wherever one goes, these testimonials to the Army's efficiency are forthcoming. This morning we had one of those whizzing green Ballarat flies in the room, with his stunning buzzsaw noise, the swiftest creature in the world except the lightning flash. It is a stupendous force that is stored up in that little body. If we had it in a ship in the same proportion, we could spin from Liverpool to New York in the space of an hour, the time it takes to eat luncheon. The New Zealand express train is called the Ballarat Fly. Bad teeth in the colonies. A citizen told me they don't have teeth filled but pull them out and put in false ones, and that now and then one sees a young lady with a full set. She is fortunate. I wish I had been born with false teeth and a false liver and false carbuncles. I should get along better. December 2, Monday. Left Napier in the Ballarat Fly, the one that goes twice a week. From Napier to Hastings, 12 miles, time 55 minutes, not so far short of 13 miles an hour. A perfect summer day, cool breeze, brilliant sky, rich vegetation. 2 or 3 times during the afternoon, we saw wonderfully dense and beautiful forests, tumultuously piled skyward on the broken highlands, not the customary roof-like slant of a hillside, where the trees are all the same height. The noblest of these trees were of the Kari breed, we were told, the timber that is now furnishing the wood paving for Europe, and is the best of all wood for that purpose. Sometimes these towering upheavals of forestry were festooned and garlanded with vine cables, and sometimes the masses of undergrowth were cocooned in another sort of vine of a delicate cobwebby texture. They call it the supplejack, I think. Tree ferns everywhere, a stem 15 feet high, with a graceful chalice of fern fronds sprouting from its top, a lovely forest ornament. And there was a 10-foot reed with a flowing suit of what looked like yellow hair hanging from its upper end. I do not know its name, but if there is such a thing as a scalp plant, this is it. A romantic gorge with a brook flowing in its bottom, approaching Palmerston North. Way du Curau, 20 minutes for luncheon. With me sat my wife and daughter, and my manager, Mr. Carlyle Smythe. I sat at the head of the table and could see the right-hand wall. The others had their backs to it. On that wall, at a good distance away, were a couple of framed pictures. I could not see them clearly, but from the groupings of the figures, I fancied that they represented the killing of Napoleon EI's son by the Zulus in South Africa. I broke into the conversation, which was about poetry and cabbage and art, and said to my wife, "Do you remember when the news came to Paris of the killing of the prince?" Those were the very words I had in my mind. Yes, but what prince? Napoleon, Lulu. What made you think of that? I don't know. There was no collusion. She had not seen the pictures, and they had not been mentioned. She ought to have thought of some recent news that came to Paris, for we were but 7 months from there, and had been living there a couple of years when we started on this trip. But instead of that, she thought of an incident of our brief sojourn in Paris of 16 years before. Here was a clear case of mental telegraphy, of mind transference, of my mind telegraphing a thought into hers. How do I know? Because I telegraphed an error. For it turned out that the pictures did not represent the killing of Lulu at all, nor anything connected with Lulu. She had to get the error from my head. It existed nowhere else. Chapter 35. The autocrat of Russia possesses more power than any other man in the earth, but he cannot stop a sneeze. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Wanganui, December 3. A pleasant trip yesterday per Ballarat Fly. 4 hours. I do not know the distance, but it must have been well along toward 50 miles. The fly could have spun it out to 8 hours and not discommoded me. For where there is comfort and no need for hurry, speed is of no value, at least to me. And nothing that goes on wheels can be more comfortable, more satisfactory than the New Zealand trains. Outside of America, there are no cars that are so rationally devised. When you add the constant presence of charming scenery and the nearly constant absence of dust, well, if one is not content then, he ought to get out and walk. That would change his spirit, perhaps. I think so. At the end of an hour, you would find him waiting humbly beside the track and glad to be taken aboard again. Much horseback riding in and around this town, many comely girls in cool and pretty summer gowns, much Salvation Army, lots of Maoris, the faces and bodies of some of the old ones very tastefully frescoed. Maori Council House over the river, large, strong, carpeted from end to end with matting, and decorated with elaborate wood carvings, artistically executed. The Maoris were very polite. I was assured by a member of the House of Representatives that the native race is not decreasing, but actually increasing slightly. It is another evidence that they are a superior breed of savages. I do not call to mind any savage race that built such good houses, or such strong and ingenious and scientific fortresses, or gave so much attention to agriculture, or had military arts and devices which so nearly approached the white man's. These, taken together with their high abilities in boat building, and their tastes and capacities in the ornamental arts modify their savagery to a semi-civilization, or at least to a quarter civilization. It is a compliment to them that the British did not exterminate them, as they did the Australians and the Tasmanians, but were content with subduing them and showed no desire to go further. And it is another compliment to them that the British did not take the whole of their choicest lands, but left them a considerable part, and then went further and protected them from the rapacities of land sharks, a protection which the New Zealand government still extends to them. And it is still another compliment to the Maoris that the government allows native representation in both the legislature and the cabinet and gives both sexes the vote. And in doing these things, the government also compliments itself. It has not been the custom of the world for conquerors to act in this large spirit toward the conquered. The highest class white men who lived among the Maoris in the earliest time had a high opinion of them and a strong affection for them. Among the whites of this sort was the author of Old New Zealand, and Dr. Campbell of Auckland was another. Dr. Campbell was a close friend of several chiefs, and has many pleasant things to say of their fidelity, their magnanimity, and their generosity. Also of their quaint notions about the white man's queer civilization, and their equally quaint comments upon it. One of them thought the missionary had got everything wrong end first and upside down. Why? He wants us to stop worshipping and supplicating the evil gods, and go to worshipping and supplicating the good one? There is no sense in that. A good God is not going to do us any harm. The Maoris had the taboo, and had it on a Polynesian scale of comprehensiveness and elaboration. Some of its features could have been importations from India and Judea. Neither the Maori nor the Hindu of common degree could cook by a fire that a person of higher caste had used, nor could the high Maori or high Hindu employ fire that had served a man of low grade. If a low-grade Maori or Hindu drank from a vessel belonging to a high-grade man, the vessel was defiled and had to be destroyed. There were other resemblances between Maori taboo and Hindu caste custom. Yesterday, a lunatic burst into my quarters and warned me that the Jesuits were going to cook, poison me in my food, or kill me on the stage at night. He said a mysterious sign was visible upon my posters and meant my death. He said he saved Rev. Mr. Howey's life by warning him that there were 3 men on his platform who would kill him if he took his eyes off them for a moment during his lecture. The same men were in my audience last night, but they saw that he was there. Will they be there again tonight? He hesitated, then said no, he thought they would rather take a rest and chance the poison. This lunatic has no delicacy, but he was not uninteresting. He told me a lot of things. He said he had saved so many lecturers in 20 years that they put him in the asylum. I think he has less refinement than any lunatic I have met. December 8, a couple of curious war monuments here at Wanganui. One is in honor of white men who fell in defense of law and order against fanaticism and barbarism. Fanaticism. We Americans are English in blood, English in speech, English in religion, English in the essentials of our governmental system, English in the essentials of our civilization. And so, let us hope, for the honor of the blend, for the honor of the blood, for the honor of the race, that that word got there through lack of heedfulness, and will not be suffered to remain. If you carve it at Thermopylae, or where Winklereed died, or upon Bunker Hill Monument and read it again, who fell in defense of law and order against fanaticism, you will perceive what the word means and how mischosen it is. Patriotism is patriotism. Calling it fanaticism cannot degrade it, nothing can degrade it. Even though it be a political mistake, and 1,000 times a political mistake, that does not affect it. It is honorable, always noble, and privileged to hold its head up and look the nations in the face. It is right to praise these brave white men who fell in the Malay War. They deserve it. But the presence of that word detracts from the dignity of their cause and their deeds, and makes them appear to have spilt their blood in a conflict with ignoble men, men not worthy of that costly sacrifice. But the men were worthy. It was no shame to fight them. They fought for their homes, they fought for their country, they bravely fought and bravely fell, and it would take nothing from the honor of the brave Englishmen who lie under the monument, but add to it to say that they died in defense of English laws and English homes against men worthy of the sacrifice, the Malay patriots. The other monument cannot be rectified, except with dynamite. It is a mistake all through, and a strangely thoughtless one. It is a monument erected by white men to Malays who fell fighting with the whites and against their own people in the Malay War. Sacred to the memory of the brave men who fell on the 14th of May, 1864, etc. On one side are the names of about 20 Malays. It is not a fancy of mine, the monument exists, I saw it. It is an object lesson to the rising generation. It invites to treachery, disloyalty, unpatriotism. Its lesson in frank terms is, desert your flag, slay your people, burn their homes, shame your nationality, we honor such. December 9, Wellington, 10 hours from Wanganui by the fly December 12. It is a fine city and nobly situated, a busy place and full of life and movement. Have spent the 3 days partly in walking about, partly in enjoying social privileges, and largely in idling around the magnificent garden at Hut, a little distance away, around the shore. I suppose we shall not see such another one soon. We are packing tonight for the return voyage to Australia. Our stay in New Zealand has been too brief. Still, we are not unthankful for the glimpse which we have had of it. The sturdy Maoris made the settlement of the country by the whites rather difficult. Not at first, but later. At first they welcomed the whites and were eager to trade with them, particularly for muskets, for their pastime was internecine war, and they greatly preferred the white man's weapons to their own. War was their pastime. I use the word advisedly. They often met and slaughtered each other just for a lark, and when there was no quarrel. The author of Old New Zealand mentions a case where a victorious army could have followed up its advantage and exterminated the opposing army, but declined to do it, explaining naively that if we did that, there couldn't be any more fighting. In another battle, one army sent word that it was out of ammunition and would be obliged to stop unless the opposing army would send some. It was sent, and the fight went on. In the early days, things went well enough. The natives sold land without clearly understanding the terms of exchange, and the whites bought it without being much disturbed about the natives' confusion of mind. But by and by the Maori began to comprehend that he was being wronged. Then there was trouble, for he was not the man to swallow a wrong and go aside and cry about it. He had the Tasmanian's spirit and endurance, and a notable share of military science besides, and so he rose against the oppressor, did this gallant, fanatic, and started a war that was not brought to a definite end until more than a generation had sped. Chapter 36. There are several good protections against temptations, but the surest is cowardice. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Names are not always what they seem. The common Welsh name BZJXXLLWEP is pronounced Jackson. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Friday, December 13. Sailed at 3 p.m. in the Mararoa. Summer seas and a good ship, life has nothing better. Monday, 3 days of paradise. Warm and sunny and smooth. The sea a luminous Mediterranean blue. One lolls in a long chair all day under deck awnings and reads and smokes in measureless content. One does not read prose at such a time, but poetry. I have been reading the poems of Mrs. Julia A. Moore again, and I find in them the same grace and melody that attracted me when they were first published, 20 years ago, and have held me in happy bonds ever since. The sentimental songbook has long been out of print, and has been forgotten by the world in general, but not by me. I carry it with me always, it and Goldsmith's Deathless Story. Indeed, it has the same deep charm for me that The Vicar of Wakefield has, and I find in it the same subtle touch. The touch that makes an intentionally humorous episode pathetic and an intentionally pathetic one funny. In her time, Mrs. Moore was called the Sweet Singer of Michigan, and was best known by that name. I have read her book through twice today, with the purpose of determining which of her pieces has most merit, and I am persuaded that for wide grasp and sustained power, William Upson may claim first place. William Upson, heir, the Major's only son. Come all good people far and near. Oh, come and see what you can hear. It's of a young man true and brave, that is now sleeping in his grave. Now, William Upson was his name. If it's not that, it's all the same. He did enlist in a cruel strife, and it caused him to lose his life. He was Perry Upson's eldest son. His father loved his noble son. This son was 19 years of age when first in the rebellion he engaged. His father said that he might go, but his dear mother she said no. Oh, stay at home, dear Billy, she said. But she could not turn his head. He went to Nashville, in Tennessee. There his kind friends he could not see. He died among strangers, so far away. They did not know where his body lay. He was taken sick and lived 4 weeks. And oh, how his parents weep. But now they must in sorrow mourn. For Billy has gone to his heavenly home. Oh, if his mother could have seen her son. For she loved him, her darling son. If she could heard his dying prayer, it would ease her heart till she met him there. How it would relieve his mother's heart to see her son from this world depart, and hear his noble words of love, as he left this world for that above. Now it will relieve his mother's heart, for her son is laid in our graveyard. For now she knows that his grave is near. She will not shed so many tears, although she knows not that it was her son. For his coffin could not be opened. It might be someone in his place, for she could not see his noble face. December 17, reached Sydney. December 19, in the train, fellow of 30 with 4 valises, a slim creature with teeth which made his mouth look like a neglected churchyard. He had solidified hair, solidified with pomatum, it was all one shell. He smoked the most extraordinary cigarettes, made of some kind of manure, apparently. These and his hair made him smell like the very nation. He had a low-cut vest on, which exposed a deal of frayed and broken and unclean shirt front. Showy studs of imitation gold, they had made black discs on the linen. Oversized sleeve buttons of imitation gold, the copper base showing through. Ponderous watch chain of imitation gold. I judged that he couldn't tell the time by it, for he asked Smythe what time it was once. He wore a coat which had been gay when it was young, 5 o'clock tea trousers of a light tint and marvelously soiled, yellow mustache with a dashing upward whirl at the ends, foxy shoes, imitation patent leather. He was a novelty, an imitation dude. He would have been a real one if he could have afforded it, but he was satisfied with himself. You could see it in his expression and in all his attitudes and movements. He was living in a dude dreamland where all his squalid shams were genuine, and himself a sincerity. It disarmed criticism, it mollified spite, to see him so enjoy his imitation languors, and arts, and airs, and his studied daintinesses of gesture and misbegotten refinements. It was plain to me that he was imagining himself the Prince of Wales, and was doing everything the way he thought the prince would do it. For bringing his 4 valises aboard and stowing them in the nettings, he gave his porter 4 cents, and lightly apologized for the smallness of the gratuity, just with the condescendingest little royal air in the world. He stretched himself out on the front seat and rested his pomatum cake on the middle arm, and stuck his feet out of the window, and began to pose as the prince and work his dreams and languors for exhibition. And he would indolently watch the blue films curling up from his cigarette and inhale the stench and look so grateful, and would flip the ash away with the daintiest gesture, unintentionally displaying his brass ring in the most intentional way. Why, it was as good as being in Marlborough House itself to see him do it so like. There was other scenery in the trip. That of the Hawkesbury River in the National Park region, fine, extraordinarily fine, with spacious views of stream and lake imposingly framed in woody hills, and every now and then the noblest groupings of mountains and the most enchanting rearrangements of the water effects. Further along, green flats, thinly covered with gum forests, with here and there the huts and cabins of small farmers engaged in raising children. Still further along, arid stretches, lifeless and melancholy. Then Newcastle, a rushing town, capital of the rich coal regions. Approaching Scone, wide farming and grazing levels, with pretty frequent glimpses of a troublesome plant, a particularly devilish little prickly pear, daily damned in the orisons of the agriculturist, imported by a lady of sentiment and contributed gratis to the colony. Blazing hot all day. December 20, back to Sydney. Blazing hot again. From the newspaper and from the map, I have made a collection of curious names of Australasian towns with the idea of making a poem out of them. Tumut, Taki, Murray-Wallumbah, Burrell, Ballarat, Mullingadri, Murrurundi, Wagga, Wyalong, Murrumbidgee, Gumaru, Woluwe, Wangari, Wendilla, Waira, Kapio, Yankalilla, Yseraniaka, Yakamorundi, Kewaka, Kumaru, Toranga, Geelong, Tongariro, Kaikura, Wakatipu, Duhipara, Waitbinga, Golua, Munopera, Nankita, Maipanga, Kapunda, Koringa, Spinola, Nangwari, Kungurung, Komum, Cooleywardy, Killanoola, Naracoorte, Mullawarty, Binham, Wallaroo, Warrega, Mundora, Horaki, Rangariri, Tiwamut, Taranaki, Toowoomba, Gundiwendi, Geralduri, Wangaroa, Wollongong, Woolloomoola, Bimbola, Coolgardie, Bendigo, Coonamble, Cootamundra, Woolgoolga, Mitagung, Jamberoo, Condapiringa, Cuitbo, Tungkillo, Aukapiringa, Stalunga, Yatala, Parawura, Muraru, Wangari, Wollondunga, Boolaroo, Pernadi, Parramatta, Tarum, Narrandera, Deniliquin, Kewakawa. It may be best to build the poem now and make the weather help. A sweltering day in Australia. To be read soft and low with the lights turned down. The bambola faints in the hot boral tree, where fierce mullingadries smothering fires. Far from the breezes of Coolgardie, burn ghastly and blue as the day expires. And Murray-Wallumbah complaineth in song, for the garlanded bowers of Woolloomulu, and the Ballarat fly and the lone Wollongong. They dream of the gardens of Jamberoo. The Wallaby sighs for the Murrumbidgee, for the velvety sod of the Munopera, where the waters of healing from Mullawardy flow dim in the gloaming by Yaraniaka. The Kapio sorrows for lost Woluwe, and sigheth in secret for Murrurundi. The Wangaroo wombat lamenteth the day that made him an exile from Geralduri. The Tiwamut tumut from Warrega's glade. The Nankita swallow, the Wallaroo swan. They long for the peace of the Timaru shade. And thy balmy soft airs, O sweet Midagang. The Koringa buffalo pants in the sun. The Condapiringa lies gaping for breath. The Kongorong camom to the shadow has won. But the Gumaru sinks in the slumber of death. In the weltering hell of the Muraru plain. The Yatala Wangari withers and dies. And the Warrawanilla, demented with pain. To the Woolgulga woodlands despairingly flies. Sweet Nangwari's desolate, Coonamble wails. And Tungkillo, Quito in sables is dressed. For the Whangarei winds fall asleep in the sails. And the Boolaroo life breeze is dead in the west. Maipango, Kapanda, O slumber no more. Yankalilla, Parawara, be warned. There's death in the air. Killanula, wherefore? Shall the prayer of Penola be scorned? Kudamundra, and Taki and Wakatipu. Toowoomba, Kaikur are lost. From Onkaparinga to far Omaru. All burn in this hell's holocaust. Parramatta and Binham are gone to their rest. In the vale of Tapanitarum. Kewakawa, Denaliquin all that was best. In the earth are but graves and a tomb. Narendra mourns, Cameron answers not. When the roll of the scathless we cry. Tongariro, Gundiwindi, Wollondunga the spot. Is mute and forlorn where ye lie. Those are good words for poetry. Among the best I have ever seen. There are 81 in the list. I did not need them all, but I have knocked down 66 of them, which is a good bag, it seems to me, for a person not in the business. Perhaps a poet laureate could do better, but a poet laureate gets wages, and that is different. When I write poetry, I do not get any wages. Often I lose money by it. The best word in that list, and the most musical and gurgly, is Woolloomulu. It is a place near Sydney and is a favorite pleasure resort. It has 8 O's in it. Chapter 37. To succeed in the other trades, capacity must be shown. In the law, concealment of it will do. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Monday, December 23, 1895. Sailed from Sydney for Ceylon in the P&O steamer Oceana. A Lascar crew mans this ship, the first I have seen. White cotton petticoat and pants, barefoot, red shawl for belt, straw cap, brimless on head with red scarf wound around it. Complexion a rich dark brown, short straight black hair. Whiskers fine and silky, lustrous and intensely black. Mild, good faces, willing and obedient people, capable too, but are said to go into hopeless panics when there is danger. They are from Bombay and the coast thereabouts. Left some of the trunks in Sydney to be shipped to South Africa by a vessel advertised to sail 3 months hence. The proverb says, "Separate not yourself from your baggage." This Oceana is a stately big ship, luxuriously appointed. She has spacious promenade decks, large rooms, a surpassingly comfortable ship. The officer's library is well selected. A ship's library is not usually that. For meals, the bugle call, man-o'-war fashion, a pleasant change from the terrible gong. 3 big cats, very friendly loafers, they wander all over the ship. The white one follows the chief steward around like a dog. There is also a basket of kittens. One of these cats goes ashore, in port, in England, Australia, and India, to see how his various families are getting along, and is seen no more till the ship is ready to sail. No one knows how he finds out the sailing date, but no doubt he comes down to the dock every day and takes a look, and when he sees baggage and passengers flocking in, recognizes that it is time to get aboard. This is what the sailors believe. The chief engineer has been in the China and India trade 33 years and has had but 3 Christmases at home in that time. Conversational items at dinner, mocha, sold all over the world. It is not true. In fact, very few foreigners except the Emperor of Russia have ever seen a grain of it or ever will while they live. Another man said, "There is no sale in Australia for Australian wine, but it goes to France and comes back with a French label on it, and then they buy it." I have heard that the most of the French-labeled claret in New York is made in California, and I remember what Professor S. told me once about Veuve Clicquot, if that was the wine, and I think it was. He was the guest of a great wine merchant whose town was quite near that vineyard, and this merchant asked him if very much VC was drunk in America. "Oh yes," said S., "a great abundance of it." "Is it easy to be had?" "Oh yes, easy as water. All first and second class hotels have it." "What do you pay for it?" "It depends on the style of the hotel, from 15 to 25 francs a bottle." "Oh, fortunate country. Why, it's worth 100 francs right here on the ground." "No." "Yes." "Do you mean that we are drinking a bogus Veuve Clicquot over there?" "Yes, and there was never a bottle of the genuine in America since Columbus's time. That wine all comes from a little bit of a patch of ground which isn't big enough to raise many bottles, and all of it that is produced goes every year to one person, the Emperor of Russia. He takes the whole crop in advance, be it big or little." January 4, 1896. Christmas in Melbourne, New Year's Day in Adelaide, and saw most of the friends again in both places. Lying here at anchor all day, Albany, King George's Sound, Western Australia. It is a perfectly landlocked harbor or roadstead, spacious to look at but not deep water. Desolate-looking rocks and scarred hills. Plenty of ships arriving now, rushing to the new gold fields. The papers are full of wonderful tales of the sort always to be heard in connection with new gold diggings. A sample. A youth staked out a claim and tried to sell half for £5. No takers. He stuck to it 14 days, starving, then struck it rich and sold out for £10,000. About sunset, strong breeze blowing, got up the anchor. We were in a small, deep puddle with a narrow channel leading out of it, minutely buoyed to the sea.